ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ bọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyàndá ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ odò lè.
Ayandaba 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 atima ayandaba 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 wana ayandaba 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 susu baby subramia baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia ejemo anamana ejemo anamana wana mejemo anamu karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawo egummawo ego karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawo egummawo ego obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is everyone befere
ayandaba 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 atima ayandaba 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 wana ayandaba 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 susu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye wimo ye wimo obodo sanye ye wimo n'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ m ihe dị egwu ga-eme ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya m ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi m ayandaba 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 atima ayandaba 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 wana ayandaba 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 baby sobaramia. Soko sunu baby sobaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota wakuna koga book.
Oh yeah, arrangement for orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. Odo don fall. Odo don fire. I don't tell Odo them. I beg with you. No man.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke e so parti an winam bedda o min garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke e so parti ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jamma bale sim min nyalla fije nange jamma lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind idi now will the
And there it is right there. Shifty Nama. Shifty Nama. The sooner you shift the Namas, the quicker the dollar gets into his pocket. So there it is right there. Our Fulani brother telling us shifty Nama. So shifty Nama to you too as the weekend comes to a close. So there it is. It's 11 p.m. Sunday where I am. Whatever time you are, the weekend comes to an end. So the weekend comes to an end. So another 5 days in the grind mill for a lot of you, no doubt. So here it is. Here we go again. Good to be in your company. Good to have you here. And how are you? So how are you? I'm asking how you are. Not that I really have any real interest in how you are. How are you? It's a space. Usually, how are you? It's a space filler greeting. Nobody is really inviting you to tell them the woes of your life. They don't want to know what burdens you, because equally they are burdened as well. But how are you? Only really invited that you say, I'm fine, and then things move on. Unless, of course, there's already history of a situation going on. So how are you? So the insincerity of that. So here we go, another day, another session. We skipped yesterday for reasons that my voice was gone. As you would have noticed on Friday, my voice was gone, and I just decided that no, I cannot just you can't labor it too hard. Drop the dead donkey and all that. But so I'm not quite sure if the voice still has the fullness of its punch, but at least it has a functionality. So we go through. So the usual protocol, click on and by the way, the best way to start a session is usually how Ayo starts the session for us. So what boosts the morale more than a super chat on a screen? It's not even so much the money. Of course, you never disregard money, but it's really the acknowledgement that an effort is being made and some persons feel that there's some appreciation to that. So that's really it's a good morale booster when you say things like that. So well done, Ayo. Also, the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe. If you have not subscribed, then there's something wrong with you. If you come to here with any level of regularity and you're not subscribed, then there's something wrong with you. You know, you don't like the guy is auntie this and uncle that, and as predictable as clockwork, as soon as the session starts, you're first in there, but you're not subscribed because you think you are showing some sort of defiance because you reckon that you're some sort of a rebel. You're not a rebel. There's something wrong with you. So correct that right now and just subscribe. What's going on here? What's the nonsense? Just subscribe and let's the algorithm acknowledge that. So click on like if you haven't already and subscribe if you have not done that. So just do that. Do you understand? Just do that. So click on like and subscribe. And then if you want to come join me on the screen, I'm not usually as feisty on the screen as I am when there's no one around. So if you want to come join me on the screen, this hyperlink that says StreamYard, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, the first item just underneath Ayo's super chart. That's your invitation into the studio right there. So if you want to come and share your thoughts, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, parks you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll invite you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. There's nothing complicated to it. It's as simple as ABC. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you're too shy and you don't really want to see your donations towards the platform showing on the screen, there's a hyperlink pinned to the comment section that says buy your host cups of coffee. You can do that. So click on that, and it's 3 easy steps, and you can empty the contents of your wallet in there. So all those quite a myriad of it's a hodgepodge. It's Ilala Sekbo sort of a session, a little bit from here and a little bit from there. So it's a hodgepodge of news items that is going to be delivered to you in the course of this session. So something for everyone. Let's put that's a more elegant way of putting it. There's something for everyone in the course of this session. So a little bit from here and a little bit from there, and hopefully panelists do turn up. And when they do turn up, I'll invite them to bring what is uppermost, what is well, I don't want to say what is agitating their minds, but what they are giving consideration to in the news cycle today. So nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's sort of like a Jelenke sort of end of the week sort of a session. So all that. So let's just get into it. Enough of my noise making. Let's get into it. So let's get into it and and kick it off with the headline storyline right there. So now, so Peter Obi, of course, is done and dusted as far as upscale, top level news, leading news. Peter Obi, of course, is done as far as leading news is concerned. So we have no anticipation that you'll be seeing many Peter Obi headlines, but this one especially struck me when I was looking through the news cycle today. So this one especially struck me, and he asks a quizzical sort of a question. Peter Obi bags Politician of the Year award. Yinka Davis, Rufai Oseni, others win big. So yes, don't especially care about Rufai Oseni, but we will of course touch on that. But Peter Obi bagging Politician of the Year. So does he deserve that? Is he the breakout, shine out, outstanding politician for this cycle? So that's the question. And this piece hopefully sets the backdrop to that, because there's an argument that the politician of the year, the breakout politician that has been most impactful in the course of this particular cycle, and especially this year, because of course we had the elections this year. So the politician that has had the most impact in this particular cycle of election and in the course of this year has been Peter Obi. There's an argument for that, and I'm willing to have a back and forth on that. But let's see what this has to offer first. Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi on Saturday won the Best Politician of the Year award at the Global Affairs Magazine Award at Gamma. Veteran actor Kanayo O. Kanayo, reggae musician Otis Wiliki, and Yinka Davis, a vocalist, were also recognized for their outstanding contribution to the growth of entertainment in Nigeria. Arise News Rufai Oseni was given an award of excellence as the most courageous television host of the year. So now that is quite a pointed sort of award right there, and I'm not quite sure that that award is long-standing. It may well have been an award that was just created especially for him. So it is not the most outstanding, it's not the most gifted, it's not the most pungent, it's not the most intelligent, but really it's a deliberate, purposely crafted in the wording sort of award, most courageous television host. So what exactly does that mean? Because there's no courage in being rude. So in fact, it's an act of cowardice when you have the advantage of our home turf to be rude to people. So there is no courage in being rude. So quite how, I don't quite know what that means. Arise News Rufai Oseni was given an award of excellence as the most courageous television host of the year. Popular comedian Kofi Noel got an award of excellence for service to humanity. Also, Daniel Olukoya, founder of Mountain of Fire and Miracle Ministries (MFM), bagged a Lifetime Achievement Award for service to humanity. So I can understand a church leader getting an award for service to humanity, but how is a comedian, how is comedy a service to humanity? I suppose if you extrapolate and project to the furthest of the psychedelic spaces, that makes some sense. The theme of the award celebration is a channel of hope where there is despair. Regina Robinson, convener of Gamma, during the award presentation, said the award was to celebrate and reward distinguished men and women who are selfless and have impacted others positively. The award celebrates individuals and bodies who have over the years supported life-changing causes, especially in the area of health, and most prominently, the less privileged, physically challenged, and children with special needs, as well as teeming youth population. So it goes on to describe whatever it is that they're doing. But really, what I wanted to bring forward is the consideration that Peter Obi is the politician of the year, and to invite if there's an argument for or against that. So an argument for or against. So an argument for or against. Let's go on to the next one. Sorry, actually, I might well have a clip. I might well have a couple of clips that goes with this one. Lagos demolition making it tough for Igbos to be Nigerians. Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Ejimako. So he has now transmuted from a lawyer now to a political actor. Aloy Ejimako, special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, said on Saturday that demolition in Lagos State is making it tough for Igbos to be Nigerians. Ejimako made the remark whilst lamenting over the demolition of properties belonging to Igbos in Lagos State. And by the way, just to add some facts, they say never get facts get in the way of a good story. But just to add some facts, the houses being demolished, they were not especially Igbo people. They were demolishing houses in Oworonshoki. They were demolishing houses in Okeado. They were demolishing houses in Alaba Phase 2. They are demolishing houses all over Lagos. There might be a predominance of certain ethnic stocks in certain the Yoruba. I'm not sure there's a single Igbo man in Oworonshoki. They are demolishing houses there, but then of course you don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. Aloy Ejimako, special counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra (IPOB), said on Saturday that demolition in Lagos State is making it tough for Igbos to be Nigerians. Ejimako made the remark whilst lamenting over the demolition of properties belonging to Igbos in Lagos State. So this is a highly irresponsible statement, this, whilst demolishing properties belonging to Igbos, which is implicit in that is that properties belonging to Igbos are being targeted, but that is factually not true. If you look through the pyramid, I'll be surprised if up to 20, never mind 25% of the houses being demolished in recent times in Lagos belongs to Igbo people. But of course, you know the way some of these things go. Right, Ejimako made the remark whilst lamenting over the demolition of properties belonging to Igbos in Lagos State. He stressed that the demolition in Lagos State is notoriously discriminatory and unjust. Posting on X, Ejimako claimed it is a systematic injustice against Igbos. According to Ejimako, the relentless demolition in Lagos State is so notoriously discriminatory and unjust, such that it will surely trouble Lagos State with countless scorched earth litigations. So what I don't know, the scorched earth, it has nothing. The way they just infuse all these peppy little phraseologies into our sentences where they don't fit into. Scorched earth doesn't fit into that sentence. He just heard scorched earth somewhere and he decided like he must use it in a sentence. According to Ejimako, the relentless demolition in Lagos State, in Lagos, is notoriously discriminatory and unjust, such that it will surely trouble Lagos State with countless scorched earth litigations. For now, it has done so much to add to the systemic injustices that make it very difficult for Indigbo to be Nigerians. There have been claims that the Lagos State government is targeting and demolishing markets and areas populated by Igbos. Also, it was alleged that buildings owned by Igbos were being demolished by the state government. Former Super Eagles striker Emmanuel Emenike claimed a few days ago that his house was demolished by the Lagos State government despite getting due approval from relevant authorities. So there it is right there. So that's the tonality that's been brought into that. So that's the tonality. So let me bring you this video clip. Let me bring you this clip. Right, let me bring you this clip. This clip speaks to that space. So what
Abia government commences demolition of 130 Yoruba people's buildings as OT flags of road expansion project. I have inside information that out of these 130 buildings that Alex Oti is about to demolish, only 5 belongs to the government. The rest belongs to Yoruba, Hausa, Edo, Urobo, Shekiri, the rest belongs to them. And we don't see any of these people coming out to come and cry over building. Yes, Alex Oti is about to demolish buildings that belongs to people from other tribes, people that are non-Igbos. Since all the buildings they are demolishing in Lagos, since Suna Toxin and Igbo building, then the one with the one break for Abia State too, it belongs to Yoruba, Hausa, Urobo, Edo, Shekiri, Ijaw people too. So how can Alex Oti be doing this kind of thing? Because he's the only person that I campaigned for during the election, apart from Tinubu and Sanwo-Olu. Alex Oti is the other person that I campaigned for. They even opened the Twitter spaces where I donated money for Alex Oti's campaign because I thought it was going to be somebody different. And when he got into office, I think he wanted to, like, he had a good start, but along the line, when I heard he spent 5 billion naira for his office in just 3 months, and I said, no, I campaigned for the wrong person, I donated for the wrong person. Alex Oti is a criminal, just like other governments. And now he's about to demolish 130 buildings that belongs to non-Igbos. And I don't see Igbo people coming out to come and say, oh, blah, blah. I don't see Yoruba coming out. I don't see Urugu coming out. I don't see Edo coming out. I don't see all these people coming out to come and cry. But if it's in Lagos, if I don't state, you see all the Igbos coming out to come and cry. Now, we are not complaining about what Alexoti is doing in Abia State. He's demolishing buildings that belongs to non-Igbo people.
All right. Leaving out the that he was doing at the tail end, that's just really part. And we're seeing demolitions right across the country. By the way, we're seeing it in Anambra State. We even started off with in the Bosky liquid. What's that guy called? Odumeje. We saw his church being brought down in the east. For reasons that for the same reasons, by the way, that these churches were. These houses now are being brought down in Festac for reasons that are in the Bosky. Odumeje, he built his house, his church, on a canal, on a waterway, and the governor brought it down. I think it was Soludo. So we saw that was at the start of all of this. So the same reasons, but then of course, like I said, don't let facts get in the way of a good storyline. Let me play you one more clip on that space and then we move on.
Of substandard buildings across Festac town in Lagos State. This was made known by the authorities' head of town planning for Southwest Zone, Francisca Michael James, when she led a delegation to Festac town. She explained that efforts to stop encroachment and building without approval in Festac had failed as the encroachers ignored stop work orders and eviction notices. She added that the last demolition notice served on illegal occupants in the town elapsed 21 days ago, hence the proposed mass demolition. She further clarified that substandard buildings under construction on the encroached portions were on swampy land and risked collapse because of the soil type and its behavior.
I've come here earlier to mark at inception, even when most of these were not, were not at this stage. The last time we came here, that was at block level. Before that final demolition notice you are seeing, and we have come, we stopped them, they have refused to stop, they are working. Maybe they are above the law. And I feel that nobody is above the law.
All the houses erected or being erected here are illegal structure. All the people here did not derive their title from the federal government. That is from Federal Housing Authority. So they are more or less land grabbers and patronizers of land grabbers. So regrettably, what they ought to have done first, if somebody claims that he has a land to sell to you, is to carry out due diligence. And what is the due diligence? Is for you to go and conduct search at appropriate authorities to now know the cleanness or otherwise of the title of that property. That was not done. And I think it is now that it has come to light that the person who purported to have acquired the land from the Omonile is himself a land grabber. He has no title, and those people, you cannot give what you don't have.
All right. So those are the facts of that. So those are the facts of the matter. But then, of course, like I said, don't let facts get in the way of victim playing. So don't let facts get in the way of victim playing. Let's go on from there to the next one. Akeredolu remains governor, says presidency after Tinubu's intervention. So Tinubu pays back to Akeredolu essentially what that is, because for Akeredolu, one of the strongest narratives that propelled Tinubu into Aso Rock. As the months-long crisis between factions loyal to the Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu SAN and his deputy, Mr. Lucky something or the other, seems to have ended, the presidency has declared that Akeredolu remains the governor of the state. This was according to a statement by the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Chief Ajuri Inga Lali, on Saturday. So there is that. So that settles matters. And that settles matters, and very quickly everybody falls in order. Ondo Deputy Governor begs Akeredolu, says, I remain loyal. So I think that's a little bit too late. He's a gunner. The Ondo State Deputy Governor, Lucky, whatever his last name is, has tendered an unreserved apology to the state governor Rotimi Akeredolu over the embarrassment that the ongoing political crisis must have caused in the state. The deputy governor, who said the crisis was being caused or fueled by some political contenders in the state, reiterated that he remained loyal to the governor and his administration. The deputy governor stated this while speaking with journalists in his office in Akure, the state capital. The deputy governor said, "I am deeply saddened by the embarrassment and discomfort that Mr. Governor has faced due to the barrage of negative news in the state as a result of the events of the last few months. I tender my sincere apology to Mr. Governor on this as our leader in the state." So there it is, right there. I think that ship has sailed. He's a gunner anyway, so that's just it. He's not going to be removed, of course, but he's never going to be. He's never going to replace Akeredolu. Rivers APC handed to Wike to spite Amechi, party chieftain alleges. So, of course, they are collecting heads now. Every enemy now, they are collecting their head. Emefiele is in incarceration. Rotimi Amechi, who is still trying to punch verbosely. We saw him just a week or so ago, still peacocking in the media. He's now dead politically, and the final nail in his coffin now. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, Chief Eze Chukwuemeka Eze, has condemned the dissolution of the executives of the party in Rivers State. He also alleged that the APC leadership is plotting to hand over the party in Rivers State to Wike just to spite Amechi. The National Working Committee of the APC had on Friday inaugurated members of its caretaker committee of Rivers State chapter of the party 2 days after the EXCO were dissolved. Eze, in a statement on Saturday, alleged that the dissolution was part of a plot to embarrass former Rivers Governor Chibuike Amechi. He noted that President Bola Tinubu and the party's national chairman, Umar Ganduje, plotted the scheme to hand over the state chapter of the party to the FCT Minister Yemsen Wike and write off Amechi and his team. He reminded those he called the cabal to be wary of Wike, who he described as a political chameleon. I am happy to note that both Tinubu and Ganduje have suffered and tested the bitter pills of Wike in most of his attempts to decimate the party, and to hand over the party structure to him and his agents is nothing but sheer wickedness and unreasonableness, because it will definitely backfire. So there it is right there. So that sounded like a political obituary somewhat. So this one now, I'll only give you the headline and then the imageries. So Soludo host Oni receives bronze artwork or art gift. So that is Charles Soludo Nen, who's playing his politics right down the middle. So here he is presenting the traditional greeting of an Igbo man to a senior person, which is a kola nut, and then the obligatory hug right there, and then the a photo with the Oni, a retinue of Yoruba chieftains showing off their new capture. So showing off their new capture, and there's a gift from the Oni right there. So that sums that up. United Nigeria Airline blames bad weather as aircraft lands in Asaba instead of Abuja. So that headline tells you all you need to know about that. So we won't labor that too much. 87 trillion debt. SIRAP asks World Bank to suspend loans to Nigeria's 36 states. So let's see. Okay, no, this is not so heavy. So we can. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has written to the World Bank asking it to suspend loans to the country's 36 states. In a letter addressed to Mr. AJ Banga, the World Bank president, SERAP urged him to promptly, transparently, and effectively conduct investigation into spending of loans and other facilities by the state governor. And by the way, there's another headline which I'm not bringing you, that the governor of Osun State, Ade Dancer, as Enigmatic calls him, he's on the run because they are asking him to come and account for the billions that he spent in just the last 3 months. In a letter addressed to Mr. AJ Banga, the World Bank president, Serap urged him to promptly, transparently, and effectively conduct investigation into spending of loans and other facilities by the 36 state governors. Serap said the World Bank should suspend any loan and funding if there is relevant admissible evidence of mismanagement and diversion of public funds by any of the states. So you will want to dismiss this out of hand, but you wonder what sort of conditionalities and what sort of supervision some of these loans have. Because of course they are saying, I want to loan money for XYZ, but are they carrying out due diligence? Can you actually sue the World Bank for that, really, and get those loans written off? Because if they are not carrying out supervision on those loans that they're lending out, then they are deliberately buttoning whichever the loanee countries is with the burden of monies that they know will be corruptly purloined. Serap said the World Bank should suspend any loans and fundings if there is relevant admissible evidence of mismanagement or diversion of public funds by any of the states. This was disclosed in the letter dated November the 25th, 2023, and signed by Serap's Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadare. Serap said the World Bank, and then anyway, it goes on to a tales of, but I think we get the gist of that. So this last one now, I will only give you the headline too as well. Students' loan scheme to kick off in January 2024. So this is the much celebrated policy now, relief to students in Nigeria. So relief to students in Nigeria. Let's play the Kegite. Actually, I'll play you a clip, play you the Kegite music, and then the session kicks off. But here, who is capturing whom is the teaser for this clip. Who is capturing whom? Watch this.
It will enter. Just stay.
Obi egbe obi akiri nuwe bi obi odo na ya to man of ye obi ayo be se obi odo de no ai. E yo no. Egbe ga be mo pa mu nya o ke bo ga be mo pa mu nya o ke gbe ti ga ku be ka ke o mu nya. Iwo lo pe lo ko ri no no la ka le go asi la ye wo no na. Ege go we kere ko e go we ye. Owa tu pe fa re ile ba la pa. O ke ga ko bo ge di akabo. O mu gbo ko yi no bo wa ka se. O yi ga ri e ile ko pa gbogbo ase ga gbo mo de mo. Ege do
all right, you get the gist. So that was the Oba of Benin visiting Lagos. People will claim that he's going there to reclaim his land, according to people like World Peace and all that, who labor under the fantasy that Edo founded Lagos. I don't quite know where they got that silliness from. So that is Omonoba Ado Polo going to Sanwo-Olu. But there was too much polo in that. What was all that noise making? Is really was all the noise necessary? Is the question. So, but that's their king, Omonoba Ado Polo. So, Omonoba Ado Polo, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodame ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeche. So may death have nothing to do with us. So the room starts to populate. The majestic Maurice joins us. Thank you, Maurice. Ekene in the house. The Megida of Alaba. Thank you, Ekene. I thought I saw Mike just a moment ago. King Emeka, there you are. Good to see you, Emekos. And father of the bride, Ajale Koko. So Estella Assemble. Estella Assemble. Or ensemble. So let's kick it off. Let's start it off immediately and go to Maurice, who came in first. So Maurice, you're up first. Maurice. All right, there he is. He'll start complaining in a minute, or I came to him, he's not there. Let's go to Ekene then. Ekene, the Megida. I hope people can hear me.
Yeah, one man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I came to you. Are you ready? Are you ready, or do you want me to?
Yeah, one man, go to him first.
After him. I'm ready. It's like
yes.
Back win. I was first last time, and I maximized the win this time, being first again.
Look at that.
Good morning. What's the time now? Yeah.
It's still just about good evening here for another few more minutes, but a good day to you.
Yeah, I'm in Norway now. Time if it's in UK, it's still good evening, but Ireland is still good evening. But here it's good morning. It's 12:42, just 12:42 here. So I really want to say welcome to everyone. It's like we're not much today. Maybe other ones will join later, right?
Yes,
And,
it's starting to fill up. They are coming in now. Joel is here. Kulata just joined.
Okay.
War Peace as well. So I think they wait for me to do.
And everybody they are here now. Yes.
Yeah, they wait for me to do the readout so that then they come in. Yeah. Go on.
Okay. So I will start with the IMF. No, the SERAP telling. You can hear me clearly, right?
Yes, carry on.
Okay, I will start with SERAP writing to not to give them. Let me something I read and I've been following, but I don't know how true it is, but I found it in so many places that have information centers that I read, and I found out that it's a waste of time, because look, the only way this the World Bank and the IMF, they control a country is by giving them money. Even when they know that that country is corrupt, they're not going to use that money for that thing. They may put out a statement, this money has to be. Then what is their main goal? Because when they give this money, not only that they give to you at a subsidized rate, I mean, it's the interest rate, but they also demand like a 5%. They demand 5% from the policy making of that country. You understand me? So they have interest and they have influence over the policies. Let's say the law that will be passed or the decision will be made by the Senate or the government. They have a lot of influence over that. You know, on the contrary, we say some sort of first right of refusal, just like France has in other French colonies. So I don't think writing them, they will do anything. They may put out a statement. This is what I feel personally, because if you check, you hear like Central Bank of Nigeria, Central Bank of England, Bank of England. Do England actually own that central bank? You know, research shows that it's the Rothschild that owns all the central banks, except in 5 countries. And those 5 countries they cannot control. They are today considered as
which countries are those?
Yes, I'm going to mention them. So the 5 countries they couldn't control today is the one they consider the axis of evil. Do you understand me? Because they can't control them. That number 1 is North Korea. Second is Cuba. The other one is Eritrea. The other one is Iran. Do you understand me? And I think China. And then remaining one. That one I've forgotten. Are
you saying the Rothschilds control the what about Russia?
Yes, they control, because
Maurice. Sorry, Maurice.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying about the access of evil. It's not all banks in the world the Rothschild control. The countries that don't have a central bank, like
central.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, China don't have a central bank. Russia does not have a central bank. Japan don't have a central bank.
I didn't mention Russia there. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Russia don't have a central bank. Bank of England don't have a central bank. I know. I'm just telling you the state.
Can I tell you one secret now? Can I tell you one secret? I speak Russian fluently. I read and I write it too. So, and this is something I will tell you. You have Bank of England. You have Bank of Scotland, right? You have Bank of Ireland. You have
there's also Bank of Japan. Why is Walpy saying there's no central bank?
I don't know what
Bank of Japan is not central bank. Any country that have bank. Anybody?
Yeah,
it's a central bank.
Listen, wait. These are the head bank of that country. Bank of.
I'm not far from you, Maurice. Sorry, Maurice. I'm not far from you. Your first 3-4 minutes is just the usual Maurice something, but I'm not far from you in the assertion that the Rothschilds, they control global finance. I think everybody knows that.
Woman, please let me inside this. Sorry, Bruce.
Maurice. All right, hold on. Inside that, but let him carry on. Yes.
Yeah, I'll let him carry on. Kulata, the banks are just called. Those banks print their own money. That's the only banks in the world that can print their own money.
Every bank prints their. Who prints
No,
their-
no, 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 not every bank.
Money.
Who prints
No,
their-
no, 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 no. Hold on.
Nigeria
Hold on.
prints its own money. What are you talking about?
No, no, now hold on. Just like OPEC, you have cap of what you can print, what you cannot print. True or false? In every in.
You're
Just
conflicting.
let Morris carry it.
Hold on, now,
you're
I'm trying to make a point. Don't just cut me off.
Yeah, but
You
I
have certain-
mean, Nigeria has the security and printing something.
Yes, but we cannot just go into the bank and start printing money. It become inflation.
We can. We do. We can and we do. We did it. It's called ways and means. What are you talking about?
No, what Kulata, you don't know what you're talking about. Why opposite complain about printing money and our money depreciating?
Well, that's
Oh,
exactly
God.
it. You said we are printing money. Is that
money? You just print money now.
I said you can do it, but it's not good for the economy. It creates, it causes inflation. Everybody knows that. We don't. No, nobody needs to authorize Nigeria. We can print money. It's just the thing is it causes inflation. That's all.
If your economy doesn't support it, then you end up like Zimbabwe, where your money you use wheelbarrow to go and buy bread.
You just can't wake up and start printing money.
Nigeria.
I don't get what we're just talking about here now. You can't just wake up. There's a global financial distance regulation. You don't just wake up and start printing money. But 5 banks in the world can do that. Japan, America. That's how America can start printing money. Even the recession, they'll print as many as dollars they can print.
Yeah. Look, listen to what Kulata just tell him again.
I don't need to listen to Kulata. This I know for facts. I studied in school now. So Kulata to tell me using my lecturer.
First of all, you first said Japan doesn't have a central bank. That's false.
Yeah, they don't have. They have Bank of Japan. That means it doesn't have a central bank.
It's a central bank. Stop acting like I don't speak like an illiterate.
Yes.
It's a central bank.
When you hear
Then-
Bank of England, that is like a central bank. That's the head bank.
I mean, what are we? What's
You know what? You guys continue. There's no point. There's no point.
See, Kurata, let me rephrase and cap your nonsense you're trying to say. When I say 5 banks, like you see in Nigeria, they have a central bank. If you go to every other country, they have central. When I said Bank of Japan don't have like Bank of Japan. They have Tokyo Mitsubishi. Just like Kogo, if you use something like Bank of Japan, just use that phrase. Just like Federal Reserve in America, do you have Central Bank of America? Come on now, use your common sense now.
All right, back to you, Maurice.
That's illiterate talk.
You know,
That's your own illiterate talk, man. Can you go Bank of Japan?
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Why you sometimes try to feel that you know it all?
Let them down. When they're through, then I can continue, please.
No, Maurice, continue.
Yeah, because if I try to say something, you guys keep.
Carry on. You were talking us through how the Rothschilds
There's something I
control.
want you to clear me on. I want you to clear something on. You said the first 3 minutes I was doing Maurice thing. How do you mean? What actually? Let me know.
You were. I can't even remember what you were saying, but I switched off. You were talking some gibberish. Let me pull it out. But carry on.
What gibberish did I say?
Maybe you were speaking above my level of understanding. So yeah, let's put it like that. For the first 3
I didn't say any, what gibberish did I say? I said that when they give the loan, IMF controls. I don't know what is gibberish about that.
You said that IMF insert a 5% control clause.
I said, listen to me. I said when they give you loan, they don't that loan is also to control you. Now look, the check, you will check what I'm telling you now. You find out if I'm wrong. Now, why is it that Eritrean president, the wisest president in Africa today, is the Eritrean president? Why are they fighting it? Because he's the only one to refuse to take the IMF loan. When you take those loans, all these loans you're taking, they have a policy that will tell you how much you sell. Why is it that this one you have an oil, maybe you have to sell it to them for 10 naira, and then they go out and sell for 1,000 naira. They state how much you have to sell. Just allow me. Let me tell you. At the end of the day, you are the one who have no knowledge of what you're saying. Eritrea, this has to do with finance. Eritrea president, why are they fighting him today? Because he refused. They did everything to make him take the IMF loan. He refused because they want to. Eritrea has a lot of gold deposit. They want to stipulate the price he will be selling his gold. And because he never took the loan, they have nothing on him. So what did they do? They block him from accessing Western Union. His people will send the money to Eritrea because the money that his people sent to back to Eritrea is more than the loan IMF was offering him, so that they can control him. And nobody can control his port. Nobody can control his good. He sells it as much as he wants. What did they? They blacklisted him. He can't use like Western Union, MoneyGram, all these things. Now they blocked that. What did he do? As a wise man, he begged all the Eritrean citizens everywhere they got, including here in Norway, including England, Holland. And he said if they could give just 1% of their salary, what they get. And how do they get it? They have to get it because they can't take it now through Western Union today. Don't take my word for it. Just do your own research. They always bring it to their embassy, wherever they have embassy. They have one embassy here in Norway. I had a Eritrean guy that worked for me. Every month end, one of the embassy's official come to that place. He put some money in envelope and give to the man. I asked him, he told me also, he confirmed it, what I read. So this is the only way they are moving the money, and that's why Eritrea is still running. Do you understand me? And the country is progressing because they cannot control
Eritrea is progressing.
Yes, the only thing is that they don't have human rights. That human rights is they don't have. But when it comes to infrastructural development, the money they are making is much more than any loan they can take. The only thing is that they banned all the young people. Like if you go to Eritrea now, Eritrea is like 70%, 80%, only women there. Most of the men are gone. Because you must serve in the army and you're not supposed to leave the country. And so what they do, they go into the army. When they go into the army, at every opportunity they get to closer to Ethiopian border or something like that, they cross over. Deserted. Most Eritreans here, ask them, they were in the army, they left through the army. Do you understand? So he never took that loan. They couldn't control him. So the only thing they're doing today is to block him from SWIFT, block him from this, block him from that, but it still didn't work because the Eritreans, because of the diplomatic ties, they bring all the money to the embassy, and the embassy will carry the money and bring it to them. So they know how to bring it home. But every Eritrea, look, you are just showing the villages. You need to check Asmara, their capital. You need to check their second city. Everybody, even northern Nigeria is even worse than this place. A lot of places, even in Southwest, are even worse than places. Look at the landscape. They have only, most people there are women because most men are gone. You showing all pictures. You understand me? So don't use this thing. You need to check their Asmara. They were once a colony of Italy. Italy colonized them. They were once a colony of Italy. That's why they call them the little Rome of Africa, because their city looks the same like Rome. You understand? So,
all right. Take us back to where you were.
So now, the Rothschild, they have control because what did he do first during the Civil War? He has 5 sons, which he sent to the 5 continents, one in South America. So they control all those, where you hear Bank of England, Bank of this. It's not UK that owns those. It's the Rothschild that controls all those things. And the 5 countries they couldn't control, like North Korea and this. Any country they can't control, they term that country the axis of evil. Any country, US and all these people cannot control, they take to them, they are axis of evil. Check all the countries. So I don't think Sarah writing, maybe the World Bank will come and make what I call a political speech. But you and me know they're not going down to Imo State or going to Ibadan to send somebody to supervise the governor what he's doing with the money. We both know that. So let's leave that one to decide. What's the next topic, please?
Oh, okay. Go to this one. I suspect you might well.
Is there anyone who wants to ask me a question or interject on what I said earlier? Can do that, please?
No, carry on because so that we can bring other voices on board as well. Peter Obi bags Politician of the Year award. So I was making the argument that in terms of impact, there's been no politician more impactful in this particular political cycle than Peter Obi, because he just came like a whirlwind and seized the central space. So politician of the year, in terms of impact, very difficult to argue against Peter Obi.
Yeah, for the first time, I see you agree to something that is right. And anyone who would doubt that, not that he's the greatest politician, that is, being the politician of the year does not mean you are the greatest politician, but it means at the moment, this time, he's the politician of the year. Maybe next year will be someone else. Last year was someone else. Okay, now Obi came in and under, is it 8 months or 9 months, and he did what he did. The president won 12 in 12 states. Obi won in 12 states, and Atiku won in 12 states. So all this narrative of how great Tinubu is, nobody, he's the master strategist. He won the same number of states. Obi won the same states like he won. So it's not like there was a landslide there or there. No, we know what happened, including their manipulation and everything, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. He deserves it, and only someone who is just languishing in jealousy and in hatred, self-hatred, will ever deny that Obi is not the greatest.
Obi caught the zeitgeist of this moment, the spirit of this moment. So he caught it. He caught the perfect storm.
It has nothing to do with this moment. Do you know maybe he's going to be greater?
Hold on now. Hold on. I wasn't inviting an argument. Obi caught the zeitgeist of this moment. He caught the spirit of this moment. He caught the perfect storm. A bad government leaving office. The youth coming into enlightenment. The economy vesting heavily upon the people looking for a way out, and he presented a narrative. So he caught that spirit of that moment. And in terms of Obi being the politician of the year, everybody else, what they achieved in the course of this, it was somewhat predictable. It was predictable that Tinubu would win. It was predictable that Atiku would push him. It was predictable that Sowore will only get 2 votes. But the one thing that went against all of the predictions was the performance of Peter Obi. So that alone, because in terms of impact, he has been the most impactful because he caught the space of God, caught the spirit of the moment.
For me, what was the only thing that was predictable to me was it was predictable that Tinubu will rig the election.
Don't worry about all that.
No, you don't want to hear that one, right?
No, but you beat that drum all the time now.
But you're not going to take my own as fact. What sense does it make?
No. All right, carry on.
So now it was predictable that APC will rig the election because, and it was also predictable that so far that Tinubu will be a flop. Now, is it not the same Tinubu? This is why I say when they call the master strategist, is it not the same Tinubu that went around the whole country praising Buhari, saying how great he is, how he will continue from where he stopped? Now they come out hypocritically. They come out now to be condemning the same Buhari that he left them with empty pocket. It was his government wrecked the country economically and whatever.
I mean, you can critique Tinubu, of course, but what I was inviting is if Peter Obi was deserving of Politician of the Year.
That's what I said. I already said it here. Even it goes without saying that he's the best politician of the year. That
he's not the best. I don't know. But carry on.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, he's not necessarily the best, but the one that's had the most impact. He's certainly not the best politician, but he's been the most impactful politician.
He's the best at this moment. He's the best. That's why they gave him the award. And the most influential. That's why they gave him the award. He did something.
He can't be the most influential, can he, when he came third?
But this time, in this period, if not, how can some people have been there for years? Like somebody like what's his name, Ganduje and the rest and whatever. They've been there. Atiku, they've been there. This guy just joined a pedestrian party, just like a party that is not known for anything. Nobody. The last party that will come to your mind is Labour Party. We know that. He moved into that party And within 8 months, he did all he did. At least let's appreciate that. He deserves that. But that he will be the same next year, that means they say the price of the price of winning is more rewarding a good job. Is how do they put it? It's more hard work.
More work. More hard work. Yeah.
Yes. So he has to now, from now to 2027, prepare himself to a greater height. So this thing shouldn't be the zenith. It should be just like a stepping block where he has to, from that place, prepare himself to a greater heights. That is what I'm saying. So, but for right now, he deserves the award. And anybody, not everyone will agree. Yeah, but everyone have right to the independence. So I respect everyone's opinion. But in my opinion, he deserves that award.
All right, I agree with you, but for different reasons. Yeah, a very brief commentary on this, and then I'll go on to the next contributor. But make this one somewhat a short. River State APC handed to Wike to spite Amechi. This is a claim from the inside. There's an APC chieftain saying this. So just a brief
to be honest
commentary
to you, and anything that has to do with that threat of called Wike, and when it's time for election, you see him wearing our red cap, coming to Igbo and telling us how his parents were Igbos or something like that. It's a traitor. So waste my time discussing whether APC. I'm not interested in APC. I don't belong to it. They can do whatever they want. So on this note, I yield the platform to someone else. I'm not interested. We can talk about something more important than Wike.
All right, Braden, stay with us. Stay with us, Maurice. I'll do the loop round, then come round to you again.
I'm not going anywhere.
No, stay steady. All right, stay steady.
I'm not going anywhere. Tomorrow I want to take rest. I'm not going to office.
All right, stay steady. So we go on from Maurice to Kulata, who's with us for a moment. So Kulata, either to the headlines or what caught your attention or whatever it is that you'd like to have a conversation around. Cool, Kulata, the man with the data.
Hey, I'm not interested in any of the headlines. But there are a bunch of things that happened on Friday that I would like to talk about. Cardoso made a speech, and I think it's important as far as the direction of our economy, at least in the next 6 months. It's very important. So basically, the central bank, they want to fight inflation, and also central bank, they're getting out of all this development banking. If you guys remember, one time I was criticizing the central bank that why are they sharing money for farmers, doing all this stuff that development banks does. They're cutting all that stuff. So we're going to be selling what's it called? We're going to be selling notes in open market operations. I mean, typical central bank stuff. So where they went to like raise rates, they'll sell those notes, and I think it's going to be 18.75%. So interest rates will go up, and Cardoso seems to have kind of like done his own work. Another thing that they're doing is they're moving like 8 directors. They're trying to clean house in CBN. They're moving 8 directors into some operational role. So the typical role they enjoy, they're moving them away. And I can't remember what they call that department, but wherever they're moving them to seems like a dead end. So they want to start weeding, they want to start cleaning CBN from in-house.
Financial services monitoring.
Thank you. Then one important thing that is also happening to Nigerian economy that is a good development, they're sending all banks, they're going to change the capitalization requirements of all banks. So you're going to see a lot of mergers and acquisitions in the banks. And another thing you'll happen is you'll see a lot of foreign direct investments. Banks will have to go out now to look for money because they need to sell shares. They need to increase their capital requirement. So all these ones that Nigerian banking, they're not big enough to support our economy. You can make an argument for that. You can also make an argument to say that there's no incentive for them to do more than deposit. I mean, all this basic banking. they're not doing real banking. Nigerian banks are not driving the real economy. They're not lending. They're not risking their money. They're not really doing what you normally see in a European bank or US bank or whatever. So by forcing them to get bigger, they're going to force them to get bigger. They will be playing more, and CBN will get out of all those development banking that people have been using to chop money. Whatever, something farmers. That was CBN doing that. All that nonsense is going to stop. The CBN is returning.
All the anchor borrowers, something or
those anchor borrowers, all those shenanigans, anchor borrowers, one thing. All that stuff is going away. They're going to focus on core CBN functions, open market operations, reserve requirements, normal CBN stuff, right? So I see dollars coming in through that banking increased capitalization. I see that as an avenue to get dollars. I also see CBN trying to mop up excess liquidity by selling our notes. That potentially could, interest rates will go up, could also attract people that want to maybe invest in our bonds or treasury bills or whatever. So there's some actions as far as the monetary side goes. It's pretty positive, and there's now a clear direction on where our monetary policy is going. By making those banks bigger, it's going to kill a lot of small banks, and they will be forced to play some of these Tinubu's long-term goals of facilitating a credit economy where banks can afford to. Banks, how many people do banks lend credit to? Although the lending is going to be damn expensive, but they will have to make credit available. They will have to do more than just deposit.
How does having bigger banks facilitate that? Sorry.
Yeah, because you go to a bank now, say I want to import oil. They'll tell you, we don't have enough dollars. The banks can't support basic transactions. They'll tell you no, they cannot give you dollars. So our economy we're used to not relying on banks. A large sector of the economy doesn't rely on banks. We have to look for funding by ourselves. So you don't see that abroad. You don't see that. How can you go to a bank to fund LPO or something and they tell you that they can't finance you? That there's no dollars. There's no this, there's no that. So by increasing, the capital requirement, making the banks bigger, they'll be able to do more. Or you may have fewer banks, but they'll be able to do more. So we need for the $1 trillion economy that Tinubu wants to grow. Even I think that was part of the narrative. That for the $1 trillion economy he wants to grow, that we need bigger banks to support that kind of economy. Our banks are not big enough. They're not big enough, and there's no incentive for them to even participate in real economy. The way the economy is, they just whatever they do. The narrow thing they do is sufficient for them, and they make money off it, and they won't do more. So you have to force them to do more now. Who is that? Go ahead.
Yeah, Kulata. Bank wanting to do more in terms of borrowing and increasing the interest rate. How does that work?
It's not. Lending is going to be more expensive. There's no ifs or buts about it. If government is increasing interest rates, they want to fight inflation, so they have to increase interest rates. So borrowing.
So they increase the interest rate now. How does it work? Because it means that people will be afraid to borrow because the interest will be too high to.
Well, this is it.
The interest will not be attractive now. So who is going to borrow on a high interest rate? What business are you going to do?
Today, the number of people that can borrow in banks are few. The people that cannot borrow in banks, they borrow from Shylocks. They borrow from all these people. Those have, I will call those, I'm looking for the English words to use. I'll call those like illegal. I mean, like crazy interest rates, like all these money Shylocks outside. Those are the alternatives if you can't go to the bank. So if you go to the bank, it's still going to be less than what you get today from those Shylocks. But I mean, we have to fight inflation. So there's no way that you're going to fight inflation using interest rate as a tool that it will not have some negative impact on the economy. It will have negative impact on the economy. But I mean, in terms of like, it may create a tiny recession here or there. It's possible. Who knows? And but the people.
Okay.
Let me
please
finish.
Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I want to understand something from you.
Wait. Let me just finish. Let me finish that line of thought. But the people that can't even borrow from the banks are even borrowing at a higher interest rate today. I've been seeing interest rates where people will demand 50% to 100% within a year in Nigeria. It happens in all this with these loan sharks. People have to go to loan sharks. Going to the bank will still be cheaper than the loan shark, but the interest rate will generally increase. And for those that have been getting facilities from the bank, yes, it's going to be more expensive for you to borrow from the bank. But at least for the time that we're fighting inflation, till we get to where the inflation needs to be, I don't know how many years that's going to take. Borrowing on the average for people that are already getting it from the bank will be more costly. So that's
so it means that's the only option they have. What happens to the productive side of it? Because even the minister of is it a trade or so, that woman that said that they cannot patronize substandard Nigerian made in Nigerian cars, means that they are not even thinking towards production. Or is there anywhere that the CBN governor is pointing towards that directive?
That's not CBN.
That minister of trade saying that is I don't know.
Not CBN. Okay, that's not CBN's business. That's not. I mean, trade and all that stuff. That doesn't have. CBN has no business with that. See, that's the thing that I like. CBN is focusing on their core mandate, monetary policy. All that trade, investment, all that stuff. You can go and talk to that lady and talk to Cardoso. Yeah, I mean, sorry, not Cardoso. Edun. Talk to Edun or that lady. It has nothing to do with CBN. Again, CBN is focusing on their core mandate now. We're not in the Emefiele era anymore, where it was just Dugbe in CBN. That Dugbe era is hopefully is forever gone. So I see. I mean, outside of that too, I think Dangote is, from what I've heard too, I think I read it in Financial Times, that he's gotten his oil supplies locked down, that December is going to make a delivery in December. And they also said the NNPC stuff is still on track. So we should not be surprised if the country is getting to a better position in 6 months, if those things pan out. If those things pan out, we may be going to a better position real quick in like 6 months to a year. I think a year will be a very, very good measure to see where we are. But we may be turning a corner now. I can confidently say that we may be turning the corner. I just hope those refineries kick off. The Cardoso thing that one is gone. I mean, that's that. But if those other things kick off in alignment with what just got announced, things may go better, at least in 6 months to a year. But we have a new normal. So don't expect that,
the price of petrol will not significantly drop still, though. That's not...
No. The price of petrol. That's what I was going to go to, that we have a new normal.
Okay.
We have a new normal. Everybody needs to get used to the new normal. The new normal is deregularized petrol, of course, with some hanky-panky here and there to make sure the price doesn't just run wild. The new normal is not making your rice go back to 20,000 naira. No, all that's gone. We'll have a new normal. Things may be relatively stable, but at this price points that we're seeing, things may just remain more stable, and of course, we'll be able to build liquidity we'll be able to build some liquidity over time. But it's just the beginning. That's what I think. But I don't want to gas everybody up. That's why I'm telling you, like, don't think, because we think, when price drop, prices are not going to drop. Inflation is not going to disappear overnight. That's going to take years and years to get where it's supposed to be. But
there's the rumor that we are likely to have a new CBN governor sometime soon. Some names being put forward. Are you aware? And
I'm aware. I sent it to your WhatsApp, but is this the phone I'm using to talk? But that lady that was the advisor, that Tinubu selected as a special advisor to energy, she's being tipped as the new MD, and another Yoruba guy.
Oluwaseun.
Yeah, that Oluwaseun. She's between two, her and some other guy. What's that guy's name? He's on my phone.
Gbenga Komolafe.
Between her and that Gbenga Komolafe will most likely take over. What's his name? Kyari, based on the rumor based on what's going on in the rumor mill. So we may have Yorubanization.
Imagine how the space will respond to that.
Well, who cares at this point?
Who cares, right? Well.
At this point, who cares?
Okay.
Like, if you care, you can cry.
Is that a Joel cares? You care, don't you, Joel?
I do care. I mean, what are you talking about? So you want the, you're talking about the entire FRS. You're talking about CBN, Finance Minister, Customs, Police, bro. Now, wow.
Is it not winner takes all? Is it not winner takes all?
This one. Tinubu did this one, though. What I'm just saying is that, I hope, when another government comes in, because Tinubu's own is brutal. It's like very, very brutal. Buhari's time, Buhari was going to middle belt, right? As long as they're Muslims or something, right? So he was going to middle belt. They have the northeast, they have the northwest. But in Tinubu's time, it is like in the south, it's only like southwest. It's not like you southeast, south. But let's go see how it pans out.
Joel, remind me what Tinubu said in Abeokuta.
What did he say? He said Yoruba local.
Oh, there you are.
Is okay?
Is that not it? Is that not what it's saying?
It's okay. When he said it though, he said it, and people voted for him based on that. So
that seems to be what is playing out now.
I see it. It's okay. Kulata, Baba, continue, Joe.
Joe, next time try win election. No vex. In another, so that's as far as kind of like economic direction goes. Then in another news, this guy was Peter Obi's vice president again.
Yes, Ahmed, yes.
So apparently now they've stopped his law school from graduating is he accepting or graduating? I think admitting any students for 5 years. Because apparently they have a quota of 50 students or so per year, and he's been breaking it.
No, law students.
Law students. So all those Dino, Melaye, and co that go to Bayes University to read law, and all these politicians, they are bad now. No more law degree from Dati Ahmed School. So people may call it political motivated, but he broke the rules, right? We're not supposed to break the rules.
It's going to take the tonality of the Lagos demolitions, isn't it?
At this point in time, I don't care. Like, people will say what they have to say. That's what I've noticed. Whether there's merit to it or not, at this point in time, I don't care. They've banned the school from admitting.
Kulata, can I say something?
Yeah.
One man, this situation, Kulata, thank you very much. This situation is very, very bad. The victimization is too much. Can Tinubu just stop? Whoever that's in charge of this nonsense should just stop. We school in Nigeria run on its quota. It's either you're below or you're above? Have you gone to see the average class in secondary schools, in our universities? What is all this? What is all this? Like, we're acting like, these things are not verifiable. For the first time, I am seeing a university getting banned for what? For
breaking the law. For breaking the law.
For just nothing but
for breaking the law.
No, Mama, stop using breaking the law.
They broke the rules childish. Now. They broke the rules.
These other universities that are breaking the rules, what are you doing to them?
What are we talking about? The same thing. They're doing the same thing to them, bro.
They're doing where? Show me proof. Show me proof, Kulata.
Let me show. At some point in time, OAU law was put on whatever. That was last year or 2 years ago.
No, one man. See, Kulata, you would agree with me that what we're talking about is like department by department. That if you go to some universities, you see how many students that in that class. You will see like over 100 students in a class. Is that part of the quota? We know that they've already, even by the size of their class, ought to have certain students. But those classes, you go in there, students are standing. It's like a rowdy session. You need to go to Ofrima in University of Port Harcourt when they're doing all these basic programs and all that. You see more people there. Are they when did they come and say, hey, you stop it? You cannot, because we do not have even enough university to take our students. Now you're going to ban this one just because of what? It's unfortunate.
Joel,
go ahead,
Joel. Kulata.
Yeah.
Kulata.
Yes.
Kulata, I would like to say something, please.
Sure.
Hello?
Go ahead. I said sure.
Kulata.
I said sure.
It said go ahead.
From the tonality of the way. Yeah, okay, thank you. The way we see things and the way the tone we use and how biased we are, even here on this platform, it breaks my heart because we still have a long way to go. We're talking about moving the country forward, unity and this and that, but there's much more division. We are closer to division than even and far away from unity. People will support something just because it favors them. It doesn't make sense. How can you just consider that school is the only school that broke the? How do you even know they broke the law? Because this man came out and said what he said. What about? Do you know how many private universities and even state-owned and federal government-owned universities are they not breaking the law? But we will come here trying to glorify the actions of the government, and we know this guy said something like this a few days ago, two weeks ago, and now suddenly
Morris,
they realize of all the time
initially
the school
said,
existed. Now
I
they
initially
realize
said
this
I didn't want to
biasness,
interject.
even if
Oga Morris, I initially said I didn't want to interject anybody. But
you keep
wait
quiet,
now,
please.
I don't
Let me
want
just finish, please.
not to pass falsehood. I just want to put qualification on what Kulata said. Right, he didn't say it. He gave the news, but he didn't give the details. Right, it is actually the Nigerian law school.
Emeka, I know where you always stand. I know where you always stand. You never see anything good in your place. And
not about no, sir. Stop it.
Allow me, Emeka.
Stop it. No, stop it. Don't use that word. Stop it. I will always be on the side of truth.
Maurice, you must let him speak without. Hold on.
I have said
attack his point, not his personality. No ad hominem. Carry on, Emeka.
I didn't want to interject, but I wanted to just put more context to what Kolata said. It's not the Nigerian government. I will always be on the side of truth, and I don't want anybody to come here to begin to say what Maurice has said. I think it is wrong to begin to go after me, especially when the truth is right staring at us. It is the Nigerian Law School that has said we have a quota for each university that we can admit. We know we do not have, how many Nigerian law schools do we have in the country? Well, if someone has a backlog of 325 and you are admitting so many people in law, how do we take them? What provisions can we make for them? How do we cater for them? Do you know that the Nigerian law school also accommodates these people? And there are quotas for each of the law schools we have. It is not the federal government. Should we stop casting these aspersions all the time and say the truth? If we don't know the right information, probably we should research on it and speak on the truth. This is a platform that should stand for truth and not to pursue any bias, sentiment, or ethnic frivolism.
I'm telling you, there are schools that have that same problem. There are federal universities in Nigeria that have that same problem.
I have right to
reply. What do you mean?
I'm not.
They tell you that that's what happened. It's normal. It's everywhere in Nigerian university.
Your personality.
Is it only in law?
Personality, you showed yourself. You have a
okay, guys. Let's stop the personality attack.
You are tribe. You hate everything about what you say.
All
right. No. Let's not go there. Back to you, Kulata.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
And that is
okay.
No. We don't want to do that.
No. Yeah. Okay. So let me even read itself. I have it open now. So from what it said it emerged from the findings by the panel led by the Director General, Nigerian Law School, Professor Isa Hayatu Shiroma, SAN, that Bayes University consistently and most flagrantly had contravened its admission quota of 50 students per session as approved by the Council of Legal Education, with the result that the faculty is currently having a backlog of over 347 law students waiting to be admitted into the Nigerian Law School. Since 2017, the Council of Legal Education had grappled with the excesses of Bayes University by admitting over 750 law students, which ordinarily would have taken about 15 years of admission based on the quota allotted to the university. And also, Bayes University runs a 3-year LLB program, you see, for some UTME candidates. Other universities, law is 5 years. They run a 3-year. So they're flagrantly disobeying the quota, and they're churning out people every 3 years, all these politicians. So he that comes to equity must come with clean hands. So if you go on the TV to go and pontificate about a government or whatever, please do not be breaking the law. That's just common sense that everybody should know. And I think that is...
Kulata, I want to ask you a question on what you just read.
Okay.
Okay, how do you explain that when is it the current Minister of Education is from that school? That Minister of Education is from the school now. So how do you explain that?
It has nothing to do with Minister of Education or what. It is the law school. The Nigerian Law School is an independent institution. You see,
and they are not. They're just recognizing that now.
I kept quiet not to create conflict, right?
But it doesn't matter
apparently, let's say I do not want to say certain things to look like I want to insult people, but some of us in the permanent need to research deeply on things. The Nigerian Law School has nothing to do with Ministry of Education. It's a law school where they train, where graduates who have done law come in and they now train you on how to become a lawyer. It has nothing to do with Minister of Education or Ministry of Education or even the government. It's an independent institution on its own. And they are saying there is backlog. We can't take people. Bayes University is not the first university they've done it to. If you have done your research properly.
It's not the first, no, I told them.
Guys, please. And when somebody is speaking, the next thing you now do is to now attack the person's personalities. It's wrong. Especially when you are talking ignorantly. It's wrong.
Sorry. Oh, no, hold on. I want to move on back to Kulata. But before I go back to Kulata, I'm going to ask you a question, Ekene. But I want a very short answer, not some elongated essay, just a short answer. What relationship does your question have to do with what Kulata just read?
It has a lot to do now. Because maybe... Why did it happen now?
No. That wasn't your question. You were saying that the Minister of Education went to that university.
Yeah, he's from that school now.
Yeah, but what does
so
that?
Who did the background check and all that?
What are you talking? What has that got to do with what Kulata read?
I'm thinking because we're thinking about breaking the law and all that.
One man.
I have my mind thinking towards that direction. The Minister of Education is from that school.
One man.
So how did they come up with all these stories?
Okay, maybe you didn't hear what Kulata read.
I heard it very well. I just asked a question.
Yeah, let me just say something. I think Kulata said he doesn't care about what people think. And I think almost everybody who can reasonably think, right, appropriately now, as a true Nigerian, shouldn't really pay attention to a section of the Nigerian populace as it is, because they will basically want to drive points from every irrelevant conversation. We are talking about Nigeria Law School. The question you should be asking them is, we should ask them first to tell you about what they know about Nigeria Law School, and then the NJC and the body that actually oversight over the Nigeria Law School. I remember at the time my school was banned for almost 3 years from mobilizing students to Nigeria Law School. As it is now, the only reason why Base is prominent in the newspaper is because of the
proprietor.
The proprietor, yeah, is because of that guy, Dati. I can tell you authoritatively that there will be more than 100 schools in Nigeria through their law schools that will be banned. My school has been banned in the past. Okay, so when things happen like this, when you want to create, because when we talk about the dishonest nature of Nigerians and the treacherous nature of Nigerians, this is what we're talking about. When you talk about issues that are going on, demolition, they will bring ethnic conversation into it, as if that is affecting only a region. We have Urhobo people, we have Hausa people, we have Yoruba people who are facing the same situation. Now we are talking about Nigeria Law School. People are saying because of politics. Do you know what this school have been doing? First of all, if I were in the shoe of those who are making this, I would probably ban them for 20 years. Because you are not supposed to even mobilize any students in that school to go to law school. Why would you go to law school with 2 years or 3 years?
3 years. How do you read law for 3 years? Everybody does it for 5.
Do you know what that means? I studied law for 5 years, and I went to law school for. You have to go through the whole gamut of the law, of the theories and everything in law. How would you study 3 years? Study law. That's why even the likes of the judge, all of them, Dino, all of them, they're not going to mobilize them until they complete those 2 years first. Then they've been violating these issues since 2017. And this is why we are talking about hypocrisy here and there. When you come to equity, you come with a clean hand. This is the same guy that up and down about the judiciary. He was an election rigger himself. He was kicked out. But he wouldn't stop, he wouldn't stop crying about the judiciary. Look at what is happening in his school. The school that he is actually of course we know he's handling the school for someone. Then we are talking about the Minister of Education came from the school. How does that make any intellectual conversation? How do you juxtapose that argument or that debate? Does it make any sense?
It means that the man is also involved in the corruption now. So you should also the man still has some question to answer.
Hold on,
based on that, because we are talking about accountability.
When you are talking of accountability, then you shouldn't be talking about something that is repugnant to the law, that is ultra-virus to the law, that the guy who wants to who pontificates, right, and who is huffing and puffing every time against the judiciary is actually in his backyard. It's on a daily basis since 2017, flouting the laws of the country. Who mobilizes students to law school, after studying for 3 years? You are supposed to, law school is 5 years. Law study is 5 years. Then you go for 1 year of law school, you go for 1 year of NYSC. Before no graduate student from countries is for. They should. If you actually want to,
All right, you're breaking up quite heavily, enigmatic, but I think we get the thrust of where you are. Yeah.
One man. Let me counter what Kolata and what's his name, enigmatic.
Oh, okay, counter it, but then Kulata takes the floor back after that, so that we can maintain the structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The issue there is that in many countries today, even the United States, they've been able to reduce. It's about the credit hours. If you can complete the credit hours, the same, for instance, the same LPN that you study for 2 years in a place like Texas, when you come to Tennessee, you study it for 1 year. The issue there is that the credit hours must be met. Whether you do it in 5 months, whether you do it in 1 year, the credit hours must be met. So what the emphasis should be, whether it is 3 years or 5 years. I mean, I don't know what you guys are studying. If you can teach law at 5 years and you produce product like enigmatic, why don't you make it 3 years and just get ahead with it?
One man.
Right? So that's the thing. That's my point. The issue there is this. Hold on, can I just say something, please?
Hold on, one
my
man.
issue
Before
there
you
is
proceed,
one man. Hold on, now, let me say something now. Let me say something now.
One man.
You were breaking up. You were breaking up. I was on a train of thought. Let me finish my train of thought. Then you come back.
I want to call one
people like that.
I want to call attention.
No, but what I'm just trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this.
You know, you've started your platform again today, giving room to people that I'm not actually referring to me directly, and you are not doing anything about it. When I start, don't stop me, please.
All right, no personal comments. We did say that earlier. No personal comments, but land data.
It's a troll. It's not like it's serious. It's a troll. And enigmatic, you should know that I don't hate you. Brother.
No, you are too old to be doing that. Keep my name out of
no, I'm just telling you it's a troll, right?
You can make a point without having a headache about enigmatic.
It was just a fair. It was just joking. Yeah.
It was a troll.
All right. Yeah, land the wider point, and then let's get back to so that I can get to you.
So the point is this, one man. The point is this, one man, that even in the West today, there are courses that goes for 4 years that people have been able to reduce it to like maybe 2 or 3 years max, right? So if the law school in Nigeria or a school in Nigeria takes the initiative to reduce those cost loads to 3 years and make it a fast track program, I see nothing wrong with it. The year shouldn't matter. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kulata.
Okay. For those making arguments for comparing United States, I think for a long time Nigeria has had 6 law schools after I graduate from college. 6 law schools. I think they just added another 7 or so. So there's a capacity issue. You can't be churning out lawyers in 3 years when other schools are going to 5 years. And then you're also breaking your quota. It does not make any sense. So you can't be, that's flagrantly breaking the rules. And you should be punished for that. So in another news, is World Peace on the platform? I want to extend my sincere congratulations to World Peace. One man, if you can open the last link I sent to you, one man. World Peace is now not honorary citizen though. It's now a full citizen.
You mean Omonoba Adopolo in Lagos?
No, not that. Look at the.
Okay. All right. Is it? Yes. You're a Biafran now. World Peace.
World Peace is now a Biafran because Edo State has officially been added by Samuel Ekpa.
Now then, cause I'm now when they made those state
Afemai Igodomigodo, state of Biafra. The capital of Afemai state is Auchi. So Igodomigodo. I think that's Benin. So World Peace, I would like to congratulate you, and I wish you, I don't know, I wish you good luck under your prime minister. And honorary Biafra. Yeah. So I don't know.
Why is he excluding Yoruba state? Why is Oyo not part of Biafra? Is this some marginalization? Why have you marginalized that I'm not being allowed into Biafra? What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's a matter of time. But one is from today on, your Mondays you'll be vacationing, no working. I don't want to be seeing you in all those shipyards. Don't be walking from one shipyard to the other. You sit at home, you behave yourself on Monday. But this is ridiculous.
Whatever they are doing is online. They can't even try to say it. They will put their head on spike. It's not their fault now. Like Martin will say, those people that was chanting obedience in Benin then, they will blame for it. Let them continue. They will meet their water law. So
Naija Watch has handed over Edo to Simon Ekpa. But congrats once again. So one man. I'll jump off now. I'll come back later when I need to take it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kolata. So there it is now. Ogodo, now a satellite outpost of Owerri. So a satellite outpost of Owerri. Let me go on to you, Joel, and then from Joel we go on to Ajane Koko, and then we continue to push it on.
Mama, I think you came to me before.
All right, sorry, Joel. Let me go to Ekene, and then we'll. Sorry, okay, I didn't come to you first. Yeah, Ekene, you're up next. The Begida of Alaba.
Yeah, one man.
Alpha.
I did. Greetings to everyone.
Yes. Do you want me to line it up? Just conversations with Maurice earlier. Obi bags Politician of the Year award. So in my conversation with Maurice, we both agreed that Obi is the Politician of the Year, but for different reasons. But do you concur with that headline, Ekene?
Oh man, let me sign out. I think I don't know what's happening to my connection. I'll sign back again when if I'm on.
All right, jump back on because we want to hear from you. Yes, Ekene, to you.
Yeah, definitely. Because not only that he contested for an election, he also impacted in gingering a lot of young minds to join politics. So, especially we back home that made up our mind to join political party was because of the other young youths that are now a card-carrying member of a political party. Mostly, the decision was taken because of Obi. So, just to keep that trend to continue.
Obi added a lot of things to this political cycle. He brought in a lot of new people. He brought in the Southeast, who have always been apathetic to politics. So, look at the numbers. Everywhere they were all out voting, and they are all energized now politically. He brought in disenfranchised youths, and he even cut as deep as into the middle belt, and he even threatened the North. I cannot see any politician that's had more impact than Pete Obi in this cycle.
Yeah, I can authoritatively tell you that there are a lot of men that have voters card that never voted in their life, especially in our space in Alaba. They are too busy for business. But Obi narrative drove them out on the 25th of February of this year. Even when the sun is shining, most of them were happy to cast their votes. So, but those guys are the people, when you talk about politics, they don't really care. They don't want to talk about politics. But immediately this man jumped in, a lot of them become interested in discussing politics. So there was I could remember a day one of my friends came to the market, say Yoruba guy, he was saying that you people are shouting over. I know that you guys don't have PVC. Those guys were bringing out their PVC from their drawers. The guy was shouting, "So you guys have PVC before, and you people are not." They said that you people don't have PVC, and you people are not voting. Wow, are they fear now? So, and I was very happy that they didn't even they make use of that PVC, and they even a lot of them follow the court case to the end. And these guys are the people that are not really interested in anything called politics, but just at this particular point in time, Obi make them to be aware. People don't like watching news. This guy made them to be aware. So he impacted positively in Nigerian politics. So I don't dispute that. No matter what, any other person
the next task is if he's able to sustain that momentum. So that's really where the heavy lifting. So he has landed now at the center stage as a real political figure, as a senior political player. But is he able to, because that's the most difficult part, of being able to sustain that base and carry them along with this political journey. So we'll see how that plays out, and it depends on how he places politics under the Tinubu administration first term.
Yeah, those guys are. I know that if vote is still conducted today, those guys will still vote for him. The people I know have voted for him. Nobody has shifted their ground, especially in what they believe that Obi is. All of them still have their mind on him, that one day he will become the president of this country. So, but the only thing that I know that people are complaining is the system, that people are not allowed to choose their leader the way they want. So a lot of people are disappointed in that IREV of a team, which also put some enthusiasm. So, but now most of them are not. They are somehow. In fact, one woman was telling me, "Sheba, I tell you, all those days you are jumping Obi. I tell you, no go waste your time. These guys knows who will rule the country." The woman was like, "Sheba, I tell you." So, but I have to keep calm. It will not somebody like that.
Kenneth, do you think that space is misreading the politics? Because because you have to do an audit of what transpired under this particular cycle, and if the narrative is still around Mahmoud Yakubu and IREV and transmission of results, then you're not. Those are not the lessons. So those are not the lessons. The lessons from this politics is about negotiations. It's about building outreach bases right through the length and breadth of the country. It's about what we learned in this cycle is that politics in Nigeria is not so much about the individual voters. It's about power structures and power bases. So if you are able to penetrate like the Métis Allah sort of space, who pledged their votes to Tinubu, then you have a whole grid of people. If you are able to penetrate people like the Sultan of Sokoto, and then senior politicians like Babangida, so that's how elections are won. You have to reach to power structures, reach across your base, form relationships, and build those relationships in the down cycles of politics. But if the narrative is still it is an IREV and it's not transmission, and then
I know what you are saying.
You are not taking any learning. You can go, you are not taking. It's just victim blaming.
Those thoughts are there. No matter how you want to paint it, those thoughts are there. Those are in IREV and the INEC. They are still there. No matter how you want to paint it, I know that he still needs the north.
You did not lose to IREV, or you did not lose to IREV.
No matter how you want to, I know, but just like I told you,
you lost to politics. That's what you lost to.
A lot of them follow that court process. When that judgment came out, their conclusion was that okay, so the thing they promised us that they will be transmitting result, so those things are no more there. So even for the people that I campaign to,
sorry,
am I going to be telling them that? What am I going to be telling them? Because I use that as a campaign tool now.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the transmitting of the election results in real time, do you think it would have impacted on this election?
Wow, definitely. Definitely. I know. How? Yeah, I know. Just let's not go deep in there, but I know it will impact. It will impact so much. I want to tell you this one man authoritatively that a lot of OB voters are new voters and non-interested political. Those people that are not much interested in politics. A lot of them. Yeah, I know that. So there is nothing to argue. And those guys are still there. The next thing, the worst thing that can happen, maybe they will not go and vote again. And that number might reduce. But if they decide to come up again and vote, he will still get that number. Because most of them are not, there are people that, most of them are businessmen that don't have time. I wish you were in Lagos. You see what happened. You see how people leave their shop to go and seek for PVC. And the people that have it, they have to go into their wardrobe searching for it until they get it. They will come and ask you, can I use this voter's card?
Yeah, but
until we
saw the impact of all of that now in Obi 6 million votes. Did we not see the impact of all of that? And in Lagos, and did we not see the impact?
Yeah, those impacted a lot. So, and those guys are still there. The worst thing that they can know, I know that highest they will not vote again. Those guys you see are the people you see on the day of election. They will be playing ball on the street.
Well, they can play ball on the street.
That's the worst thing that can happen in the next election. They might decide to let's play ball.
Well, then they will continue to remain second-tier citizens of that country. If they don't come to the front of the table and battle their way through, they'll continue to become second.
That's the only thing Obi have to do, maybe to still energize those guys. Yeah, and one of the things that will help is reforming the system, the INEC system, which I don't know if it will happen. But Obi has to.
Is that how you think you lost the election? Is that how you think you lost the election, INEC?
Well, for me, it played a lot. Maybe no matter even if you don't want to believe it. Yes, it played a lot.
What about the votes from the north? What about those? What about the votes from the southwest? What about those?
One man. I know what I'm saying. Let's leave it there. Maybe because I know what I'm saying.
No, you don't now. You don't now. You are trying to, not you personally, but that space. You are trying to hide away from the realities that confront you. What about the votes from the north? What about the votes from the north is there?
The vote from the north is there, definitely. I know.
What about the votes from the southwest?
So, but I'm still going to.
What about the politics? What about the politics?
The politics
you want to win an election without playing politics? You want to win an election without playing politics? What's going on?
Man, just leave it there. I don't want to go. I don't want to go too deep in that discussion because if we go there, I will not have the strength to talk much on that because it's a past tense now. But I'm telling you, going forward, what I experienced, and if Obi is hearing me, for him to know how to energize that space to remain, because my point is that those spaces is still there for him. If he energizes them, I know those guys. I know the people that voted him, not necessarily politicians, but people that are not interested in politics are the people that voted for him. For me, I've never been, even people like me that have not been much in doing campaign for a politician. I did it. I did everything I do. It's because of him.
I just feel that Obi is expending his energy in the wrong direction. Rather than trying to run a parallel government, trying to counterweight, well, yes, he can run opposition politics, but really he should have a down period where he's quietly in the dead of night going to palaces and mansions, real heavy back-breaking politics. So
you know, there is one thing
and then they will
there is
press
one thing
conference.
he
Yes, it doesn't get it.
there is one thing he's doing for maybe he did and somebody said that he's building a new section of army because I usually see him with all these photos of SS2 and SS3 students and SS1 students visiting their schools and all that, which is a very big impact also, but people will not see it in that angle because in the next 4 years, those guys will be 18 or even more than.
That's good politics, and if he's doing that, that's good politics.
So, but people are just downplaying it. But I see him doing that a lot these days. Visiting them, taking pictures with them, having classes with them. Those guys will be 18 in the next 4 years. And then when they come out to vote, and they are very happy to receive him whenever he's in their midst. So that's also politics. But going forward, I would want him to concentrate on the North, in the North. So maybe he will get their support in the next election. But that 2027 will be very difficult one. But let's see how it pans out. And I don't even know whether I never know even if he will contest. So it depends on whether he will contest.
He will contest because the space will force him to. But he has no chance of winning because the politics in 2027, it does not open up to a southerner replacing Tinubu. If Tinubu is going to be removed in 2027, it will have to be by a northerner, not anybody from the south. Because the North will not vote for a southerner that will have another 8 years to rule them, and then they are 12 years out. You understand that?
Yeah.
You understand that? Yeah.
I understand that politics. I understand it. Yeah, but I also
the window doesn't really open for Obi at all. This was his only window. If anybody wants to tell you the cruelty of
but the only thing is that he has a big stake in Nigerian politics of today. No matter what happens, anybody that even want to contest from the North will first of all look at him as a vice.
Yes.
That's definite.
Or come and negotiate because Obi is too big to be a vice to anybody anymore. But
Obi is too big to be a vice, but he's a big stake in Nigerian politics today. You cannot ignore him just like that in politics of Nigeria today.
Yes.
So he has made name for himself in the Nigerian space.
Yes, but the voting bloc that he really commands, which is the Southeast, we have seen in 2 cycles of election now that the Southeast does not really impact the presidential election. You know, they can embellish it, but they don't actually fundamentally impact it. We saw it with Buhari, and we saw it again now.
Even the Southeast cannot impact the same thing as the Southwest, and the only thing is to have alliances. So no zone can make a president in Nigeria.
That's true.
A single zone cannot make a president, even the Southwest. So even if not for somebody like Tinubu, I don't see any other person that can go to the North and get vote.
You are right.
So it means that apart from Tinubu, who else that can go there and say, I need your vote, and they will listen to him just like that.
Actually, apart from Tinubu, Obi stands a good chance against any Southwest. Even Oshibanjo, Obi stands he has a slight edge on Oshibanjo, who you probably want to say is the most senior most in terms of name recognition from the Southwest.
You are wrong, one man. You are wrong on that, one man. You are very wrong on that.
Okay.
Obi.
You've dipped again. Don't speak of Obi.
The God want to shut enigmatic up. The gods want to shut.
The gods are struck him. Okay. Do you want me to move you on or?
Yeah. Another thing I want to say is this Minister of Trade or what that comes out to say that they will not be patronizing Nigerian made vehicle. So she called it substandard made in Nigerian vehicle. I don't know why, and we say that we don't want to be demarketing Nigeria, and she is the one demarketing Nigeria by herself. Do our leaders really love this country? They don't do.
Woman, do you permit me to ask Ekene a question?
Okay.
Ekene, did you watch that video?
I just read the comment.
Thank you. Now, you know what newspapers will do, or the media houses? They will sensationalize things so that they can sell or do clickbait. I watched it. What she said was, you see, government is not just here to support you, government is also your customer too. And in that respect, government will not just be there to just buy substandard products. She did not say vehicle, substandard products, just because they are government. They expect you to get your standard very proper with international levels. That's what she said. And
even at that, I don't like the statement.
Let me correct it properly. Yeah. And just because it's the automobile industry center that was in the meeting, it was taken out of context. The woman did not say government will not buy your vehicle. I would try to get that video and send it to woman so that woman can play it. Please. You see, I'm not blaming you for this, right? When I saw it, I was like, why would the minister want to say stuff like that? And I decided to go do my research and looked at it. And I saw the context where she was coming from. She was taken out of context. Continue.
No, it was the soundbite, right? It was the soundbite. I think that's the reason why. Like, they made it the soundbite and it didn't look good. If that is the most important thing you say,
why did channels report it like that? Because
that's what media houses, that's what newspapers want to. They want to sell papers. So you often see times and time again that people will come out and they will say, why are you taking me out of context? That is not what I said. But media houses, especially newspapers, will coin words differently so that they can get that clickbait, or they will sell their papers. Or if she has said substandard products, you look at it and say, hey, yes, we do substandard products in the country, and you move ahead. But they wanted it in that particular format so that people will go in and read the news from them. But when you play the video, you will see that what she said is quite contrary to what they are reporting.
Okay, let me just keep it there because I just read the report and I was angry about it. Maybe when I see the video, I will also conclude on that. But seeing that report, I was not happy with that minister. So being as if she is the marketing Nigerian products, which they are supposed to be the one encouraging them to do more. So let me just keep it there. Maybe when I see the video, I will have my narrative concluded on that. So that is it, one man. Soludo visited one of the places in Anambra West. Those area Igala people the Igala people in Anambra, where they come from, Olumbanansa. So I commend him for that. I wish the promise he gave them that he is going to fulfill it, because the area was deserted for a very long time because of insecurity and all that. I've ravaged them because they are mostly farmers and they are living in a riverine area. So he visited them and asked them their need, and they gave him what they want, which is a well-identified security operation in that area, and a town hall where they will be having their meeting and all that. So I watched the video and I was impressed by the visit he gave to that environment, because those are farmers we have in our state. So they need to be protected by the government. So I was happy for that visit, which the governor did to that area. So it left, the only thing that is left now is for him to fulfill the promise that he gave them. So that is it, one man, nothing much.
All right, brilliant. Can I stay with us? There's still other topics I want to hear from you on. But let me move the conversation around so that everybody gets to speak. The majestic King Emeka is up next. Emeka, sorry.
I thought it was me.
Emeka actually came in just before you. So let Emeka go.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Woman. I'll use my time very judiciously because I have three main topics I want to talk about. But first, let me greet the panelists, comment section, as well as the viewers as usual. Please like, share, subscribe, and then invite your family, friends, loved ones, as well as your enemies to the show. Anyway, okay, I just want to also use 1 minute to say something. Please, I'm not trying to rub this on anybody, but I just want to say it because the people come into the show because they feel they can get some form of objectivity, entertainment, and education too. You understand? So, in that respect, I think it is on us. The onus is on us to research on specific topics, right, and express probably our or possibly our opinion, as well as maybe the fact in line with that topic. All these name callings, personality attacks, and also maybe the ethnic group of the of individuals. I don't think it makes us any better. I'll be honest. For me, I always want to stand on the truth. I will say it the way I think the truth is, except I have been misinformed. And then if I have been misinformed, I would look at it and apologize based on the misinformation that I've had. So that's just it. So I would like to speak on three topics: the Oba of Benin visiting Lagos, and the Cardoso. I think Colata did a very good job in providing update on the Cardoso's meeting with the banker, the National Bank, the bankers house actually on Friday. So, but I will just provide my own perspective on it, and then finally also speak on the demolition that happened in Lagos, not the one in Festac, but in Lagos. I wanted to send one man the video on it, but it was too heavy. I wanted to send it to on WhatsApp, but WhatsApp couldn't take everything, and I didn't have the time to splice it up because it appears there will be further demolition coming. I just wanted to provide more context before people come up to misinform the public again. And I think, if you look at Wike's media interview on Friday or Thursday, I think he gave that interview on Thursday, you will see how malicious we are in that country. When things are done to people who have actually contravened the law, what they will do, they will come from an ethnic sentiment to attack you, or they will come from a religious sentiment to attack you, and they will probably now come from a political sentiment to attack you. It just shows how malicious we are in the country. And all this is not to our own good. It will only create more chaos in the future. Now, let me start with the Oba of Benin. I think I sent this to one man. I really enjoyed, the chiefs, the Edo high chiefs, how they were paying their respects to the Oba and the prayers they were saying for the Oba. And I think it amazed the governor of Lagos State, and it was quite entertaining, and as well as much respect to the Oba. I think he's the only king in the south that is well thoroughly respected in the entire Nigeria, and it shows the rich heritage and culture of the Edo people, and the respect they have for their king. And why did he come to? I was really curious, because why was I curious about this visitation? I saw someone in that meeting. If you look at that person, the former MD and CEO of Access Bank, Ike Mokode, he's from Edo State too. So I saw him there. I saw the Lagos Lagos governor, and I also saw the owner of Arise TV. What's that his name again? In that meeting, right? So I was really curious about their discussion, and I decided to do a little bit of digging. I found out that okay, he was there because there's a deal between the German and the UK to return the stolen artifacts from taken away from Benin. To return it, and there, the Edo State governor wanted it to come to them, but the Oba intervened and met President Buhari. That was his first visit to Aso Rock, and they said they were going to give it to the Oba. So now the Oba again visited to. He was now taken to J. Randall Museum. So I think he wants to create a museum for the artifacts. I know we have World Peace here. World Peace, if he's in touch with that news, he could probably correct me on that in case I'm saying something different. So he's out to see how the museum and how it's coordinated. So when they get the artifacts, they would have a museum, and so we're ready for those artifacts to come in. And I'm really happy for them, especially the Benin Kingdom. Those artifacts which symbolizes their culture and their heritage stolen away and by colonizers as well as foreign disruptors, and they are making money from it in their own museum. Returning back those artifacts signifies a lot of positive things, and then lets people now come to where the owner of the land, right, to see those artifacts, and as well as new artifacts that will be created up. I think if the Oba of Benin goes ahead to develop the museum and create something like that, it transforms Benin into a tourist destination that people would go to want to pay a visit and see what's going on in Benin, especially in Benin Kingdom. I know his visit. Yeah.
If I may interject a little bit, please. Just a thought.
I said I wanted to use my time judiciously, but be short and sweet.
I'll be short. Right. This is what I was thinking. It's not like a knock on Nigerians in general, but you see, we do not pay attention too much to these artifacts, and I mean that's the reason why they were sold in the first place, or they were taken away from us in the first place. What I was saying, my own thinking is this. I mean, it's subject to anybody's opinion. Is there any way? Because those people here, I mean, I'm talking about the whites and these foreigners, they know the value of these artifacts. Is there no way we can build a museum here, right? Bring it close to home, managed by us. I mean, the Oba can delegate people managing it from here, and it would be like a source of foreign.
Build a museum in diaspora.
And build a museum in diaspora.
That's an excellent idea. That's an excellent idea.
Because I do not think that I will travel to Nigeria now and I will go to Benin City. I'm just being honest with you, and I'm telling you that is the last thing on most Nigerians. If I come back to Nigeria and I say, let me go take my kids and let's go look at the Benin artifact. However, there are people that it makes sense to, especially those people here, those whites, and they may not be able to travel down to Nigeria to see it. Build a museum here. In fact, you can even make it a moving one. You can do it from state to state. You move it from this. All you have to do is get in touch with local museums and tell them when you're going to do your presentation. You can move from state to state. That's my opinion. I was going to make it sure. Thank you.
Fine idea.
Please, can I give you an answer?
Well, now, hold on. What is? I know you want to come in. I know. Fine idea.
Emeka, please, can I?
But again,
give a little short answer to Joe's suggestion, please?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Emeka, please. I'm sorry that I'm coming. Okay, what Joel said sounds fantastic, but I do not buy into that. Say we may not be able to take care of it. That is slavish mind. That is I find it very, very slavish.
I didn't say no.
It's like
Maurice,
the same thing they told the Congolese.
Maurice, I didn't say we cannot take care of it. I
said that anywhere we can keep
we do not pay. I said we do not. I said, look, hold on. We do not patronize it. that, and that's the fact. We do not patronize it. Like I'm telling you, there's no one in my family as a whole that I've seen today that say, oh, they're going to. So that's why I said that let them commercialize it and make money for themselves.
Okay, sorry,
Keep it
can
weird.
you guys hear me? Maurice and Andre, I don't know if you've been to the J. Randall Museum in Lagos. People patronize that museum a lot, right? They make money from it. So that is why the Oba is there, to see how activities are being managed in that respect. And again, one piece is here. One piece, correct me if I'm saying something that is not right. Some of those artifacts has cultural symbolism and tradition.
Emeka, please.
I think Maurice, you're breaking up.
Emeka, please. The thing I'm trying to say is that
Maurice,
I don't know. I've been having a little bit.
You are breaking off. And what you wanted to go against was not what Joe said, but.
Yeah, Maurice, you're breaking off.
All right, let's carry on. You are breaking off.
No. What I'm saying is that I think we should.
And it's gone again.
Okay, all right. So what I was saying is,
I think let me join on my mobile. That's better. Let me join on my mobile.
Okay.
All right, do that.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I think Joy's point is fantastic, but again, we can run it. People visit them, especially those who come into the country, right? It's part of the cultural heritage that Lagos showcases. They go to that museum to visit. So, and those who are really interested in the Benin tradition and culture would definitely come in.
Sorry, Emeka. They are actually building a museum to house all these returned artifacts in Benin. But I'm not sure that they will get the traffic, because Lagos is a natural hub. Most people that come to Nigeria, they mainly go to Lagos, and visiting museums just forms part of the activities. I'm not sure they are coming especially to go to the museum.
I don't think it's just the to just warehouse the artifact alone. When those things work, it's like some of those artifacts are symbols, right? And tradition. They have their roots traced to Benin Kingdom. It's like, some of your cultural rites, your rituals and everything, some of those symbolism. That's why I said war peace coming if I'm saying something wrong. So keeping it in a different location, that it is even out of Benin, is actually an insult to them. And the possibility of their ancestors not being happy. So it should come back home, and that's why they've been fighting for it to come back home. And that's the more reason why the Oba did not want the Edo State government to be involved. He said, this is our artifact. It should come back home. And now, just to make it much appealing for those who will be interested in it, creating a museum for it and warehousing it there is something, that it is worth doing. But in the essence of, bringing it, I think it's just to modernize it, put it in the museum. Those who are interested to want to know can go there, maybe pay a token and see those artifacts, as well as read about the Benin Kingdom or the Benin Empire and educate yourself. So I think is a welcome development. It's not for the economic purpose, but for the artifact returning back home is a much welcome development. And I would employ that more pressure should be put on the colonizers to return back. Yeah.
Emeka, sorry, this is what piece. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, what you're saying, you're not wrong. You are totally right. And what Joe is saying is super wrong. Those artifacts, 80% are not just artifacts. 80% are Benin, how would I say, ancestral beings. Some of those artifacts are humans casted in artifacts.
Yeah.
They are humans casted in artifacts. So when the struggle was going on between the governor and the artifact, they told him directly, like, those artifacts, some will come back, don't even see the sun, they go straight to the palace where it used to be. The few ones that they made for display purposes when the Portuguese came, those can go to museum or allow museum to make replica to put in the museum for safekeeping. But most of them are not supposed to see the sun because they're actually humans.
Yeah, you
You
are
know?
right. You are
So
right. You are right. What piece? I was I was looking for that word, and you gave me that. The ancestral spirit symbols. Yeah. So you're right. So it's not purely for economic purpose, but again to modernize things. Yes, like what piece is saying. Some can go to the museum. Some can continue to stay in their rightful place where they belong in the kingdom of in the palace of the Oba. So, and I know maybe as a result of them being catered away from the palace, a lot of things may not be going right, when your ancestors are not happy. So I think what piece just hit the nail right on the head. So let me leave that space and move on to the next one, just to provide my own opinion, because I think Kolata has done a fantastic job providing the update. So, with the recapitalization plan of the CBN, right, it shows what the government is trying to do. We had a heated debate the last time, I think last month or last 2 months, about when we were saying, that Tinubu saying he wants to create a $1 trillion economic is not possible in 4 years or in 3 years. I've forgotten the time span that Tinubu actually said. But again, it shows the direction in which the Tinubu administration is trying to drive the country towards an expansionary economy, which is good for the country, which is positive, and to every discerning mind, it gives a glimpse of hope that things would take shape, right? What that means is that they are drafting out an economic blueprint and a guideline on how they want to champion the economy, right? And then the CBN governor himself coming out with his speech. They have not drafted out the plans. The last time we did the recapitalization was in 2005. And then that was 25 billion, which translated at that point in time $187 million, right? So, but now, if the government is trying to aim for $1 trillion, so the recapitalization plan is just going to get bigger, because if you do the devaluation of the naira, the recapitalization plan now as at them. But I know some banks have a higher capital base than what is being anticipated, which is 37 million. It has fallen from $187 million to $37 million. So that will now go up. I think I mentioned last time that
did they not do something similar under Sanusi? No. When they increased the capital base of our banks to that forced mergers.
What Sanusi came, which that's what I was saying. I don't know if you've listened to. I think when I joined the platform, that was the angle I was going towards Obi, when Obi was saying, we cut the cost of governance. And I'm like, no, this is not what you need to say. We are already in a recession. No. So Sanusi came right at the back of, and he came at the right time. The banks got bigger, and they started putting their hands into places they were not supposed to put their hands into. And they were wasting funds. You could see Oceanic Bank, you could see Intercontinental Bank, you could see which other banks. They were now doing things that, when you have so much money, you are not going crazy. You understand? So Sanusi came in with risk management, in the sense that to ensure that the banks do not lose their self-purpose. And in that aspect, stick to core banking, instead of them going into insurance. Banks were going into insurance, banks were going into capital market stuff, and they were doing a lot of them. They were losing their sights, right? So it's like, stick to core banking, and again with the risk management, ensuring that the banks understand their role in the economy. That was what Sanusi came to do, to address the misgivings of bank. And every bank chiefs, they were responsible for eating up the capital base and the shareholders' funds of their bank. That's the shareholders' funds of their bank, as well as the capital equity, which is also capital base. Sacked all of them completely and told them to go home, and gave those banks, those empty banks now because they don't have any capital, to those who can truly run the place. So now what they're not doing is, because of they want to expand the economy, is to now increase the capital base. I don't know what the plan is, but I'll be thinking maybe they might be aiming for probably 100 billion or 120 billion. Even First Bank, First Bank, I think First Bank got the wind. They are not doing right issues. So this might, I may providing more in-depth details into it. So they will do right issues to existing shareholders. More international investors will come in to invest into the bank. They'll bring in foreign investment, foreign funds. So that's good for our dollar reserve, which is very important and critical at this point in time in our country, in the country. So then again, what they are also trying to do, which is exciting, and I want to say it again, exciting, because if you know that space very well, you will know that this will transform Nigeria to become the financial hub of Africa, most definitely. So we are losing that space to the South Africans. The only bank that is getting closer to Standard Bank is Access Bank, right? But once we do that recapitalization base, we will definitely shift that Standard Bank of Africa and will become the biggest financial hub in Africa. In that respect, the Europeans, the Americans, the Asian Pacific, the Asian Tigers, and even China, everybody in the capital market, everybody in the financial market, if you want to, not only that, if you want to do, they will be forced to come and look at what we are doing and engage with us directly, because for those who invest in the capital market, financial market, or financial instrument, they are looking for ways to see how to increase value and returns for their clients. So they will see Lagos definitely will be the financial capital. They will see Lagos as a huge market to bring in their funds in to invest and get returns. So it's an exciting period. Then again, the president has said it and he keeps re-echoing it. We need to start playing in the mortgage market and the credit facility market too. I think that recapitalization would open that space up, because the banks will have enough capital to create a credit facility market for most especially for vehicles, right? Instead of saving your money lump sum, we just expand on, just go into and go when you do your due diligence with whether through a bank or through a vehicle seller or whoever that would be, however they're going to design that, you start paying monthly rather than paying lump sum. So that will open our credit space, and that's a huge market on its own. Credit lending, which can now, those lending product can now be transformed into financial instruments that cannot be sold in a secondary market. In short, our financial space is going to explode. I'm telling you, I think it is that time Nigeria comes in and drive that financial market, because Africa is really lacking behind. So we need to step up our game, right? A few of our banks are trying. GT is trying a little bit in that respect. Access Bank too, similarly, they are doing well too. And then Zenith Bank, but again, you will see a complete transformation in our financial system with the recapitalization, with the mortgage coming in, with the credit facilities coming in for banking. And then what I want Cardoso to also do is that our banks are really, really focused on commercial banking. We need to deepen retail banking more, because that is where the money is. If you can learn from if you can learn to rather the like the Ekenes, the traders, the market women, the corporate workers, if you can expand that and expand that customer base, then definitely you are going to be hitting a lot of profit at the end of the day. So the retail space needs to expand. So exciting time for us with this plan. And it's good to hear the CBN governor saying they are going to focus on their core CBN function, which is monetary policy, monitoring inflation and interest rates, and ensuring that they stick to what CBN would normally do, rather than going through all the shenanigans that Emefiele and co were doing. So it's really beautiful. I hope Nigerians will be able to appreciate what this president is coming and his team to do that. And the implementation would not kick in almost immediately. I think.
All right, land it, Emeka.
I think in 2 or 3 years' time, we will start begin to derive the benefit of it. And finally, to the demolition exercise. So I wanted to send you something, woman, on how developers break, contravene laws and create problem for us in the country, right? And there you now find people going to spin the narrative to politicize and ethnicize issues. So there was a guy, I will try to, I don't know, maybe I might send it to via email to you. There's a guy he actually is an Igbo man who showed, he's a real estate developer, who showed the map of Lekki, right? And showed the canal that goes into the Lagos Lagoon and how houses are sitting on those lagoon, on the canals itself. That these houses have now sat on the canal, and the developers, these fraudulent, wicked developers, have converted that canal, and because they've now taken more land or put sand into the canal, they've converted them to gutters. How can you convert canal to gutters? That is why there's flooding in Lekki. And he used the drone. Even he showed the map, and he used a drone, and he also went with cameras to show the flooding.
We talked about it, yeah.
We've spoken about it. Okay, I didn't know we were talking about it.
I think somebody actually sent that video in. Yes, I'll see if I can find it. The one you're talking about. Yeah.
Exactly, and then he was like, this is not an ethnic property. And even he showed a clip where the Commissioner of Environment, that the people who were affected in Lekki were saying they will organize, they will gather money and give to him. And he was like, no. This is not, we shouldn't monetize things. And it is true. They're trying to bribe him so that he will look away. And the guy was explaining, if you keep continuing to contravene the law, there will be a commissioner that will come one time and say, this is nonsense. It can't happen. And again, I think it is at that point that it can't happen because of the environmental nuisance and the environmental concerns going on there. So I just want to say that because, why did I want to speak on that topic? At every time, and I've seen that the conversations on the platform are now being pivoted into sentiment and ethnic opinions. And why I'm hinting on that is that
Emeka land it.
I'm landing it. Let's research more on topics and not ethnicize our conversation, because it doesn't help matters. It won't take us anywhere. Thank you very much and good evening.
All right, Joel, you're up next. So Joel, the floor is yours. After Joel, we go to Zita. Emeka, give me 5 minutes. Help me keep the order whilst the conversation carries on. Emeka, you're in charge. Joel, you are up next.
All right. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. And Joel of Nashville, One Man Show. I want to use this medium to say happy Thanksgiving in arrears to the Americans on this platform. Babaja, Enigmatic, Kulata, I think Emeka. In fact, every one of you, I don't know where you stay, but most of you that stay in the United States. I want to use this medium to say happy Thanksgiving to you. Let me speak on the first one, because I think that should be my intro, and that's about the award on Peter Obi being the politician of the year. I also want to say that no matter how you want to slice it, he is the politician of the year, and we can even take it, to the world as well, considering the kind of politics he played and what he was able to achieve within the short time. He decided to go into the presidential election. It wasn't just him venturing into the presidential election that was the the high point for me. It was about him changing the narrative. When Obi came into the fray, you know, before he came into the fray, if we can remember, it used to be politicians plaiting hair, frying akara, eating with students or pupils, after which they don't come back, you know, after maybe if they got into power and all that. But in Obi's time, it became about the issues. It became cerebral than it was for the street. So while in the past, we only did things in the street whenever we wanted to, you know, get those votes, we now come out for the people to see us, and we now do the stuff we don't normally do. In this Obi's era, it was about what you have upstairs. And being that Tinubu is, not taking anything away from him, he's a criminal, a certificate forger by excellence. However, I always tell people that even criminals are intelligent. He is cerebral too, because if he wasn't cerebral, this election would have eluded him. But he did what he had to do, even though INEC helped him. He became the president. But that wasn't just INEC. He also did some work, which has to do with some brain work. And these were narratives Peter Obi brought into the fray. Taking it further, looking at, you know, the lackadaisical attitude of even the youth towards elections in our country. Talking about even in the southeast, the youths, and even certain areas in the south. Everybody was energized for this election. People came out because they believed in the man Obi. They believed that whatever he is saying and the way he has done or gone or did what he did in a number of states, that they believe that he is the one. Peter Obi did not rest on his hours. Peter Obi went around talking to people and telling them, preaching the gospel to them, not about what someone else did, but what he did while he's in office. And throughout his campaign, no one would say, hey, I have this against him. Even the governor, who happens to be an MOU governor, a despicable one, I'm talking about Charles Soludo, who had done practically nothing but just being loquacious and empty, failing this professor society on the deliveries of democracy dividend that we have not seen. A man that has said that he wants to build skyline trains when he has no land rail lines. I mean, we should start checking for him. We should start checking Soludo, you know, for some mental issues. But that aside, we told him to professor well. He has not done that. We told him to lead where he has not done that. But apart from that, looking at what Obi did, he was able to manage that aspect of his base, that aspect of his state, even with the governor of his state. So I really, really thank him for making many people interested in the Nigerian politics, especially the young ones. I believe that we are going to give it a shot in 2007, whatever way it comes. But one thing will be started: the obedient, who are the real drivers of this change. We have one thing in mind: the progress of Nigeria. For the Abadorians, I mean, Abado, and even I cannot even compare the Abadorians with a normal corn, because the normal corn has some stuff in it. The Abadorians are the whole coin. They're empty. So if you break them, they're just chaff. They're only good for poop. But at the end of the day, let's see what Tinubu does as regards to leading Nigeria. But somebody was saying yesterday or the day before that if Tinubu does not perform, that he will still win the election. And I want to say, man, you must be living in La La Land if you think that if you do not perform in Nigeria, in present-day Nigeria, that you're going to get a second slot. The people will be all out. So I wish that he works for the people, because at the end of the day, it's not about the politics. It's about the well-being of Nigerians. And if he performs, Nigerian people will indeed enjoy. But if he decides not to perform and decide that, or thinks that he can win the next election by just having having hold of the financial security, the judiciary, and even INEC, then I will tell him that we are going to give him numbers that he cannot read. And one man, that's for Peter Obi. I thank him for what he has done for Nigeria. I thank him for what he brought to the table, and I wish him well in his political future.
All right, excellent. Well said. Do you want to speak on Wike and Rotimi Amaechi? It looks as though they are collapsing APC's structures in River State into Wike's control, which then, of course, makes Amaechi toothless.
I think, for me, I think Wike is playing a dangerous game. You cannot be a good politician playing the chameleon. There is one too many. Where are you? How can they hand you over APC structure in River State? And I heard that the person at the head of the caretaker committee used to be his boy in PDP that just moved over to APC, and now they've collapsed the structure for him. Now, if you're moving, if you want to take an identity, if you're going to be in APC, move to APC. Move to APC, because I know for sure that APC is not really strong in River State. That I know for sure. Right? Even with the presidential election, Peter Obi was able to do what he did was because his politics was based on a certain ideology that things should be done differently. So, you know, the equation changed when it came to the state and local elections. So, APC is not really strong in River State. And for Wike to get the structure or have the structure handed over to him, I don't know what he wants to do with that. I don't know the kind of game he's trying to play. I always believe that politics is local, and he is in Abuja. No matter what, same Fubara, if he knows what he is doing, is still the grandmaster of the River State politics. If he knows his word, if he knows his onion. And one man, let me let you know something. Whenever you hear about the insecurity in the Niger Delta as a whole, it was not done by those in the upland. Wike belongs to the upperland, The people that are dangerous, the people that are doing all this are people from the creeks, the riverine area. That is the reason why the Niger Delta is dangerous. It is not because of people like Wike who comes from the upperland. Wike is only using the political power to, grant them favors like, leaving them to, open up illegal refineries and all that, just to empower them and all that, and in some cases give them funds. But if truth is to be told, the real people that cause trouble in most of these areas are not those of the upperland, those in the creeks. So, and Fubara is from the creeks. So I don't see any how Wike is going to threaten him. Unless it's about the numbers in the upperland. And I will also tell you that number does not just belong to Wike, because many people are really disgruntled, angry at the kind of politics that he plays. He cannot be the superintendent, the chief executive officer of River State when he is now the FCT minister. Come on now, you've left government. Leaves him to operate. The same thing happened between you and Amaechi. The same thing happened between Amaechi and Orderly. When you leave, you leave. There is this old interview where he was talking about, Godfatherism and how he defeated it. And he was making promise that whenever he leaves government, it's not going to have anything to do with government. But anyway, looking at him, I know that he has gone back. He had taken many of his words, like not joining the APC or working for the APC. He already did. So we know that he's not a man of his words. He just switches his words, and depending on where he's there, where the favor comes from. So he's not a man of honor in the first place, one man. So I'd rather just let's go to the next topic if we have to.
All right. Do you want to speak on the demolition politics, which a gift that continues to give? Do you think there should be somewhat of a reversal in? We even had Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer Ejimako commenting on this. This thing of always trying to ethnicize everything, it will backfire fairly soon, don't you think?
It is not ethnicize in one man. I have taken my time. I told you, right? The stuff Emeka was talking about. Remember, I came on this show and I talked about it. I talked about the guy with the drone, showing all the creek and all that. And I told you on this show that if there's any building, any development on the canals, right? Because I stay in Lagos State as well. I've lived in Lagos State for 36 years. So I know the effect of canals or the effect of flooding on the citizens or the dwellers in Lagos State. So I know it's tough. However, what I'm just saying is this: if you build on the canal, then the structure has to go. I made a statement about that. But one man, there are other issues that are going on. Like yesterday, somebody brought up, I think you brought up a lady, I think it was the day before yesterday, you brought up a lady that speaks Igbo and was talking about, the houses that were being demolished. Now, if you listen to her, even the person, I don't know, for some reason, they refused to show their faces. So which was, one of those poorly done propaganda. And when he was asked how many houses was owned by other people or other tribe in the area, he could only point to one or two. Now, I am not saying that that only the Igbos have houses over there, but it is really glaring. It's so glaring that it's over 60 to 70% of houses there that were being demolished are owned by the Igbos. Now, when that guy was talking, hold on now. When that guy was talking, right, he was saying that some people that went to the FHA to get their number or whatever he was talking about, right, got it. So my point is this, right?
Sorry, Joel. Emeka, is this the video you were talking about?
That's the video I was talking about too.
That's the video.
All right.
Excellent video. Very excellent.
That's the video I was talking about, right? So he gave an excellent analysis on how, this thing was going on. I mean, that was the guy I told you that used even Google Map, to show us where these canals were being occluded. So that's about that. Now, but I'm just talking about.
Can I say this before you continue? Just a word.
Go ahead.
This guy is a developer, so their business is going down. So he's doing some video to garner confidence in the hand of the people that are buying their properties. So I don't buy to his video. So continue.
All right. But the issue there is that based on what he enumerated in his video, I can see some sense in what he said, and there's no point in that. Like he gave like there are areas where you will see the canal, even get narrowed, right? And
that canal stuff is a good point. But most of the recent development we see, it's not all about canal. Most of them are.
That's what I'm saying.
Like
now.
the one in my area now. They say they want to build road. You understand? That is their reason, and that one nobody can tell me about canal in that area. So they say they want to build road. Yeah.
So and the
Yeah, so
other
that,
ones
those are the ones
are
I'm talking about.
they don't have some pepper and all those stuff. So those and if you go to the area that demolition, like Abrado is not a canal area. If you visit that area, you understand. So it's all about the document and all that. So the issue of canal is different. The issue of peppers are different. And the area they say they want to build road, that all this demolition are going on. So this guy is just giving his own narrative. Nobody said that somebody should build a house in a canal. Everybody is against that one, even me too. But I'm telling you different stories and different things that are going on, and the reason for demolition that is going on.
That's what I'm saying. I was trying to tell one man yesterday that even the one that we showed, I asked him to show on the show, or the one I gave him to show to play on the show, that one was like there were areas that were, you can clearly see that were on the canal. I didn't have problems with those ones being demolished, but there were expansive areas where they had nothing to do with canal, but were being demolished. And I was asking myself the question, if those people that went to, assuming, because they said that they paid a lawyer to go and talk for them, and the lawyer probably was playing them and all that, who knows what happened. But there were people that actually went to the FHA and got the number. So what it means is that area was meant for residential areas. It was meant for it was a residential area. Fine. So if you come back there and you have seen what is going on there, and your intention was to build residential areas in that same area, why don't you fine them heavily? Finding them heavily will still mean
Mr. Joy,
that those...
Mr. Joy, sorry, can I interject?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been hearing all this what's going on about this illegal destruction and all that. Yeah, it hurts for one to lose his building, spending so much money. At the end of the day, it will go down in the dust. Anyone that have building know the pains to have one. But again, illegal structure is illegal structure. First of all, let's try and move away from this ethnic coloring. In Edo State before the election, Obaseki destroyed almost 500 houses. You guys didn't hear it? Almost 500 houses. They built that. People were selling the land. People were buying and building without town planning. The governor have not designed that place, open that place for building. I know the Obaseki came and destroyed all of them. Now there was another one that happened. The Oba land, people were building, and they called the guy that was selling it, and they went there and destroyed those houses. The Oba have to change the law, because in Benin they don't destroy houses, because land grabbers now took advantage of that. So when they sell you land, they say go and build, because the land will not allow you to destroy. They have to change the law so that they can destroy all those houses. What I'm saying is this: you say those one in that area was not in canal, but it was meant for commercial purposes in the future. Have you ever asked yourself if the government have come up with a town planning for that area before people start buying? You cannot two wrongs cannot make a right. You're not saying because it's going to be for commercial purposes in the future, and you now build now, and the government should allow it. They have to channel it. They have to build it. They have to design it. They have to make waterways, roadways, and all that, market side and all that. But you just come and you just do your own design and plan. Don't you know to affect others building in the future in that place, Mr. Joel?
What is the issue is this, right? We saw that area. It was properly planned. For a Lagos State, for Lagos State, the roads were where.
No, hold on. It was the plan from Lagos State Land and Survey that planned it on ground before.
It's not a Lagos State land now. We're not talking about Lagos State. We're talking about FHA now. Federal Housing.
Okay. Sorry.
Right? So those are the ones doing the demolition. So I'm only saying, right, that area, they said that some people went and got their papers. Right? Now, these other people made attempts to get that paper, but the thing there is that they found a lawyer, right? So they did like a group thing to get a lawyer
so that the lawyer can go for them. So there was an attempt. So what I'm always saying is this: if the intent of that area was to build houses, now you're talking about government, like there are areas for market. In those areas, you'll be surprised. I have been to all those areas. They have places for their markets. They have places for all those. The people that actually plan those areas, they do a good job. My own thing is just this: if you found out that you wanted to use that same place for commercial purpose, right? Why don't you just find those people heavily? Since by even now we need money, find them heavily, right? For building in those areas, because there are other portions of the land that needs to be sold. You can also do anything you want to do. Those houses are more expensive. There's nothing the federal government is going to build there that's going to be more beautiful than those houses we're seeing. To be honest with you.
So Joe, so you're saying like because they didn't do that, the way they are doing it, they're just going to demolish it. Maybe they're targeting Igbos. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that they're targeting Igbos. I'm just saying it's just this, right? Because if you look at the narrative being created out there, that of Canal, I have talked about that of Canal. I have said that anything that's on the Canal Way,
I wanted to invite. Lagos right now
should be demolished, right? So should be demolished, right? That is my point. Okay, that Mike.
Yeah, this is Mike. Lagos right now. Lekki as we speak right now, and I literally want. Give me 1 second. I literally want to invite one of my sisters, one of my friends like that. This lady here, she's a real estate agent. She's into this because she's going to show me properties around, all over Lagos and everything. And they're breaking down, the whole process and everything. And I asked all this question. I've been around. In fact, I've been doing property shopping the past 2 days. And
sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike. Can you record it as you're going along and send it in to me? I think there's interest in that narrative, but carry on.
I should have told me a few days ago. But if I still have time, I'll do more. Sir. Okay. I will record. If I still have time going, I will record. What's going on in Lagos is booming. So, of course, the city that is growing, booming, investors coming in, especially that mainland, the government have really done a lot of development as far as infrastructure in the mainland. I'm telling you, if you come to not mainland, island. If you come to island right now, it's better than most. Like literally, you would think you are in one luxury city in the Western country. You won't think you are in Africa. I'm telling you, there's no port. Everything has been modernized. Top class restaurants. I just went to Italian restaurant today, like top class. You understand? So what's going on in Lagos and a lot of people people with money, like foreigners, diaspora, and even wealthy people from all over Nigeria are also coming in. So that real estate area is like people they are developers that aggressively try to develop, build property and sell it, rent it, and all those things. So everyone's aggressively putting up buildings. And from what I'm seeing, most of the people that are buying all these properties, they are usually from different other states, rich people from other states, from particularly north, middle belt, and there are a lot of diasporas. I don't see a lot of Igbos buying this property. Like literally, when I go shopping, people are still showing up at people, these northerners with money, looking at property, checking out. People are buying property. It's just diverse. It's not mainly Igbo people. I haven't seen that many Igbos really. I haven't visited even some of those communities. I don't see a lot of Igbos. It's mainly a lot of Yorubas, and then it's very diverse. You understand? So it's not. But this propaganda people come online saying Igbos are the one buying everything, owning everything. It's a lie. It's a lie. So what is government? I just don't see it. I don't see it. I've been shopping around. I'm telling you, I visited this community, this different estates and everything, just seeing it. But I don't know how this whole thing became.
Okay, Mike, you just came back to Nigeria. You have not been anywhere in Lagos State.
Bro, I've been around. It's not no.
Mike, can you give me a second?
Majority of people that own stuff.
Hold on now.
Bro, listen, my brother. Most properties in Lagos. Okay, go ahead.
Mike, let me say something real quick. Just to, people are not understanding the implication and the consequences of personalizing illegality. When things happen in a certain location and you personalize it, it means, are you calling yourself, because like we've always said, the occupants of certain geolocation in Lagos or in any area shouldn't be restricted or shouldn't be an exclusive preserve of just only one tribe, right? We know for a fact, of course, we do not have the data or we do not have the metrics to probably anything to show for it, but we know for a fact that whenever demolition happens, you cannot say it is only one. You can't say it's just only Igbo people that are being, victimized. Or don't we have other people from other states? Number one. So when assuming without considering now that you are personalizing all the illegalities going on now, are you saying that Igbo people, they are lawbreakers and they are violators of state laws and orders? And then everything and anything that is repugnant to constitutional authorities is what they are interested in, because that is the implication.
It's like they are indicting their own people.
Oh yeah, they are indicting themselves indirectly, right? Because if you are not saying what you are saying now, Mike, that you are in Nigeria shopping for houses, the
girl told me one of those developers, even Yoruba people.
Yeah, like, this year alone. This year is just some few minutes away, right? This year alone, I know how many people, friends, colleagues, right? Friends, colleagues, and a whole lot of people that have gone to Nigeria to have to invest in one property or the other, in Abuja, in Lagos, and in PH, this year alone. And when you say everything, you want to put coloration of tribe to it, now you should answer the question, does it mean that you are personalizing illegality on yourselves and on your people, and they are so bigger than the state itself or the federal government itself? Because this is the definition and the consequences of what you guys are actually doing now. It's like you are personalizing illegality.
If I didn't come to Lagos, I honestly would have been thinking, I won't be thinking the way I'm thinking now. I'm literally here and I'm seeing everything. Most of the people coming to Lagos to shop for properties, they are wealthy people from other states, particularly northerners and different part of Southwest. I got a relative in Osun. They come, their own doctor. My doctor in Osun. Wait, he owns a property in Lagos, and everybody wants a piece of Lagos. You understand? So it's very diverse. Very diverse.
That's why people should be very careful.
Can I say something? It's very diverse. I don't. But they will come here and tell us. Somebody came here. I think 3 days ago, and say 80% of property in Lagos are owned by Igbos. I'm like, what?
Hold on, let me say this, Michael. This is another warning to a lot, because this platform we can do a lot of sensitization and awareness training for people who want to invest in properties in Nigeria. If you don't want to spend money on lawyers, right? Listen to this. The onus is on you to do your due diligence, because Lagos is booming, it's hot. Lagos and ABJ, those locations are hot bed for properties now. So
and do not be money, they are all coming.
Do not be swindled by every Tom, Dick, and Harry who call themselves real estate developers, right? Or real estate representatives. No, do your due diligence. If you lose your money, do not cry to the government, or do not cry. Do not pay the do your job.
Is it not the responsibility of government to arrest those people that are making those false claims? Is it not the responsibility of government?
It is not. Listen, you are. Let me tell you this. Even in America, you live in US, Joel. You live in. I believe you've had properties in the US, and then you've been able to have, to go through certain things. What I'm saying again is, one thing is very peculiar to Nigeria, and we know that the peculiarity of us Nigerians generally is that we can be very fast. Right? In the next 10 years, if Lagos is not booming or Abuja is not booming again with all this, real estate or developing stuff, things will slow down. But this time around, that things are actually blowing out of proportion. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry want to be an estate agent, a developer, and they know the target. So when you know you are the target now, a lot of people will call you from abroad. Hey, Joel, there's a new. Go and do your due diligence. If anything happens at the end of the day, government will send you, right? That's why you have like I said maybe 2 days ago, if you have the capacity to raise 50 million or 100 million for a property, right? It shouldn't cost you too much to raise another 500K for a lawyer to do the due diligence for you, and you get the necessary documentation. It's just being responsible and being responsible.
No, I agree with you on that one. There's no doubt about that. I agree with you on that one. I mean, if you have that much money to invest, in such properties, or
if people are asking are they demolishing houses in Agege, in Mushin, in Okota, those places are not booming. We are talking of they are the booming places are the island. So nobody is bringing his money to develop anything in Mushin, in Agege, in Okota. Those are ancestral areas. We are talking of places that are opening up. People should open their brains and listen to conversation. I'm not going to bring my 2 billion naira to invest in Mushin or in Agege. I will go to where the market will be out there, where I will see Jewel and everybody that lives abroad, that I will be able to to put your money put your mouth where your money is. Would you want to develop anything in Agege, Jewel? Would you want to develop anything there?
No. I would never live in Agege by the grace of God.
No, I'm just saying when it comes to the business part of it.
I feel no, definitely you wouldn't. I know the area you're talking about, and you're right. You're right. I get where you're coming from. My only thing is there is enigmatic, right?
They are swindling a lot of guys.
Areas,
so people should be careful.
Those areas by the FHA.
People who live abroad, they should be very careful. They are swindling folks in Port Harcourt. They are swindling folks in ABJ right now. They will start demolishing houses in ABJ. They will call you a house worth 500 million. They want to sell it for you for 200. Be careful.
All right, bring it on, Joel, and then we'll go on to Zeta.
Joel, it's not everything. Not every crime or problem in this world is caused by the devil, but we blame everything on the devil. There's a saying in your southeast that if you get money, why you not go block canal? Those attitudes actually led these people that feel they can do anything to buy houses anywhere they like, even though it's a canal area. And it's affecting them. We must tell ourselves the truth. It's affecting them in Lagos. Most of them bought houses in restricted area. There's no restricted area. And if they believe the people are willing to sell, they are willing to buy. It feels they have their way. At least we should stick to that, condemn that, not only just come and make it look like they are targeting some set of people. My big brother in Japan here, he lost the land. He bought more than 60 million during about the time. When Sauli came, they demolished it. The estate he was building, they demolished it. Not only him and some of his friends here. I never see Benipo crying. They are demolishing houses in Lagos, not today. 5 years back till now, they've been demolishing houses, estates. I didn't hear cry. Though there might be political undertone to it, but just to paint everything political or tribal, you will lose the purpose.
What peace? You know that, see, let me tell you something. You see, the witch cries in the night, the child dies in the morning. Prior to the election, there was this conversation between the VP, right? I mean, it could be AI generated. Don't get me wrong. Between the VP and Amosu, the former governor of Ogun State, where the conversation played out, right? Now, we also had this, I don't know if it's also AI generated from Bakare this last Sunday, where he was told about, coming into a meeting and, the target was about the Igbos. So these things are going on. So if Bakare, now it's not someone that I really trust or really uphold as a man of God, but I mean, he has his own congregation, and I think there are certain things that he wouldn't play politics with. But if someone like Bakare could be saying something like that, saying that he was in a meeting, they called him for a meeting, and the issue that being discussed were about the Igbos, then you see it downplay into this narrative that you're seeing, that we're talking about today. So I don't just want it to look like, it's all about tribe, but there are certain things that made people to say, okay, I think this is what is going on. And I think those reasons are also valid. So one man, I think I've been here for a minute. I will take my leave. I will yield the floor. And thank you very much. Please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Joel of Nashville, I'm out.
Excellent. Joel of Nashville. So thank you, Joel. So on from Joel. Did you want to make a comment before you go to Zeta, Mike?
Yeah. I've been in Lagos for several days now. I've interacted with people. I've been around the poor, the rich, everybody. And it took me to my whole vibe, growing up in Lagos, I grew up with diverse, who's that now?
A lot of background from you.
It's not from me, it's not from me.
Oh, it's not from, I think it's, sorry, go on.
Yeah, people with, different backgrounds, I know how Lagos is now, growing up one man, you have friends from different tribes, from Ijo, Benin, Igbo, Calabar, and when we get our Lagosian mentality, it's like we are different from other Nigerians, because it's about the individual you're dealing with. If your close friend, if the guy that live your neighbor is Igbo, and you and him are on 2 streets away, and maybe a Yoruba person wants to fight that Igbo guy, you as a Yoruba guy, your instinct is to defend your Igbo brother, because your neighbor, you live in the same block. We live more like neighbor. We do more. Lagos is not much about tribalism. It's more about your defending your neighborhood or your member of your building. Someone that live in your face-to-face house with you. You and him meet somewhere, someone wants to fight him. You defend him, not because of his tribe, but because he lives. That Lagos vibe, I lost it when I went to the West. When I came back, I ran to my old childhood friends, Madu, all those Igbo boys, and I'm like, how did we become this? How did I become this guy that have issue with Igbo people? But this thing that Igbo people are doing, some people are doing online. A lot of Igbo, just Ipobians and all this, they need to, I think different Igbos need to step in and stop them. These guys are just making that try. They're creating unnecessary enemies for the ethnic group. Because, I just argued with my childhood friend. He's an Igbo guy. I'm like, it took me back to the way I was. I never had issue with Southeasterners, but this online thing that they do, and it's just this particular people. I don't know if they are descendant of the Biafran generals. I don't know. They are still angry that they lost the war. They just constantly trying to push this division, trying to brainwash their people that everybody hate them, Yorubas hate them, everybody, something that doesn't exist. This victimhood thing. Now, what they are doing now is...
You're the one listening to them, and Mike, you're the one listening to them. When we go out there and tell you that they represent like 3% of Igbos, you guys don't believe us. But when they speak, you guys listen, not us. You guys are the one listening to them. So just...
Is this you are speaking?
You say?
Are you not the one every day to promote this thing just now? This victimhood?
No.
They don't like us.
No. See.
They are marginalizing us. They hate us. Everything that happens is making it about you being attacked.
I spoke about that. Listen now, let me talk now. Let me say something. That I spoke about an issue that don't mean that I support the IPOP or Simon Ekpa narrative. I have never and will never. What I'm just telling you is that they represent 3%. Less than 3% of the entire
but they're becoming
they're
becoming almost 99% of the voice from the Southeast.
What?
Even when they being the 90% of the voice from the Southeast, we hearing for the past 7 years.
Those are the people you chose to. No, those are the people you chose to.
There's not that. No. The dominating Southeastern voice. When I talk about not only on the internet, even on the Nigerian leadership space, the Ohanese, they reason just like them too. When they invite Ohanese to TV, they come make everything by Igbo. We are marginalized. We are being this. They are targeted.
What is this? Look, see, Mike, see. Let's not mix up issues. The Igbos are marginalized. Let's not beat them.
No, stop it.
No, hold on. There was somebody here that was talking about, I think it was a federal institution, like a huge federal company in the Southeast. You see, let me tell you, if you go to the South,
okay, let's put it this way. Let's say you are being marginalized.
Federal government, hold on, there is no federal government presence in the Southeast, and that's the fact. So let's not just mix up the issue. That's my point.
Okay, this is my issue here. If you want to present that, you feel like you're being cheated in this area, don't do a propaganda. Because a lot of time when a lot of Southeasterners come online or somewhere and say, Igbos are being, and we ask, how? And they begin to package propaganda as if we are dumb. And then we begin to see that, things you're trying to fool me to believe that you're marginalized. But if you present it based on actual facts, everything you're presenting is facts, and then we can say, you have a point there. Let me even support you to back you that, that needs to stop. But listen now, when you listen to a guy like CM, that guy, they're so a typical Southeastern that want to present a propaganda case. You just sound like that guy CM. I don't even know who CM is. Most people even know it. They just do propaganda. They just mix. I'm like, what is this? What are you really trying to present your case, or you just want to deceive me, convince me, and brainwash people and create division? Is that what you are doing? That's what annoys most of us. Like most Nigerians feel things are bad, and a lot of Yoruba will come here and tell you how they did things to Abiola and things like that. But we'll tell you how it happened. We won't mix it with propaganda and say, just like when Otto Zerbe was one convinced Abiola to annoy the election against Abiola. Like one Yoruba now can now start saying, Igbos are marginalizing Yorubas. Otto Zerbe did it. He did it. You know, that's propaganda. You are indicting an entire ethnic group for what one individual did against Abiola. No Yorubas is going and saying Igbos did it against Abiola now. We don't do propaganda like that. But someone like CM or those Ipobian Igbos, they will say, the Yorubas. They will not bring one Yoruba man that did something wrong. And they will use it to trying to brainwash their people that Yorubas, those kind of things needs to stop, man. I don't know what they want to, I don't know the end goal for all these things. Is it to get Biafra? Because at the end of the day,
but that is it now. The end goal is to get Biafra.
Really, if that's the dumb approach.
Because it's not a dumb idea. Because if they sensitize enough of a mass to that narrative, they say, look at all. Sorry, enigmatic. Look at all of these people. They are doing all of these things to us. We will be safer if we put together and become one entity. So if they continue to push that and they continue to push that, and that's the storyline with all of this demolition as well, ultimately they will get enough numbers onto that Biafra narrative for it to have potency. They say, okay, you stay with them now. They did that last week. They did it this week. They did that the month before. So like you said, isolated individual narratives. But if you start to pull all of the examples together, then it creates that... momentum.
It's not helping their people, because I literally
who is going to
I literally had I had one of my friends.
We can hear Ekene becoming increasingly radicalized even on this platform.
Of course.
Yeah. Can you hear it as well? Because he's getting increasingly radical. Which was not how he came in when we knew when he first joined us.
That's why you should be watching one man, and that's why you should be able to try to bring them back on the path of reality. Look, let me tell you one thing. In when if you know Duchess,
I called you out. Sorry.
Duchess was telling Lagos. I think they just opened the hotel in Lagos, and there's one other hotel, maybe La Villa or wherever. Top-notch hotel in Lagos. Duchess Hotel, right? The chairman CEO is the current Obi of Onitsha, right? The Obi Ashebe. The other hotel that I just mentioned is that guy from Imo State, Obi Chief Priest, Kubana Chief Priest. Though we know he fronts for some politicians, but of course, what I'm trying to say is, those ones who are always coming to say, Lagos, this, Lagos, that, they want to move their investment out of Lagos. They are the ones scraping the bottom of the barrel, one man. The real people, the real top dogs, right? They are daily developing, they are daily shaking hands across board in Lagos, in Abuja, and all over the places. The ones you see all over the internet crying and woofing almost every time are the ones in the bottom of the barrel, scraping it. These big ones, they are not going to Biafra now. Do they tell you they want to go to Biafra, or they want to go to IPOB or whatever? They have interest across the Niger. They don't care about people who are daily crying all over the place. And this is what we saw in the last election in Imo State. They threatened everything. Uzodinjo will not win and anything, and they've been doing the same thing too in Anambra. Soludo is not coming back. It will be here by God's grace. Soludo will whip everybody back, and it will be reelected.
He's not coming back automatic. Don't worry about that.
Okay, good. Let's leave it at that. But what I'm trying to say is, we've had an election. Election is gone. They had a candidate. Now they are making every Nigerian, everybody know that Obi is actually an Igbo project, as against what they said, that it was actually a nationalistic approach. the way they do it. There's something that is happening now. There's one Allah Igbo conference, youth summit in the southeast, right? They're supposed to hold it in Imo State. Of APC and PDP, they are basically ostracizing them. The lady is she's called Ada. She's the national project manager under Minister of Humanitarian. That lady, what's her name? Betta Edu, right? Such a lady, you would have expected that the Allah Igbo Youth Conference, being organized by the youth, they will want to tap that lady into that conference and then see what they can actually get. But
if I may ask for what?
Hold on.
Enigmatic, do you know what she did?
No, hold on now. Will you let me land? They say it's a platform for the youth, right, to revitalize and revamp the culture, the social, cultural, and political structure of the Igbo people generally going forward. But now going forward, it has been tagged more or less like an IPOB and obedient, a kind of a youth summit, the way it is now, because they are ostracizing anything APC or the people that have political dissenting opinions. How do you want to navigate, to the nationalistic political landscape when even within yourself, this is not a Fulani girl, this is not a Yoruba girl, this is not from Okene girl. She's a lady from Anambra there, but because she has a different political undertone, and there are a couple of other folks, right? They are revolting against her, and she has a national appointment from the federal government. So those are the youths. The youths now. So how do you want them to salvage the political forward?
Enigmatic. There are APC members.
When they are so
enigmatic. There's three APC members in that group. That and the people organizing that.
There are a lot of people pulling off, which I know already.
No. See, there are people from APC. This is the issue.
Why did you guys ostracize
Hold on now.
People? I mean,
we have to ostracize her because of the things she said. Hold on. Because of the things she said
what did she
about the Igbos.
Hold on. Let Enigmatic.
I'll send it to you.
Let me
see this narrative.
Let me just say something now.
I'll send it to you.
It wasn't about the people. We knew there was an election. We knew that people were going to take sides. But if you now go further to now start abusing the Igbos as a tribe in general, right? Then it becomes a problem. The reason why she is not part of that, or she's not going to be part of it, which is rightfully so, is because of the things she said about the Igbos.
What did she say? What did she say?
Political. I'm going to hold on, please.
I'm trying to find
one man. I'm going to send you probably for tomorrow, right? I'm going to send you what she said because it was like it was on her Twitter page, right? Because she was tweeting.
It was the person that raised the issue of Chinedu that will be fronted Chinedu because of.
Okay, let me ask you this question then.
She even bought into that. Igbos want to take a she was part of that was pushing that narrative.
Which was a lie. With this thing, right? Let me now.
All right. Ask the question and then give your response, Joel, and then we go on to Zeta, who has waited for.
I want to respond to you. There is an issue I want to respond to because you raised a point there. I want to respond to.
The question I want to ask them now is that in 2027, when Peter Obi is back, right, to the presidential political train, what should the Muslims and the Northerners do to Peter Obi when he said, when he went on the tape, right, with that Yes Daddy tape, declaring war against Muslims and Islam?
He did not do all of that, please. I mean, Enigmatic, you're the one pushing that agenda. The Northerners are not thinking about it.
As they ostracize these people now, they should ostracize them in 2027, right, from the North and from the Muslims.
All right, let's hear from Ekene and then Zeta takes over. Ekene, come.
Okay, one man, you say something me buying into that narrative.
Yes, I was saying you are getting increasingly radicalized in your tone.
Yes, I will not lie to you. I'm becoming somehow being radicalized the way you put it, but not totally. But yes, I will not deny that because I live in Lagos. Just like what Mike said earlier, I know even here I don't have problem with my Yoruba friends and customers and all that. I don't really have problem with them. But I really have problem with Elite. Even in this platform, because even when I came to this platform, I came with a clear mind and all that. But at a point, when you raise issue, an Elite will tell you to pack your bag and go back to Anambra State. Even in this platform. It also shaping your minds to that narrative. Yeah, really, these people really hate the Igbos. Yes. They don't really think that we are one Nigerian. And that narrative is going on. And coming on to see the kind of wastage that is happening in the space of the Igbos in Lagos. I don't like it. If I tell you that I love it, even though I blame my Igbo people a lot, I said it here. Last time that I spoke to Joe,
it's not possible for a government to target an ethnic group in Lagos.
No, let me finish now. I just want to clear my mind. I'm speaking my direct mind now.
You continue. You need to stop it.
No, it's impossible. I'm saying my mind. The way I feel.
But we have to help your mind.
I'm saying what I feel.
Lagos,
yeah, you just come back. I'm living in Lagos.
They are Ghanaians. There are so many Ghanaian communities.
Whether Ghanaians or so, I'm talking. Go to Abuja currently.
You need to start correcting the narrative.
Listen, Lagos.
You understand?
Do you know how many South people live in Lagos? Hold
on. Let me say my mind.
Okay, say your mind.
Yeah. Let me say my mind so that you know how to treat people in your space. You understand? So, for me, the wastage that is going on in that Abrado area, my mind is not bearing it. Even few of my friends and all that. You understand? And we are buying into that narrative that we are not going to go too much into that Lagos thing anymore. It's a fact. There is nothing to lie about it. So no matter how anybody want to paint it, because even in the platform that I need to get some intellectual discussion about how to build Nigerian, a lot of elite has told me here to pack my bag and leave Lagos and go to Anambra State. It's a fact.
Hold on, Mike. Let him land.
So when you say those words and you think that I'm a fool, I don't know what you mean, and I don't know the direction you are heading to. I'm not a fool. I don't know what you mean. So then when you come back and say it's not only Igbos, everybody this and that, everybody is involved and all that, I don't care. Even in Alaba, I know what is going on. We are having some problem there. By January, we don't know what is happening. We don't know what is happening there. So when we come back in January and meet that space standing, we thank God. Maybe they have allowed us to continue. Then if the place goes down, then I've already shaped my mind to know what next to do. The fact is there, but people here don't know, but I know. And when you speak up, another person will say you are a liar, that the video you are bringing up is a lie. How do you want me to feel? After that January, the demolition all this demolition that is going in Abrado. I'm not living in Abrado. I'm living in Alaba. But I know even as this one is going on, there is demolition going on in Alaba now, in Ojo area. Their reason is that they want to build road. I don't know their reason, but I don't care any demolition they're doing anymore. They can demolish anything they want to demolish. I don't care anymore. But I know that the major road that leads to Alaba is very deadly. But you want to start a new one, and you are putting people's property down. When you don't know, we don't even know when that road will start, because it's just like creating a new road, and you already putting people's property down. I told you a plaza went down in last week. You think I'm lying? I don't want to bring the beach video because I don't want to be bringing things that people say I'm lying and all that. So when I come back by January, they've already given us an order what to do, and I know their reasons. And I said it here: if people don't have the money to elect their shops to upstairs, what do you now tell them? How can you give people such order within a very short period of time? our government in the market is still going on with that discussion. We don't know what their conclusion would be till we close market this year. So when we come back by January, we know how they landed. And you are telling me that it's not a target. So I know what I'm doing, one man. I'm not happy. Even there, I'm not even happy here. I'm not even happy. This Lagos is not even the way it used to suit me before. Honestly speaking.
You see,
Thank you.
let me take it from here. You see, yeah. Let me take it from here. Okay. And that's what the problem is. You feel that way. Something happened to you. Something happened to you. Because it happened to you. You didn't question, is it only me or is it everybody else? Now you came out and say it's a target. Now someone like me, now you say it's a target, Yorubas are targeting me. Someone like me that I know the facts, like it's not a target. Automatically, I will push back. Now when you say people come on this platform and tell you pack your logo with Anambra, why? It's your fault.
Yeah, Mike.
When you make yourself a news, I will say things like that. Hold on.
Yeah, just one more minute.
I will say things like that. Because when you make yourself a nuisance, it becomes annoying that people will say nasty things to you. The reason why I come on internet and I usually say nasty things to Igbo people is because you come online and make yourself a nuisance. That's the fact. When you things happening, you conclude, you start indicting my ethnic group when I know that we're not like that. And when we ask you, why are you saying this about my ethnic group? We're welcoming people. No. Oh, look what happened. They bring my building down. And I look at what you're telling me and I realize that, okay, they put your building down. The next building next to your building is an Idoma man building. Another one is the Yoruba man building. Another one, you become very annoying and provocative. I will tell you, go back to Anambra and fuck you, because why would you be indicting my ethnic group?
Settle down.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So you guys, you don't understand that your people and the way you guys do things, approach issues sometimes, you become very provocative and bring negative attention to
Mike, that's too general. You have to say some.
Because let's say some. But it's not too many of them that do it.
You have Zeta here, who is as removed from that sort of space as possible.
Yeah.
You have Emeka, who is as removed. You have Charles next, so you have Chioma. It's actually a vocal minority rather than the entire. Yeah.
But Mike, just a second, Baba. Just a second. Let me say this. One man, do you know? If you look at it, it's like they usually go to this playbook, right? It's like they usually go to this playbook after every election that does not actually go their way. Every time an election doesn't go their way, they always go back to this echo chamber of IPOB narrative, right? And then we are going back. You know, at the point they threatened in the north, they threatened in Kano, in Kaduna. We are taking our businesses out of the north. We wreck the north. No, they need to stop doing this, because, like I say, if you know the numbers of South people, the whole of there's this popular neighborhood in Lagos, that place where Daddy Shoki was, Ajegunle. Do you know how many? Do you know how many number of South people?
They run that area.
And then when we have elections in Lagos, and then after an election, right, the narrative becomes an Igbo narrative versus the Yoruba narrative. Why are you always putting yourself in the middle of attacks? We have those people from the south who will just perch and be watching. We have the northerners who will perch and be watching. We have every other tribe who will perch and be watching. But you people will carry your big shares and say you are the one who want to drag everything. The other time they went to Lagos during the election, right? During the election, they occupied all the road. They were claiming we are in Lagos now. We are taking Lagos. We are chasing the Oba out of town. Where is MC Oluomo? MC Oluomo did not come out one time to address them. The only time he came to address them, they have not.
Please just give me a minute for Ekene.
All right. I don't want us to
just 1 minute. I want to address Ekene particularly, please.
You know the bulk of our audience are actually Southeasterners. So they and even when Daniel Bwala came here, he told us that the most expansive in thoughts are Southeasterners. So I don't want us to come across somewhat bashing. Just a little
just window, briefly, one man,
and then we go to Zeta.
Yeah. Sorry, I was not supposed to come on the platform until tomorrow. I just came back from Thanksgiving holiday this afternoon, actually. And Ekene, are you there? Hello,
he's here.
Ekene.
Yeah,
The problem, you understand, in that Alaba space, it's your leaders. Your leaders are the problem. Someone like you will not know, and lots of people will not know. They are in cahoots with the Lagos state government. I'm telling you the truth. I would have told you this privately long ago. They are in cahoots with the Lagos state government, your own leaders in Alaba. Already that place is earmarked for a massive shopping mall. For you guys, though, but already your leaders are investors in that Chinese project. Believe me, 101%. Your leaders have already invested. They have to expand the road first, lay out all the facilities that mall will need to work. They are going to clear all this one. Your leaders are investors. They are pretending. So don't open your eye, shine your eye, look well.
Their leaders are part of the people that are investors, but other ethnic groups are part of the investors.
Exactly.
The rich Nigerians are investors.
He doesn't understand that. It's been like that long ago. Long ago.
Baba, you spilled the beans the way I didn't want to say it. That was the reason.
Yeah, I can give him examples that date back to the 90s.
They just have to be careful. When I was using
the young ones like him have to be very careful.
Yeah, but the
all right. We can't hold.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Baba. We can't hold Zita back for too much longer. Zita, you're up next. Zita.
One man, how na day?
With the usual Nigerian boss bass.
So, what do you want me to speak on?
You can either speak to the existing conversation, or I can play you a clip to bring you in.
A clip?
Yes. Let me play you this. This may strike you. Yes, let me play it, and then I'll read you the caption of it. Anyway, let me just play it.
Resolved to place the National Lottery Commission on status inquiry and will be inviting all external auditors to audit the accounts of the commission from the first day of its establishment. The resolution was reached during the hearing of the NTAF and FSP when lawmakers queried the spending of the commission running into deficits. You earned 6.3 billion in 2022. And at the end of the year, you ran a deficit of 252 million.
252 million carried forward.
Deficit.
A deficit.
How?
Yes, I did say that we had a carried forward of liabilities.
You generated 2.5 billion and you spent 2.5 billion to the cover.
We are guided by the Act establishing the agency. If you look at Section 40 of the Act, establishing the agency, we are required to take the custody of a certain percentage.
Which Act are you talking about? The Constitution is supreme, isn't it, than any act of the National Assembly. When you are fully funded, you are expected to remit your IGR 100%.
Oh, okay.
It was echoing.
Yes. Okay, so there it is right there. So this is the narrative of the National Lottery Commission. They generated 6.3 billion naira in 2022. They remitted 0 naira to the national coffers, but they still ran a deficit of 252 million naira. But that is not the real killer. The real killer is, even with all that money that they generated, they were still being funded by the federal government. So how can you be funded, which says that your bills are covered? You generate 6.3 billion, which you did not remit, but you still run a deficit. So that's the Nigerian story right there.
You say lottery?
Yes, the National Lottery Commission, yes.
Oh my God. This money you people are calling, man. I don't get it. Sometimes I want to zero my mind to think is fictitious, because that's the only way I calm myself down. Because if I think those things are real, I feel like, man, these people need to be gassed, honestly. But it is what it is. So is the federal government, is somebody in jail already or what?
The person who's meant to be in jail is the one that is trying to speak Chinese, that according to the act, and the guy is acting in what act? What act tells you that yes, that's that. You can see the guilt right there. I mean, these are criminals now, you know. But that is the narrative of every parastatal under the you know, the Nigerian Ports Authority, they didn't remit anything. The Customs Services, Hamed Ali, he didn't remit anything, but they declare fantastical figures all of the time. And some of the figures that they used to declare, by the way, especially the Customs Service, the Ports Authority, and even the FIRS. Some of the figures they used to declare that this parastatal earned this much, those figures, they twice over what the national budget is. So what they are declaring as profit is twice the national budget, and then in the next news cycle, they'll tell you that they are loaning $1 billion from China. It was just a looting fest.
They should get them arrested and take some money from them, the way they are collecting some from NFL, if they cannot jail them. Because this, I don't even want, they should get back the money. Woman, look, anyway, I feel irritated discussing this, honestly. Anytime I hear this amount of money flying up and down, it angers me. It angers me because the man looking at him, he doesn't even look like somebody who is having
who should be in charge of that level of
they don't really look good.
It looks barely literate. It looks barely literate, doesn't it?
Where is the money? What are they actually using this money for? Because we don't see industries in Nigeria like things.
The money is in Dubai.
I just don't get it, honestly. But it is what it is. But I think we've come to the end of the road. One man, something needs to be done, and just like very fast.
We need some real big fish made examples of.
Yeah, I think their properties overseas, they should align with the foreign companies to sell their properties and get back the money. At least those ones that have 440 properties overseas, some of those properties needs to be sold. That's my stand, because it's annoying. Honestly, it's annoying. I don't want to go there, so that it will not make me lose my thoughts. Can you take me to another topic?
Yeah, let me take you to this page. This is the headline piece. So don't take it on the surface level. Take it on the nuance level. Peter Obi bags Politician of the Year, and then Rufai. So let's just leave it at Peter Obi. So Peter Obi bags Politician of the Year. And in my conversation with Maurice earlier, we both agreed, he of course, an obedient, so he immediately left to concur. But I agreed for different reasons in terms of the impact that this guy has had on Nigerian politics within a short period of time. And by the way, this guy has changed the dynamics of Nigerian politics. He has brought, do you agree first before I... Yeah, so do you agree that Peter Obi is the Politician of the Year, certainly the politician of this electoral cycle? And of course, you know enough to know that it doesn't necessarily mean the person that won is the... do you agree with that statement?
One man, I don't know the yardstick they used. But
Impact. Look it from impact.
Okay, I don't agree.
No?
I don't. You need an explanation?
Yes, because let me tell you why I need an explanation. Tinubu predictably won that election. Is a long-standing, very slick, very embedded in the system politician with his party already in situation and he having like extensive political associations. So you could see he was the front runner and he won. Atiku pushed him all the way through, which was also all the calibrations as well. But the impact that Peter Obi had in this election, and nobody anticipated it. It has been the most impactful in this cycle.
Okay. You said you need an explanation.
Carry on.
Okay. I don't know how much time I have, but let me say this. There are some clarifications I need to make. First, if you say he's the first time since 1999, I keep mentioning from 1999 because I've seen Nigeria coming back to its feet from 1999. I don't want to talk the jargon and the shenanigan that has been happening before 1999. If you say that since 1999, that he is somebody who has come third, that garnered a lot of vote, I will agree with you, but I won't put it on him. I'm going to put it on the system, the electoral process that enabled us to see that. But then, let me go back to my explanation. From 1999 to 2023, people, the election, people win it with large numbers. Assumingly that people come out in large numbers. We see numbers like 22 million, 12 million, 50 million, 30 million. I might exaggerate a little, but I'm just trying to portray my point. And whether we masturbate on this number, disagree with it, dance around it, that those numbers are inflated because there was no voters card, there was no accreditation like from 1999. Therefore, we claim that the figures are not right. But the important thing is that those figures, somebody was declared on that figure, and somebody ruled on that on those figures from 1999 to 2023. Is that figure now part of Nigerian statistics? If you say tomorrow, who are the people that won election in Nigeria? What is the number that they use in winning the election? Those numbers would be proof. That's our statistics, whether we like it or not. That being said, let me keep that aside. There is something I used to hear since this, this election has been so whimsical that sometimes it even amuses me. I've been hearing that Peter Gregory Obi garnered people to come out. He met people to come out. People who don't usually vote came out. I want to say this. Every election, there are new numbers for two reasons: age and interest. Now, in 2023, we all agreed that there was a vacancy, that somebody can go in. First of all, I must say this. Being politician of the year, I don't know if you are running something, you didn't get to the finish line and you are a winner. I don't know how that was, but it is what it is because we are in whimsical time. Now, they said he garnered people to come out. Whether we like it or not, from 1999 to 2023, there have never been a time the number of voter turnout, the percentage is 23%. That is the lowest Nigeria has ever had. Nobody should tell me it's because of the PVC or the accreditation or something, because you said that he gingered people to come out. So where is the number? Or are you trying to tell me that he gingered people to come out and the old voters went away? I am sure one man that INEC said he registered almost 90 million voters. And those registered numbers are not robust. They are human beings. And INEC announced the number of PVC collected. And I am very sure between you and me, one man, the number of PVC collected is nothing below 50 million. It's well above that. Now, this talk has been going on around Nigeria since this election. Gingad, people came out, people have not voted. Of course, in every election, people do come out that have not voted before. As I said before, their age, they are now the age to vote. They are coming out because they have interest. Maybe the person that is coming out, they like him or they like her. Now, I asked one man, where is the number? I couldn't see the number because that 23% was very ridiculous. I couldn't see the number. The registered voters are not robots. The PVC collected are not robots. So where is the ginger and where is the coming out? Or are you telling me that the 23 million that came out were the ones he gingered and our old voters disappeared in thin air? One thing I have to tell you, one man, is that whether we like it or not, the statistics is there. It used to be how many before now? And what is it in 2023? I would rather say that the most contested election in Nigeria is 2015. You might not like me, hate me, like me, I do not care. But that was an election, both these two elections, 2015, 2019, and 2023. I monitored it keenly. Hello? Hello?
We're all listening. Carry on. We're all listening.
I monitored it keenly. The thing that happened in 2015 did not happen in 2023. In 2023. Although in 2023 it was an empty share, in 2015, somebody was sitting there looking for a second term in one of Africa's biggest and richest party. He was knocked off. Him and his party. Not only that they knocked him off, they crippled the party. But most Nigerians didn't know that that party was crippled. They are just trying to see the crippledness right now. But I saw it in 2015. So where is the number, I ask? 23 million people coming out to vote in a well-acclaimed, gingered environment. That number doesn't pass for me. But if it passes for you guys, I rest my case. Next topic, please.
So you don't acknowledge at all the impact that will be had.
Let me tell you.
Hold on. Let me say this. There are certain spaces that traditionally have been apathetic towards our politics in Nigeria. And Obi brought those spaces on board. And not to ethnicize it, but if you say the Southeast, that for a very long time, the Southeast have never felt that they have any real stake in the politics as it was obtaining. And they've had some participation, but not a full-throated one as they had under. So he reignited our politics in that space. And then the disenfranchised, they found a home with him as well. And then that youth space that had expression first under EndSARS and were against the old guard style things, they found a space with him as well. And he energized he was able to harness that youthful angst and give it political language. All of this within 8 months.
Okay.
Nobody else had that impact. Nobody had that impact in this cycle.
One man, please. Let me say this. Are we talking about the noise? Are we talking about the fact?
We're talking about the impact.
No, I said, are we talking about the noise? Or are we talking about the fact? Two of them are impacts. So if we are talking about the facts, I don't know where you got the point that Igbos don't vote. But can we go back to 1999, the date, and let's check the numbers?
No. I didn't say they don't vote, but they vote. Do you understand? They felt they had a stake in this instance, as opposed to other instances where they just felt they had a negotiation.
Woman, I think we've gone through this a lot over the time. PDP divided themselves into 3 places. And the Southeast vote Igbo. And they vote PDP, and they voted one part of the PDP. I think we've gone through that a long time here. So, but let me say this, one man. The election that was...
if you go to the percentages, Zita, traditionally, the voter, because when they talk about voter apathy, they are talking about percentages. Traditionally, the votings coming from the Southeast is run about in the mid 20-something%. But in this particular cycle, it was as high as 37, 40-something. So a huge...
And what's the number?
The numbers don't matter because, like you said, the numbers as pre the Electoral Act, those numbers don't really mean anything because they're just written figures. But the percentages
No.
Right.
No, we shouldn't go that route. We shouldn't go that route. Those numbers are Nigerian statistics. We can't overrule it.
They are padded statistics now. They are padded.
They're there. Permanent. Somebody won an election with those numbers, and somebody ruled with those numbers. So you can, in as much as I said before, we want to dance around, masturbate on it, say whatever we want to say, that they're fictitious, they are added up, they are printed. The important thing is that it is a number that is in Nigerian statistics. And again, let me say this. This election we are talking about is an election that these same people fought. They said it is terrible. And therefore, if it is terrible, I wouldn't have used the yardstick I wanted to use to measure him, because they said it's rubbish. Had it been they accepted the election, then I would have said, okay, well then, let's believe that the numbers are now real, and this is what he was able to get as a third position. But they didn't believe in the election. As long as they are concerned, those numbers we are saying that were added up, they are still claiming that those numbers are still being added up. They are still claiming that that election was rigged. Technically saying that those numbers are still being added for one person or the other. So if you believe those numbers were added, then where is the number that was gingered? That's the question. But I will say this. There was a vacancy. There was anger in the land. People wanted to get angry. Some people, and they become too loud about it. And it seems as if the other contestants didn't have supporters, but they do. Because if we are going to run with what the election presented, and if it is the 2023 election, that's why he got this what do you call it? This bargain, you people call it politician of the year. Maybe when he was a politician elsewhere, but if it is the 2023 election, these people are still claiming the number is still added up. So where is the statistics? Where is those numbers that we used to have if they said the election is rigged? When our elections were rigged, according to you, we do have huge numbers. So when somebody is not accepting an election and saying that election is rigged, that means there is a lot of falsified numbers. So where is those numbers? As for me, 23% is no ginger for me. Since 1999, 23%? Damn. If it's a pass for you that somebody gingered the whole Nigeria of how many million people, with how many number of registered voters, with how many PVC collected, and he gingered only 23% came out, and he was able to get 6 million. If you say that's fine, that's okay. But for me, it's a no-no for me. Thank you. Next topic.
All right, let me take you to a different space and probably one of your favorite people. So this is Yemson Wike in play again. Rivers APC handed to Wike to spite Amechi. This is a party chieftain saying this. So this is the narrative of Rivers State. As you know, the goings on between Fubara and Wike, so that's a satellite thing. And Wike has already come out in public to say it's going to destroy him. It looks as though Rivers is so strategic that the central space they want to make sure that is guaranteed for next for 2027. They want to make sure it's guaranteed, and they already have Wike on board, and the only person that can guarantee them Rivers State is Wike. So Wike, of course, he controls a lot of the structures in PDP, but now because of this flapping of the feathers by this Fubara element, and also the need to punish Rotimi Amechi, what they have now done is to sack the whole executive, the excos for Rivers State APC, and they've now put a caretaker committee there with the view to handing the structures of our APC to Wike. So Wike now has the levers for both APC and the driving wheel of PDP. So that guarantees Rivers State and punishes Amechi in equal measure. So thoughts on those?
Okay, one more from all you said. You just told me that Amechi is incapable of handling APC Rivers State. That's just what you just narrated.
No,
if he's capable, it won't be collected from him. That's as simple as ABC. If you can't get your house in order, it will scatter. Actually, Rivers State APC has not, they have a large followership, very large followership since 2015. But the politics of Amechi is destroying that party in Rivers State. And it's funny, people believe Rivers State does not, some people say they don't even have APC. But it's funny, because somebody else is holding his own house together. By the way, Wike enforces what he wants, not that the people want it. I have to correct that. He has the way of enforcing it. And as long as he keeps getting the power to back him up, he will keep enforcing it. It's as simple as ABC. When Amechi had the power to enforce certain things, he couldn't. He couldn't. He worked with Buhari. Buhari won an election. He couldn't win Rivers State. Is that a politician? He was going to court. He became the what is it called? Transport minister for how many years? He couldn't even win anything in Rivers State. And now you are saying they took taking something. How can you started you are now talking like the people? and less more. What he doesn't have, they're taking it away from him. He never had it in the first place. He never had it. He's just
But is the lead party figure in that state. Is the lead party figure in that state.
He was. But when you are a lead and you ended up, instead of leading and bringing people together, you ended up creating all manner of factions among you people. You end up being, even if you call yourself a lead, you no longer be a lead or weightless lead. Actually, that's actually what he is. So he never even had it in the first place, not to talk of anybody taking it from him. That's the main thing. But if Wike has a way of enforcing things anyway, so he will come back and start his madness in Rivers State if they will let him. But as I always say, if you want to fight a strong man, you have to be double strong. It's not all about propaganda and jumping all about from one media house to the other. You have to sit down, plan very well, and fight a strong man. But if you think being loud gives you the number, that's fine. It's okay. So I don't think Amaechi had anything before, not to talk of taking it away. Nobody is fighting. He has already spited himself. Next topic.
All right, let's talk about a battle that has already been fought and won. So this is a narrative of an incapacitated governor who the president insists must still hold situation. So they were in the throes of impeaching Akeredolu in Ondo State. In fact, out of the however many parliamentarians they have in their local assembly, the deputy governor had already been able to get about 45% of them, maybe even 50%. And they were just a day away from igniting impeachment proceedings when Tinubu ordered that they all come to Abuja. So they come to Abuja only then for Tinubu to raise the hands of Akeredolu, incapacitated governor, but he can continue to govern that state from Ibadan. So now the deputy governor now who was threatening, he has now suddenly is found humility. So here he is now. Although deputy governor begs, Akeredolu says, "I remain loyal." So what are you then making then of the endorsement of this Ezekwesili governor of Ondo State?
First of all, when I talk sometimes, people say they don't understand me. I want to make this categorically clear. If you do not understand what I am saying, the message is not for you. So don't bother. Don't even bother wrapping your head against what I am talking about. I made a comment. If you ginger people to come out and you say first-time voters voted, the number I am seeing is not impressive for the ginger of 87 million people. And among all of them, it's only 28% of 23. Is it 23 million? Not even 23 million that came out to vote. And in that 23 million, upon your ginger, you get 6 million. And in that 6 million, you still said the election was not good. So we shouldn't even be discussing it. It should not be an election you should get awarded in the first place. I stand my grounds. An election that was the worst election in Nigeria. Somebody who said that should not get award in that election. Period. Now, one man, back to the man in Ondo State. Is it Ogun Ondo?
Ondo.
Okay. First of all, let me say this. I don't really know where there is a law that says if you are walking on your seat, you should stop work. I don't know. But it is what it is. Sometimes I don't want to find myself in a position where I be part of the rich must suffer, the rich must die. I don't want to be part of that campaign. Because everybody aspires to be comfortable in life. That somebody is comfortable, or somebody is holding a position, I wouldn't say because of that he should die or he should suffer. That being said, let me say this. Who declared him incapacitated? One man.
Well, it clearly is. If he's not showing any capacity to govern, he was in hospital, almost in a vegetative state for months. I think that's publicly documented in Germany. And then since he came back, he has not yet. He says he's still recuperating in Ibadan, and he's been there now for about 3 going on 4 months. So in totality, he's been out of his state for about 8 months, if not longer, and not showing any capacity to. So it's somewhat. Even the chairman of his party, Ganduje, described him as no, that was actually the previous one. It described him as incapacitated.
Is he a doctor? Okay. One man, are you actually saying that these deputy governors should no longer be existing? Because the job of the deputy governor is where the man is weak, he runs from there. Because I, for one, I've been around in places where people were sick for years. They get their pay. Their job was still there. These are ideal places that if it is ideally something that is too good to be real, but we call those places ideal. Their job is still there. The assistants take up, their jobs is being divided until they bring a paper from the doctor and say, I am no longer strong enough to do this. The federal government of Nigeria, they have doctors. The state have doctors that take care of these people. Why can't the doctor in the state, who is the government house doctor, to write that this man is incapacitated, and then we take it from their woman? Hello?
Yeah, we're all listening. We're all here.
So why are we insinuating he's incapacitated? He's not so good. He's dying. He's this. I think we should be talking about him ruling from another state. I think that's the one I would say. I don't think that's right.
And why would he be ruling from another state if he has the capacity? That is what we
should be discussing. He should be in his state as a governor. I don't know if there's a law in Nigeria that allows a governor to rule from outside of his state. But saying he should resign, that he's incapacitated, I don't get that part.
If he has the capacity to rule from his state, then it's not even ruling from the federal capital. When you can argue that he wanted to be closer to the seat of power to schmooze for his state, he's ruling just from it's another state that is barely an hour from his own home state.
Okay.
So if he's not incapacitated, then why would that be the case?
One man, I believe the Constitution of Nigeria said unless he is incapacitated. Is that not?
Well, that is true, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the deputy governor should get a medical report that he's incapacitated. I think that should solve the problem. But telling a sick man that because he's sick, he should get out of the job. I don't know if there's any law that backs that up. Even people who do hourly job, when you're sick, the only thing is that you don't get paid for those hours because you are not working, because the job is work and you get paid. They don't tell you to go home and stop coming. Let alone people who are elected, his people trusted the state in his hands. And just because he's sick, you say he should get out of the job. I don't know woman, really, you see, this sickness of a thing is an area that actually, as a human, I don't have control over. So I don't want to be discussing it about a human being. Can you take me to another topic?
All right. I'll take it to this last one, but I'm not sure that you have interest in this one or not. Lagos demolition are making it tough for Southeasterners to be Nigerians. So now, that comment in itself, but then the person making the comment, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Ejimakor. So now, this guy continues to make increasingly political comments into the national space, rather than advocating for his principle, for his clients. So what are you making of that statement, and especially coming from Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, whose only brief was to get Nnamdi Kanu out of the clutches of the authorities?
You see, woman, as I said before, some few handful Igbos are trying really hard, and they're doing a good job at that, to project the Igbos as what they are not. And it's really, really getting me angry. They always want to, I don't know why they do that, but they are doing it. Because if you think they're doing it according to what you said earlier in this platform today, you said to get the propaganda, to gather it so that people will believe, or countries will believe, that they're marginalized, for them to get iPod. And I ask, you think these people will just believe them without investigation? You see one guy, there is one guy that was an associate prof that went to the UK. His name is David Udeni. He did what he did in the UK that cost him his asylum. And he's been running around everywhere, running his mouth, saying everything he's saying. The story still remains the same. You know why? Because those people are not, some people are like me, are not people you just tell stories and we just say, okay, fine. We make our own investigation. The demolition going on in Lagos, is it only Igbos? The answer is no. Is it meant to be targeted to the Igbos? He's yet to prove that to anybody. But the important thing I want to say, I'm not really interested in what the guy has to say, what he's not saying. One important thing I want to say is that, one man, the government of Nigeria, both the federal and the states, should do more in mapping out areas before they start selling them. Whether it's a community land or anything, they should make sure there is something in the government house to tell everybody who, when you want to buy a land, you go and check with them. Has this place been mapped out for development? If they say yes, then you look at it. If this place you are buying, no, you can't buy here because who is selling this place for you is not mapped out. I think they should do that instead of all this demolition here and there. It doesn't help anybody. Honestly, sincerely speaking. I'm not saying only Lagos. The whole Nigeria is demolition. So I don't even know why they're picking Lagos anyway, but it is what it is, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. The delightful Zeta, of course, that was the delightful Zeta. So the delightful Zeta, so but wait no more, hopefully are still with us. Been quiet all the way through. Hopefully Ajale Koko still there. Ajale Koko, you're up next. All right, I think Ajale Koko may still need a moment. Let's go to World Peace. Hopefully it's still there. Konnichiwa, World Peace. All right, let's go to...
One man, sorry, I'm quite busy now. I'll get back to you soon.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Mike, who hopefully is there. Mike, I didn't even know they had the internet wherever it is that you are. Is that as Nigeria developed to the point that you are having internet, Mike?
One man. Are you kidding me? I don't. You guys have this thinking that, dude, we are ahead of you and Germany. If you get money, we are ahead of you, middle class in UK and US. There, I'm telling you. If you get around here, man.
You hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Ajale Koko, I came to you. So sorry, Mike. Mike, don't go anywhere because I want to hear about your trip to Nigeria. But let's hear from Ajale Koko.
I'll bounce soon because it's like 4 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 4 a.m. here too, Mike. So, but stay with us for as long as you can. But let's hear from Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, yes, I came to you. So, Ajale Koko, do you want to start it off with the headline piece? Peter Obi bags politician of the year. So arguments for and against, but I sort of on board with that idea. So what did they make then of that headline? Peter Obi, politician of the year.
Greetings to our listeners around the world. So, I think he deserves it. Obi deserve it. He brought something into this presidential race in Nigeria that we've never seen before. A politician that had no structure across the country. A politician that ran on the ticket of a party that is not relevant to Nigerian people. A party that in 2019 got 5,000 votes. Obi make that political party with him on the ticket as presidential candidate to have 6 million votes. Obi have pushed to every doorstep in Nigeria. Labour Party. Labour Party is an unknown party in Nigeria before to many Nigerians. But today, there's nobody that doesn't know Labour Party. And Obi made that possible. And he has changed the dimension. He brought a new dimension into the game completely. Vibrant youth and, some can describe it as tribal sentiments, religious sentiments injected into the campaign, but he played it good with a campaign slogan that was very unique, from consumption to production. That was a very, very strong campaign slogan. It's just like Obama hit his own campaign slogan that is unique to everybody in the whole world. Yes, we can. President Donald Trump came up with a campaign slogan that's let's make America great again. So Obi deserve it. He actually won that election. What I mean, I didn't mean that he officially won the election, but by the impact he made in that race, man, we have to give it to him. He didn't win it by the figure, but by the activity and the, the uniqueness, the dynamism and the fanfare, everything that he brought into that race. Obi is the winner, but not by the figure, by the election figure, election result. He didn't win the election result, but in every other aspect of the game, I mean, let's give it to him. Let's give it to him.
Ajale Koko, I tend to disagree with you a little bit. I'm sorry. Honestly, the reason why I say that is because if I'm in Obi's shoe, there's no way I would have lost that election. That's just the fact. All odds were on his side. It's the turn of your region. It's the turn of your region. That's just all you have to campaign on. It's so simple. And he lost. In 2015, I was telling people that if a monkey or goats from Igbo land run, he will win the election. Because he has everything on his side. The turn of your region.
Would that not
he allow Ipobians, all these people to just kill it for him.
Tribal? Would that not sound tribal? That is campaign tribal. Would that not sound tribal? That is campaign on a tribal.
No. I'm not saying he should go out and say it's the turn of his region. I'm saying what makes everything on his side is the fact that the whole Nigeria know that the presidency should have gone to the southeast. The whole Nigeria, including Northerners. Everybody know that. In fact, we are all interested in seeing how his southeastern president will be like. We are all curious to see it. But he didn't understand that. You want to be president, you wait till 8 months before you start showing that you want to be president. You should have been showing that you want to be president years before, at least 2-3 years before. The guy, he screwed up in every ways. And when you started campaigning, you go to places, you only campaign with your people. You go to Lagos, you go to Alaba, you go to Kano, you go to Samogiri. The guy did terrible. I think if Okorocha would have ran, he would have won. He would have lost in the southeast, but he would have won more votes in the north and in the southwest and everywhere else. Someone like Okorocha or Umahi or something like that. Obi was terrible. The guy failed, man. I don't know what are you guys talking about. You had everything on your side. You look at Tinubu, like everything was against Tinubu. Everything. Literally, the central bank situation. I mean, Obi had everything on his side, man. But the guy failed. That's why Shoyinka didn't like the guy. Because Shoyinka, we all know Shoyinka, is the guy that desperately want Igbos to become president. He's always been pro-Igbo. Because of Obi, he became anti-Igbo. No, I won't say anti-Igbo, but Obi failed, man. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that 6 million number what you guys are talking about. I don't agree with that.
Okay. Well, not everybody will agree, but but from a party that have no structure, nobody can ever, believe that Obi could even get that number that he got in that vote, 6 million votes at one time, with a party that have no structure.
Let me ask you, if Tinubu goes to Labour Party today, will he get the same number of votes?
If Tinubu in the Labour Party today?
Yeah, if you move to Labour Party, yeah.
With a party with have no structure like Obi?
Yeah, Labour Party. We all already know who he is. He will still get us, particularly in Southwest, he will still get the same vote in Southwest.
No, if Tinubu did not run on the ticket of APC, if you run the ticket of Labour, he wouldn't have won the election.
AAC.
He wouldn't have won the election. He would have failed.
ACN.
He would have failed.
He would have won the Southwest. Wait, hold on. He would have won the Southwest, same way we won the Southeast, because it was already known. He already used the bigger party platform to be known, right? And he would have picked a couple of states outside of Southwest. And that's exactly how Obi won. He picked his region and he picked a couple of states outside of his region. Anybody would have done that. So I don't know why you guys keep saying Obi was a PDP guy. It was already on a platform of PDP.
No. I would not agree. A lot of people have contested.
Atiku would have done it. Obi would have done it.
Hold on. Some people had run on the ticket of Labour before. They failed woefully.
Because they were never under bigger party before, prior to that. And they were never known figures. Also consider it wasn't a presidential election which is based on regionalism. You understand? Because he's running the only Southeastern running as a president and already known by the entire Southeast, known by the entire South. So he didn't need the party. It was not relevant anymore for him to win his region. So this idea that he won this many votes because for the fact, no. It's not because of Labour. Labour was irrelevant.
Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, Baba Jare, good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike, good morning. What I want to say, with the 6 million that everybody has been hammering on, we are hammering on it maybe based on the sentiment that surrounded that election. If you all recall, Buhari contested how many times before he eventually won the APC? I think he has contested 3 times.
I was getting 10 million.
How many votes did he garner each time? Over 12 million votes.
His people will always support him now, and that's why I asked.
You understand? We didn't see that one. We didn't see that one as a feat. Now somebody garner only 6 million, and we are attaching so much importance to it, forgetting that we all know what surrounded that election. Babajide Kuku, you were saying 2-3 days ago that the kind of tribalism that election introduced. You are even talking about Jay-Z. You remember? Why are you not playing it down today just because we want to support these? I don't know who are the group of these Gamma, who the organizer of this award. Look at the people that they gave the award to. You know that it's just a group of people that are just trying to promote something. So why? I don't know. God, tell us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The reason why you tell me that he's a good politician and he has introduced something better into our politics. Just tell us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points.
Okay, obviously you are not listening. You guys were not listening to me very well. I said that everything that he brought into the campaign, some people might say, yes.
Some remember any Simba. Some Peruni. Can you hear the call?
What do you expect here? Is it's even my phone that is doing that. It's around to 7 here now. 7 here.
So as I was saying, you guys, I said everything he brought into the campaign, the tribal sentiment, the religious sentiment, the unique campaign slogan, and everything that he brought into the campaign make his campaign very unique and push his candidacy to every home in Nigeria. And that was what got him that 6 million vote. So a person that's run on the ticket of a party that have no structure to achieve that high, I think we should give credit to him. He has achieved one thing that nobody have ever achieved before. Even Atiku Abubakar, when he ran under the ticket of ACM, with a vice president, a former vice president, on the ticket of ACM, he couldn't win 6 million votes.
But Buhari ran on CPC now. I want 10 million.
No, hold on now. You people should just listen. Atiku with his household name in Nigeria, when he left PDP and run on Tinubu's ACM party, he got only 1 million plus.
But the whole Nigeria didn't like PDP now. It was just about to just running manipulation.
Oh no! I mean, you guys just like this excuse. I mean, can you just listen for God's sake? Atiku couldn't get up to 2 billion votes. It was 1 million votes he got. I'm not sure if he win any state. He didn't win any state. Maybe he win his own state, too. If my memory serves me well, maybe he won his own state. And Obi from nowhere. No structure, no name. It was Atiku that make him popular.
That's no structure, no name now. You already had name now.
Oh, forget about the name. The name is not. Obi is not a.
He had name in his region.
He's not a national politician.
The entire ethnic group,
that brought him
elite.
to limelight, and that does not make him a national politician as strong as Tinubu, as strong as even Wike. He's not as strong as Wike.
No, Obi is as strong as any of those people.
Oh no, forget it, Mike.
Everybody knows Obi now. Even you, Babala Jalikoko, you were obedient before Obi began campaigning on this platform. You were saying Obi is your guy. One man, I know you remember that. You were already
said that if not that is a politician.
Of course, now there's been so many turncoats. Ajale Koko, Ola, they were all obedient. I don't know what happened.
No. My own, that was a clause to mine. I said
before obedience began, you were here.
Politician. If not that is
so you will be plus, or you said there's a plus to your own. Is it will be plus?
Hold on, I'm not Obi's floor. I say if not that Obi is among this old guard, I will have preferred him. But I will not go for him because I want to support somebody that is not one of them. We saw that. So that's why I went for. So I said Obi will have been my preferred candidate for the reason that it's the time for Southeast to have it. But Obi is one of these crooked politicians, and I will not support him. So that was so my whole position is clear. But I'd like to talk to the fact of what is good about him. Yeah, he has some bad side of him too. But what the good side of him, I think we should say it, and we should celebrate him for achieving, that a greater performance that nobody ever expected, that somebody from unknown party can achieve. I think we should give kudos to him. We should let us, just give that to him. We are not going to lose anything. You might not like it.
Sorry for interjecting you. I asked you a question earlier. I said, just give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points, positive things that he has contributed to our electionary process. Positive. Just give so that we know, okay, yes, it's not about Ghana 6 million votes. And so what?
I can give you those, but if Ajale Koko wants to go first, but I can give you countless what Obi has contributed more than anybody else in this cycle.
I have told you, this guy, number one, he's been able to galvanize the vote of the youth. You must say the aside.
No, Baba Jaro, that one is an illusion that you believe that the youth in Nigeria actually voted for Obi. It's just an illusion.
I'm not saying entire Nigeria. Don't put word into my mouth.
Even the
youthful conversation was with the Obi movement, though. The youthful conversation
attracted his candidacy, attracted the vote of the southern youth. And you can't detach them from Nigerian youth.
But
it is sectional, but they are Nigerian youth.
You can't attribute that to Obi.
It
was a lot of Southeastern what do you call them, celebrities like P Square, all those celebrities, because they are from Southeast. Everybody knew it was the turn of the Southeast. So automatically, even whether they like him or not, they had to jump behind him. They were bandwagon.
He energized them.
Obi didn't do it. Obi didn't energize
his personality energized them. So you can
there's no way you can describe Obi personality.
That's nothing to do. Don't you see the way they package? Don't you see the way they package his personality all the time?
Because no other Southeasterners came out now. It was only Southeasterners that was really out. The other ones that came out were on APC, and of course, they couldn't win APC ticket, and he was the only one relevant on PDP. So they saw that he was the only one, and they all realized it was their turn to be president, and they came out full force. P Square, all of them, the celebrities from the Southeast, they started pumping him.
A lot of celebrities from the Southwest supported Tinubu too. So what is the point?
No, that's not it. No, I'm not doing Tinubu versus Obi argument today. What I'm saying is we are trying to argue how the pumping of Obi is not because Obi did it. It's because others did it for him. The celebrities.
Okay, who are you going to give the credit to? Who are you going to give the credit of?
I will give it to this Obidiot. The reason.
Okay, who are the Obidiot supporting? Who are the obedient? I don't want to call them obedient. The people you call what you call them. The
Obi didn't create the obedience. You cannot agree. But no, you are attributing the credit.
Who draw them into the race?
They did it on their own. Obi did not
forget
Obi
it.
didn't do it.
Why are you denying?
Ajali Koko, you know for a fact. Wait, hold on. You know for a fact, if it was Obi that created obedience, he would have been able to control them. He couldn't control them because that's not something he created. He just found them to be a force he didn't expect.
They are organic. Obi had organic support from those people.
But not because Obi didn't create it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Because
Obi did not create the obedient movement. Obi didn't create the obedient movement.
It was organic.
But not because of Obi though.
That yes,
organic for the fact that it's the turn of the Southeast. It was the tribal election, Wazobia election. And automatically,
yes, you can describe it as that yes, because of Zobia election. But Obi,
you are making it look like it's Obi that created it. He created the whole the obedience.
For him to have achieved what he achieved. Look, let me tell you.
No, not with his own mind. Not with his own power. He didn't do that.
Tinubu won 12 states. Hold on. Tinubu won 12 states. Obi won 12 states. I think he won 12 states. Look, that guy, give credit to him.
You can't give him credit for what he didn't work for. He didn't do the work. If he gives something to if he hands something to somebody, you won't give that person credit for having it.
Okay.
It's like a child that inherits wealth. You are saying no, you give credit for being wealthy.
So
you didn't work for
all the votes that Tinubu got. Tinubu
worked for his own vote.
Himself.
He worked for it, yes. Tinubu worked for it. Even you hated Tinubu. Ajani Koko. One man is my witness. You supported Obi over Tinubu 10 months ago, a year ago. You were here blasting. You hated Tinubu. You liked Obi, and this is a fact. Like I can pull all the clips and things you said, but you didn't like Tinubu at all. But Obi was your man. Even me and you used to fight over it because I was anti-Southeastern back then. Not because I hated. No.
I will not. I will.
No.
I will repeat it again.
You were Obi man. And wait, hold on. I'm trying to tell you. You hated Tinubu. You loved Obi. I remember you. Now, somehow,
how can you describe hate?
You turned against Obi.
You became Tinubu definition of hate. I hate Tinubu.
We've heard harsher words against Tinubu from you than even rational mind.
If you speak against a candidate that you believe,
no, this was before I became a candidate too.
That cannot do good. Has it done good for your country now?
No, before I became a candidate.
Done good for the people of the country?
No, that's not what we are saying. But somehow during the election, hold on, during the election, you supported Tinubu over Obi.
Yes, I foresee that this man will not do good for the nation, and I still stand by it.
But you supported him over Obi during the election.
But that does not mean that if he has done something good,
that's what Obi failed. For a supporter Obi to be against Obi during the election, but before election you were with Obi, that means Obi failed. For you supporter to be against him during the election, while you were supporting him before election, that means he failed.
Stop describing what you don't look.
You have to support Tinubu that you didn't like.
No, don't lie to my face, okay? Because you are lying now. I did not support Obi, but on the condition that the Southeast is the turn for the Southeast, I said I will like Obi to be president if it is microzone to the Southeast. All right? If it is microzone to the Southeast, yes, I would prefer. That is number one. And I said, if I have no other candidate, outside candidate, Obi will be the guy that I will support among them, for the reason that I want the power to go to the Southeast. I said it long ago. So don't say, oh, I support Obi. I gave condition to it. I said, so look, if I don't want any one of these old guys, Tinubu, Obi, Atiku, I don't want any one of them. That is what I said. And that was the reason why I opted for Sowore, that I want something from outside, a new person, new team to redirect this country, and I believe Sowore will be the job, will be the guy. But if that couldn't work, that if they microzone this thing to Southeast, that it is Southeast turn, well, Obi could fit into that. But
how did you end up picking?
But let me tell you this.
Obi failed. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Obi failed.
Hold on.
Even some Yorubans have supported him against himself. He failed.
You might
so why
not
you
like
saying this guy is
Obi.
smart?
I know you don't like Obi. Fine. You don't
No,
like
it's not about. I'm just trying to tell you why the guy doesn't deserve their work. He's a failed
hate him,
politician.
right? You
He
hate
didn't
Obi,
know how
right?
to. I know Northerners that wanted to vote for him, and not turn against him.
You hate Obi.
The guy is a terrible politician.
No,
he failed.
You don't hate. You hate him. So, but
it's not about whether I hate him or like him.
I'm just speaking the fact.
is
concerned, as far as the last presidential election is concerned, look, that guy performed wonder.
He didn't perform. You turned against him, so how did he perform?
If you want to describe somebody that performed wonder in that election, it is Obi. Because
so he performed wonder for you to vote for him.
Expected him.
You voted against him and you're saying he performed wonder.
That guy performed wonder.
Did you vote for Obi?
The imagination of anybody. Every political analyst, political pundit, nobody ever predicted that guy could achieve what he achieved. That is performance. Nobody.
Because I don't know if you have voted for him now.
So what are you talking about? So you can't give it to him.
Don't give it to him that could have won
you don't default. You've never seen anything good in him anyway, so you don't need to give it to him. But
Baba, let me add another voice to this. The award, do you think they gave him based on the vote that he got during the election? It was not given based on the number of votes he garnered. Maybe the question, I say ask my question. What are those positive things where we can say, maybe in 10 years time, 15 years time, once upon a time.
How many times am I going to repeat?
You are not mentioning anything. You are just saying Ghana 6 million votes. What did you tell me? You didn't say anything, Baba Jaleko. Listen to yourself.
Oh God. I mean, you might go. I'm hating.
I'm let me have you. I hate you. Summarize there. Summarize it. Let us hear now.
Okay. Look. Well, for me, I think he deserved it, and they gave him. I think he deserved it. Kudos to.
No. What did he really do to deserve that award?
I have said it. Have you been listening? I have said it several times.
You didn't say anything.
Simple. I will break it down. Simple.
Okay.
The campaign slogan, very attractive. From consumption to production. That was a very unique and catchy campaign slogan.
Are you kidding me? Even a monkey that came up with that.
Can you let me speak? They asked me a question. Let me answer them.
Any suru. Getting a political spread there. You can't have.
What do you mean by political
It
spread?
had
The
no
guy won
spread.
12 states.
And
What is political
hold
spread?
on. You can't. You don't have enough spread to say for you to deserve this kind of award. That means that you appeal to everybody across board. You can't be a sectional candidate and be given
Who told you that? So Obi.
But he did though. He appealed across board, but not in numbers. Yeah.
Yes, Obi election result did not show that he's a sectional leader. He won in the southeast, he won in the south, and he won in the north central.
And
hold on.
What happened in north? What happened in northwest and northeast? Are they not Nigerians?
Hold on now. Did Tinubu win in the southeast? Did your president today? Did he win in the southeast? Why couldn't he win in the south?
And why didn't he win over there?
And that is
why
the more.
No. Why didn't he win there?
Wait, that is the more.
Why didn't he win in the southeast?
Obi is just trying this thing for the first time with no party, with party that have no structure, and he won
he came from the PDP
number.
For God's sake. Don't make him a new
one number, the same number of states.
Now. He came from the PDP now.
He won 12 states. Tinubu won 12 states. Atiku won 12 states. So you guys cannot tell me that guy did not perform well. The first time with no party structure,
he
with
lost.
Party that is unknown to Nigerian people.
I don't care if he performed well. You lost. I don't care.
You people are just, I don't know. You just antagonizing this guy for nothing. It's just for nothing. Politically, if they want to stand,
it was Niger Watch that campaigned for him to win the South. Niger Watch.
Whether Niger Watch,
if it wasn't Niger Watch, he would have lost the.
This guy
he lost Rivers, where there are many Igbos
in Nigeria. It's a wonderful thing that it will never been achieved by any politician that is unknown. Obi
how can you say it's unknown?
Obi was classified as an unknown politician, and that is why
he was unknown.
Hold on. Who didn't know Obi in Nigeria?
Hold on. Let me explain what I mean by unknown.
Ajali Koko, who didn't know Obi in the places where he won? Who didn't know Obi in Lagos? Who didn't know Obi in Abuja? Who did not know Obi in Edo? They know him in, who did know Obi in the whole 5 Eastern States? They don't know him there. That's why he won there.
Listen, your name, they could know your name, but if you don't have structure that can prepare your candidacy, then you are just making noise. He couldn't win. He saw himself as a person that cannot win election in PDP. That's why he ran away to Labour Party that is unknown to nobody. From a unknown party to a party that has 6 million votes. What are you guys talking about? And you are saying that he didn't achieve anything?
No, he should have got a Labour Party award, but no political. Labour Party should give him an award.
No, you guys are, I think you guys are just.
Well, no award for winning.
This argument is just this.
I will vote for
gallery, man. This argument hold no water, man.
Sorry, what's on the screen, by the way? Those are just the heat maps of the elections just gone. Obi was making inroads into the north, we have to say. He won Plateau State, we seem to forget, and Nasarawa.
Yes, it was Plateau. It was Taraba too.
One man.
I don't think he won Taraba.
I didn't say
Taraba.
He won Taraba.
He won only. No, Baba. It's only Nasarawa and Plateau that won.
Plateau, Nasarawa, and Abuja.
Stop being
and
slick.
Abuja. Okay.
Where is the white? Yeah. Come on, you know that what I'm talking about. Stop being slick with you. What you do, I know what you're doing. It made inroads. Know what we're discussing here. For you to be politician of the year, that means you have a wider appeal than what he had. So I'm asking the question.
And this guy won major. He won one of the strongest states in Nigeria, Lagos State. He won in Lagos State.
I asked you what happened. All
right. Ajale Koko still has the floor, but BT, let me ask you this: Who has had the greater impact in this cycle than and of course don't go to the easiest that did they win We know he didn't win, but who has had the greater impact? Who has had a greater impact than Peter Obi in this electoral cycle?
Time will tell. We can't honestly give an answer. So you have to wait for the next 4 years.
Look at that, the election is over now. No. This cycle just gone.
You said impact.
You see, he cannot even answer it. He cannot even answer it.
Can I respond to your question?
Hold his leg. Don't let him run. Who will answer the question? Answer the question. Who has had a greater impact?
He cannot even answer it. Oh yeah, answer it.
Let me respond. Let me respond. For it to fully assess this so-called impact that he made, you have to give it time. Give it like 3-4 years, and we will revisit this question again to see.
You are not answering the question.
No, that wasn't the question, though.
That's not the question.
The numbers are in now. The numbers are in.
I'm being objective here. You are the one that at least you don't picture worry. So I'm sure.
Answer the question directly. It's a direct question. Answer it now.
Who had the bigger impact?
Yes.
You know what?
He had a bigger impact now.
In fact, he helped Tinubu win. That's the impact he had. How about that? How about that?
Yeah, but it's still an impact. It's still an impact.
One man. That is his impact. He put.
One man.
No. Am I lying? The man.
BT, outside of going for the obvious choice than saying the winner takes all, I cannot think of anybody that's had a bigger impact in this cycle than
he helped Tinubu win. That's the impact he had.
That's a lie.
Well, that's true because he took the equal votes from he put Tinubu in office. That's the impact.
Oh man, if Obi was from a minority tribe, would he have even done anything or perform that good? We can't from a big majority tribe now. Igbos are all over Nigeria. I mean, come on. If Obi was,
I say he's new to the side.
Buhari is full and
yeah, but nobody knows him. You know, people didn't know Peter Obi until 2019.
Thank you. We are telling them he was a vice presidential candidate for.
Yeah, that was when that was 2019.
Yeah, so we knew him from there. That's where we all first knew him from.
Yeah, so it's a who didn't know Tinubu in Nigerian, who didn't know Atiku for the last 30 years?
We knew the three of them equally.
We didn't know them equally now.
We knew them.
For the fact that he was not known until 2019 made him a bad politician who has an ambition. Because he was not playing his game well.
That is not the issue. We are talking.
No, the ambition was not ignited till that time now.
So, and you know that you want to become a president of a country like Nigeria is something that you can nose overnight and you win.
No, you are now you are changing the subject now. What we are saying is that who made the greatest impact in this last presidential election?
Asiwaju.
It's not Asiwaju.
He won. What would that mean we used to measure that? He won.
He won
the race. Somebody that brought something new that we never saw before in the history of presidential race in this Fourth Republic. It is Obi. He came with no party and he shook. He shook the main party. He shook them down. He put them on the run. That never happened. We never seen any third party that achieved that in the history of this republic.
He lost the election.
Only Obi with the Labour Party.
CPC has done it before. CPC under Buhari, he did even far better, times 2.
Yeah,
and we saw the way this crooked.
You are not responding to that. You are not responding to that, Babajale. You said there was no party before. We now mention CPC that has no structure, and somebody did it and performed better. So what can you say to that?
What are you saying? You say what? What?
CPC under Buhari.
He had 12 million votes now.
CPC under Buhari.
12
Do you know how
million
many
votes.
years? Do you know how many years that Buhari have been contesting?
You see now,
you want to compare Buhari personality to that of?
Stop moving the goalpost. Now you're moving the goalpost.
No. This is I'm not moving the goalpost. CPC Buhari was a popular party from the north.
Simba, I actually came in.
What are you talking about?
Oga Ajali Koko, just a second. Simba, I actually jumped in again to thank you for mentioning that. CPC. Peter Obi was governor under Abga. Abga, as a party, is still existing. He went to PDP. He contested as vice president. PDP was still existing. Those are his parties. And humanly, he should have supporters there. Then he jumped into Labour Party. And he gathered supporters. And those are the ones who people say that he's not known. And this was an election that people said was flawed. But during the time of Buhari contested an election when Obasanjo was a classic rigger, a chest-beating rigger. When he finished rigging, he will beat his chest. But in as much as Obasanjo dropped his vote, they can't but leave some tens of millions for him. And Buhari was the first politician in Nigeria to have an amazing cult followership. Because that his number was never going down. He was maintaining that high rank in as much as we want to say that the election was rigged. But who was the rigger? He was the one rigged. But even his riggers could not believe him with tens of thousands of millions of votes. And I asked in this election, the simple question I'm asking everybody, Peter Obi did something new. Where is the numbers? One man told me that it used to be 20%. If a region did not ginger, they didn't have anybody who was gingering. And even at that, 20 million people came out and they took 20% of the vote. 20% appearance voters. And somebody said he gingered and only, let's say, 2 million came out and he was able to get 35% of that 2 million. Who had the number of votes? I'm talking about an election. But anyway, Simba, I just came in to thank you for saying that anyway. Now, bye-bye.
Anyway, anybody to his own opinion on Obi's performance in the last presidential. As far as I'm concerned, I think he deserved this award.
Can I add one more thing?
It deserved.
Do you remember the internal politics of APC? The struggle of Tinubu that we thought it was left for dead. There was a time on this that people even brought up Osibajo and admit that Tinubu has no chance. I remember on this show, on this platform, and Tinubu was able to navigate that space, overcome that challenge within his own party. He's a skilled politician. He's a master at this game. And if you have been objective, he is the politician of the year because of the struggles and what he had to go to overcome.
Look, Babati.
So from that perspective, if you've been objective,
Babati, we are talking.
He's the man of the year. I mean, come on.
We are talking on this award given to Obi.
Okay.
Obi deserve it. We are not saying that Tinubu is not a master of the game, but the dimension and the the dimension that Obi brought into this game
Mm-hmm.
is so unique that you can't brush it aside.
No, I am not. I agree with you. I'm not.
What was unique about it? What's so unique about it?
But what Tinubu went through? Remember, Tinubu got it from everybody.
Yeah, Tinubu.
I mean,
Tinubu
I'm like, this guy has no chance, so because the way they were hitting him, even from his own people, he was getting it from everybody, and he overcame that. That to me should have made him the president of the year. Easy for him to have overcome. Come on now. What do you mean?
You know why we cannot give Tinubu is because Tinubu run on the ticket of an established party, a ruling party.
No, that even makes it worse.
Hold on.
No. An unpopular, an
party that the whole country was against.
Wait.
Where Emefiele destroyed their image.
You don't want to
wait before the election, and he still won.
The advantage of APC over other parties.
Ajani Koko.
No, they did not.
Ajani Koko. I forgot one point that made me strongly disagree with that bag you people gave him. According to you guys, the tide was on his favor and he didn't win. Do you call such a person a hero?
Zita, you eat a lot, or you came in eating about 4 hours ago and you're still eating. What's going on?
I'm taking my usual with some pieces of small things.
Oh, all right. Okay. You and Nadia Lekoko, I don't know who eats more. Always eating.
One man, did I tell you what happened to me on my birthday? It's not good to drink.
What happened? You fell inside the swimming pool, Abi.
By 10 a.m. I was drunk, so I didn't know what happened. I got myself drunk by 10 a.m. So I didn't know what happened. That was the end of the birthday. Anyway, what I'm saying is that, hello?
We're listening.
What I'm saying is that Ajani Koko, somebody who you guys claim that the tide was in favor of him, that the whole youth, the whole this, new people want him, everybody, the tide. We are saying it now. Let's assume that all of us, because before we talk about this bargain, that means we have already accepted the result, the election. So we are not discussing it on a free and fair election. You said the tide was in his favor. The youth, everybody came for him, and he lost. And the person who the tide was against fought the tide, through the tide, and won. And you think that person is not the politician of the year? You think so? I don't know how you people measure your statistics, but that's my stand. But if you think he brought new people and he did a new thing, until you people give me the statistics, because I'm not comfortable with 23
Let me
million
even give you the
in my
number.
country.
Madam.
23 million
Can I interject real quick?
for you to tell me that somebody gingered people to come out, and the only
They didn't. That is not even true. Those people that voted for Obi, half of them were anti-establishment votes that hated APC and PDP. So regardless of who was the third option, would have gotten that vote. That 3 million would have still gotten that.
Not if they didn't believe in that third.
No, the anti-APC hate in the country at the time was so. Come on, with the CBN issue that they had, it was just like he was going to get a lot of votes from that that was
okay. But see if you can hear me. What's the difference between Atiku and Peter Obi's votes? The numbers.
Put it in
we have the numbers here. Let me see if we.
I think 600,000 plus.
10,000, yeah, almost 7,000.
It's about 800,000.
Yeah, I think it's about 800,000. So the point here is that, look, for a third party to have come and just be about 800,000 votes away from the second place party or candidate is huge. The only reason why I give Peter Obi the politician of the year is because he provided a genuine third force in the election. That's the reason why.
A genuine third force, you say?
Yeah, a genuine
third force.
Bring that, come on. So I think
PDP. Trust
You are
me.
trolling, man. I think you're trolling the platform tonight. I think you're honest.
You know,
I'm not. Let me
the way
let me
they try to
explain.
talk these days, maybe we should change the time. Maybe take some. He used to take some whiskey now. You see?
Yeah, it's like
That's
genuine
You
transport. Like, come on, man.
know,
No, you have to look at it.
Simba,
Tell me.
what's your brand?
No.
You take whiskey?
Simba is an alpha. He doesn't drink alcohol.
Where's Simba? See, if you guys can tell me, you guys know the history, right? In our past election, what other party has come so close, being a third party in a big election as the past one? I can't remember one. And when Buhari ran, actually,
Prince Daddy,
yeah.
listen, the voters of Obi, they don't call themselves Labour. They call themselves obedience. They came there for Obi, not for Labour. So you are
That's why
saying,
I said a third
listen.
force. I didn't say the
Obi,
party. I said a genuine
Obi
third
is not a
force.
third force. No. Obi is not a third force. There's two forces in this party. Tinubu versus is Obi Atiku. You understand? They are one. President,
Mike,
vice
but you
president.
just said we agreed that
Listen.
Nigeria is usually a two-party state.
Hold on now.
A two-party state, mainly.
No, it's not. It's not.
Labour came
Nigeria is
from
not a party.
PDP now.
Okay. For example, let me tell you why Nigeria is not a party. It's not. Forget that. Compare Nigeria, America, that Republican Democrat thing. No, it doesn't. And I'll prove it by telling you this. Wike is the PDP man, and he was supporting APC during the election, and he gave the vote to APC. So Nigeria is not about party; it's about the individual, it's about the personality. Even if Tinubu would have run under a different party, he would have performed the same way. You understand? What I'm telling you is that election was against Tinubu and a single force. They divided themselves into three: Obi, Kwankwaso, and Atiku. And if you look at the previous election, the states where they all won together, they split it among themselves in this election. Atiku won that southeast. Now Obi took it this election. So it's not Labour that took that east. It's Obi the eastern states. It was Obi that took it. It's not Labour. Obi
Well,
didn't come
the
and
thing
blame
that no, we all are giving a big credit.
Obi took
Those
his
that
vote
think,
for Labour.
oh no,
Labour
those that
didn't
think
vote
Obi
for
won
Obi.
the politician of the year think we are thinking from a different angle or perspective, right? See, Obi, though it was crafty, it left the PDP, went to Labour, and it took all the support from PDP along. That's part of the credit it gets, if you ask
You
me.
can't give him credit for that.
You lost.
He
If he had
lost.
won, then okay, I'll say, oh yes, look at what he did. But he lost.
Exactly. He
I don't
lost.
understand.
He
Nobody
came with a
knows.
strategy to take
If
further
he had
from
won,
PDP
like,
to
look
Labour,
at that,
and he
he came
lost.
out of nowhere and he won.
But you all agree that even that award is an award of perception anyway.
No, it's a
It's not like
stupid award
based on.
because if he would have stayed in PDP, he would have been vice president right now. No, a non-entity.
Yeah.
He's a non-entity right now. He's nobody.
No, he had his own political agenda. He didn't want to be a vice president anymore.
No.
And just like you guys-
Wait.
Hold on, just like you said earlier, Mike, you said that it was the turn of the Southeasterners, and that's one of the reasons
but then
why
he
Bishop
lost.
he wanted to
Prince
put him.
Daddy,
He lost.
somebody who could not win a primary, he could not fight to win a primary.
I understand. That's why I say it's crafty. It came by his crafty means, but
No, Prince
nonetheless,
Daddy,
it became a
look
third
at it
force.
this way. Look at it this way. You went into a political battle, and you had a chance. You either could have been. You have three positions you could have earned: a president, vice president, or nobody. At the end of it, he came out as nobody. What do I mean? If he would have stayed on PDP, he would have been vice president, right? Because Atiku, of course, would have picked him as a vice president choice. And he didn't want to be vice president, so he explored that option to become president. So he came out not becoming president, not becoming vice president, and becoming nobody. And you give him an award.
Mike, that's a
you
wrong
give someone an
assumption.
award.
Peter B
for
was going to be a nobody.
wait now.
Nobody was going to choose
You went to
Peter B
Olympic,
as
you
a
didn't come out with
VP.
any
Nobody
trophy.
was going to. No,
Hold on,
that's a
Prince
wrong
Daddy.
assumption.
Let me land. You went to Olympic with 0 trophy, and you give you award. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
They say that you have the best body shape at the Olympics, even though you didn't win any award. But your body looks good.
You know, Babati, if you look at the heat map that one man showed us, even if you as a player, if that is the football fit, you will be a very bad player.
No, where are you in the north? I keep asking, what happened in the northwest and the northeast, getting 10,000 votes in Sokoto, and you're telling me
Even southwest, apart from Lagos, where else? Even southwest.
But that's the narrative of everybody now. Where was Tinubu in the southeast? Where was Atiku in the southeast?
And I asked you the question, why?
One man, no.
No. One man, let me know. Why didn't Tinubu get that in the southeast? You answer that question, one man. What happened in the southeast? We know what happened in the southeast.
Because they have a candidate. It's the same narrative for everybody. Because they have a candidate.
No. One man, I'm saying in Atiku state, in Tinubu states, historically, even if you win your state, some people still vote for other people. But in this time around, how can one person be getting 97% in one state? Come on now, and nobody could, not even 10% in Enugu could even vote for Atiku, a PDP stronghold. Come on now,
and they couldn't win governor.
That's ridiculous, man. A PDP stronghold in the southeast. You can't, come on, one man. You know why? Come on, let's not play this game.
What do you mean by PDP stronghold? PDP stronghold when people are mad at PDP and
no, I'm saying
they deny.
I'm saying that even the pendulum never swings that. Maybe you get 70 to 80% of your own people vote for you.
No, everybody was mad with PDP. What are you talking about?
No,
they were mad
with PDP. 3 weeks after, they voted for the same PDP.
PDP won the governorship
election. Exactly.
I mean, come on. We hate PDP, but just for presidency only. But for governor, we'll still vote for you.
Governor is local now. Governor is local.
Don't and that depends on the you know why? You know what happened. Stop moving the goalpost. You know what happened. Come on now. Let's not play this game.
We have said it. You can describe it as tribal and everything that he brought into that campaign that make it work for him to achieve performance and got 12 million votes. I mean, he deserves.
No, 6 million. Not 12. No. 6 million. Look back. It's 12.
Sorry. I'm sorry. 12 states and 6 million votes. I mean, he deserves some.
And he lost, so I don't care.
It doesn't matter. He lost. I mean, it's the first time. And what all Nigerians have been looking forward, what has been yearning for, third force, he brought that third force to 4.
Ajale Koko, if Obasanjo had come third place in 1999,
just give it to him, and all of you that are APC, I know you guys.
I'm not with APC. I'm SDP on this platform. I am an SDP on this platform.
All of you are Tinubu's.
Blackmailing, right?
Ajale Koko, if Obasanjo had come third in 1999. Will you give him an award when everybody knew it was the son of the Yorubas? After Abiola, we all say, it's Yoruba turn. And Obasanjo, imagine him running in 1999, coming third, and they give him an award. Come on now.
So let me ask me. So do you think it would be, because he's going to run in the next cycle? Obviously, he has this ambition. Do you think he's going to do as well as did this time around? Like, you think he's going to get more numbers? Because I think he's going to run. And I think if it was Atiku and Obi in PDP,
can I tell you something?
Yeah.
Obi will do well, better than he did in the last election. If Tinubu,
in 2027,
if Tinubu failed to perform,
going against
if the hardship, Tinubu failed the nation.
Based on that, I agree with you totally. If Tinubu did not perform, Obi will do better than even this.
Let me ask that question, please. because that would depend on the VP. I think the clown he picked was that one had no value, didn't add anything. So if you, maybe a Rabiu says no, well, let me run with it.
So university and one the guy was awarding legal law this thing. So they have already the law department.
Fast by this road now. The one that I wanted the legal anything, okay, no, they I'm so concerned with people in Lorusha. It wasn't about the legal anything. It was exceeding quota. It was exceeding quota.
What man forget that guy for a second. I'm saying that Atiku is the X factor here for Obi's path to presidency. If Atiku decide, the only way he can win is if Atiku says I'm not running. If they can say, okay, Atiku, please don't run. Let's have Peter Obi run. Then he has a chance against Bola Tinubu. But if Atiku is on that ticket,
Atiku is gone politically in that country. Nobody wants Atiku.
That guy will.
Even in the north, even in the north, he will not see his people will not back him. Because
but I'm saying that the man will still.
Tinubu has retired him.
The man will still run. That the way the man is running since for how many years now? 94, 93, and 92, right? He's still going to run for office. And
have you seen him walk? Have you seen him recently? Do you see the way he walks? Do you know that guy drag his foot to walk? Look? Who is going to vote for Atiku in the next?
Even on a deathbed, the man will still run for office. I'm telling you.
And nobody will vote for him.
But he will take away votes from Peter Obi is my point to you. The
people in the north will stand up against him. Already, you look at his party, you don't even see his governor behind him. Look at when he was making speech. None of the governors.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. That's my point. That's my point. Okay.
But Babati, hold on a second. Mo ní pé Atiku máa sáré kú dọjọ́ kú tó fi máa bó ṣe wà yẹn ni.
Ó máa rọ́ọ̀nù kú ni bó ṣe wà yẹn.
Atiku in his until his death, he will be running to be president. It's already is done. You can't get it. But the problem now that you guys are not seeing, the problem that most people are not really even seeing now is that Obi is trying to copy and do what Atiku does. People are not seeing that. Atiku went to his maybe primary school or secondary school last week. Obi went to his own maybe today or yesterday. Next week, if Atiku does done something stupid, Obi will replicate it somewhere else. And then what you are seeing now is that take it or leave it, Baba. I want to tell you this for a fact. Take it or leave it. Asiwaju will perform. And Asiwaju, right, just like when he was out of power, he was able to fight almost the biggest political fight I've seen in recent time, where the incumbent party itself is divided almost into four. The Buhari Cabal did not work for him. Are you aware of the fact that there are some governors that did not even work for him? The APC, they've never lost any election in Yobe State. They lost this time around because the Yobe State governor was working for Atiku. The Ahmed Lawan faction, all of them. Then Gombe State, they've never lost election in Gombe. They lost. And some other states like that. And he knows, and he was able to muzzle that, and he won. They threw the religion stuff against him. Almost all the Christian-dominated, states in Nigeria. He found a way to win. They launched a well-coordinated attack on his person, campaign of calumny, regardless of that, right? So that was when he was out of office. Now he's in office as an incumbent governor. And then you can see the power play, the power move, the political move, the chess move they are making now. There's a reason. I want you to know that Wike is not in FCT by mistake. And they will launch a very big and a well-coordinated attack on Wike as they would on Tinubu. As we speak now, they're already launching it. I think I said something to one man today, an NGO or CSO coming out to say a lot of things about Wike in FCT. So as you are seeing, Obi will come back in 2017. Atiku will come back in 2017. But people need to look at
2027.
Oh, sorry, 2027. But the way people, what people need to start looking at now is where under which political platform or label is Obi coming out from. Atiku we know is in PDP for now, but as we can see, the political quote and unquote tigers in PDP, they are not with Atiku now, because clearly the governors forum, they are already departing. They are already taking a clear departure from Atiku's presidential narrative in PDP. Let's just leave it like that. On Obi's part, somebody said it clearly here. Obedience, they are not Labour Party people, right? Ekene was here. He said he's a registered Labour Party guy now, right? By virtue of the fact that Obi is in Labour Party. And when we asked him, when we pushed him further, if Obi, the possibility of Obi moving to even APC tomorrow, what is he going to do? He says he's going to move with Obi. So those people, they are not reliable, they are not reliable base. They go with Peter Obi wherever he goes. So now, Labour Party is just a vehicle for them. That's why they christened themselves Obedient. So now, where is Obi? Where does it belong? Where are the Obedience? Where are the Labour Party people? You have to understand that faction first before you say Obi is going to 10 times. This is probably going to be the best of Obi, because as you see now, the groups that voted for Obi in the Southwest, right, they've depleted. He will not get the numbers he got from Southwest in February in the next 4 years. The Edo people, the headquarters of Obedience in Nigeria, they don't see Obedience. They've seen them finish. They're already fighting now. Edo people and Igbo people, they're already fighting because of Peter Obi and Obedience. So the numbers will not align the next 4 years, and that is how it's going to deplete. Go to the North Central, right? The Christian bloc of the North Central that were sympathetic to Obi's cause. Do you think they are still with Obi 100%? Or the people in the South that they are preparing themselves, right? They are preparing themselves. They are championing the cause of anything should in case any possibility of seeding vice presidential candidate to South versus Southeast. They're already preparing for them for that. Akpabio is there. Wike is there. The PDP governors in South. They're working together for an agenda, for a nationalistic agenda. Whereas in the Southeast, right, it's a clear contrast from what they are doing. So Obedience, they are going toe-to-toe against Soludo. They are going toe-to-toe against Hope Uzodinma. They don't like David Umahi. The only governor they like in the Southeast is the one in Abia State. So you can see the contrast as against what they are doing in the South, where they are coordinated. So when you put all these metrics and variables together, and then you proceed, right, to the Jagaban politics of 2027. The only problem, like I've said, and I keep saying it, the only problem that I see, and the only region that I see that will pose a very big problem for Ashwaju will be the Northwest. As we speak now, North is already divided. The Northwest versus the Northeast and the South, and the Northwest, Northeast and North Central, they are together now versus the Northwest. Because the Northwest, they've always played the big brother role in the political calculation of the North. But now that almost all the big things, right, is going to the Northeast, the Shetima, the Ribadu, the Minister of Health, Minister of Education, Minister of Agri, all those major ministries going to the Northeast, the NSA guys, all of them. So now the Northwest, they are having this thing that, what we used to be the region, the part of the region in the North that dictates who takes what in the North. Now is the Northeast, and you cannot play with the Northeast
with power because the Fulani part of the north, right, predominantly the northwest, they cannot trust the Kanuris, the northeast, with the power because of their brilliance and their intelligent mind. So now the northeast, they supposedly have that grab of power now. So look at the dynamic. So the worst that will happen to Tinubu is a northwest presidential candidate being sponsored by the oligarchs in the northwest. But where he's going to survive this is because he will have the northeast and the north central, with him, and of course he will still have some sympathy, of course, in the northwest. Then southwest, south. Of course, southeast is already they are never going to be in the equation. They were never in the equation in the 2 terms of Buhari. He won. They were never at all in the equation in Tinubu's election. So basically, they've played themselves out of Nigeria's political national prominence. So this is how you guys should look at it.
Sorry, just stay right there, please. I like what you just said. You said the Northwest might present a candidate, right? That would okay. And Obi still runs, right? So how does that play out? You said 3 regions for Tinubu, right? And do you have any names that think can come out from the Northwest that would challenge? Let's say Tinubu is struggling in office, and there's this uproar in the Northwest, and Obi still runs under Labour. Do you have any names from that part of the country that can actually challenge him? And if they pick anybody, and where do you think they okay? Somebody comes from the Northwest, right? Very credible. You give me a name. Where can they pick their VP from down south that they will pose a challenge to Tinubu?
Okay.
They can even challenge him at the party primaries, by the way.
For the general, because
for the general, nobody can challenge. Nobody can challenge Tinubu in the primary.
But
in the general election, right. I would say if they really want to play this political game very well against him, they should face somebody like Kwakwanso in the Northwest. And then if there's a possibility that Kwakwanso can work with Peter Obi, then it will be a very big game in that election. But like I said, the dynamics of the northern politics now will favor Asiwaju very well. And when you see what Asiwaju is doing now, right, you understand that it's balancing power. I sent something to one man. One man, did you see what I sent to you? One man.
So who is the head in that ticket, Obi or Kwankwaso? Because Obi,
of course, it's going to be Kwankwaso now.
I don't think Obi will want to be VP at this point with the so-called 6 million.
I will somebody with 6 million votes.
Check. Go.
We are not talking about that now.
You see what I'm saying?
We are not talking about that. Okay, let me ask you, Baba, you now. You mentioned that. Do you think anybody from the Northwest, right, will vote for Obi being the head and Kwakwanso be the tail? They would rather go to Tinubu now instead of that. It won't happen. Because the reason why they want to challenge Tinubu with one of their prominent sons, like Kwakwanso, is for him to be the head. So if Obi is going to be the head, it has already defeated the purpose of that. So instead of that, they will go with Asiwaju for the next 4 years, and they will make a deal. And then
a Southerner cannot take power from Tinubu in 20.
So that's
it's not possible.
So they do it 4 years. So instead of the North, they are not going to say like the South is right. They say we are ready to waste our votes. The North, they are not ready to waste any votes. If Kwakwanso or their son that they are projecting, right, to tackle Tinubu is not going to be the head, then it's a dead on arrival conversation.
Okay,
they won't even take it.
Okay, so let's forget Peter Obi for a second. Do you have any other name from the South? Okay, because let's say Obi runs on a Labour ticket. Mm-hmm. Who can Kwakwanso pick down South that can still fill in and still make it tough for Tinubu?
Okay, I'm being very realistic, right?
And by the way, that means Rabiu goes back to the PDP then. I don't see him as an NMPP being credible, but let's even say it's running. But who can he pick down south?
Yeah, so if we're leaving parties out of it completely,
we are leaving parties now.
Okay.
What about the Kwakwanso Soludo ticket?
I'm about to say that now, one man. God bless. In fact, God.
Wow. So what happens in the south?
And that's why you are seeing. And that's why you are seeing.
Soludo, we don't contest in 2027 now.
No,
but Baba, 2027 Soludo would have. No, he would have effectively won his second round election.
It will be in office now. It will be in office at the time, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been in office because Soludo is running an off election. Is running an off cycle election, so it would have been effectively being a second-term governor. So we'll have the latitude to try that.
Enigmatic, don't run away. They said they will not vote for him. Don't you know that in the South?
That's where I'm going now. But you know, one man, when we say politics is all about interest, right? Not emotion. This is where the Southeast are always getting it wrong. Because now they are demonizing Soludo now because of their issues with him. They are demonizing him. But now, if the North see Soludo as a bride that, oh, this guy we don't want to use Peter Obi, right? We want to use Soludo. He's been projecting himself nationalistically, you know. And then he has this national acceptance than Peter Obi. Okay, let's tap Soludo again with Soludo Kwankwaso, solid ticket, solid ticket that will shake APC and even Tinubu himself. But because of the fact now that they're already rubbishing the guy, hold on a second. That
Obi is still running now, so that's going to affect that number in the Southeast. Then
we are using Obi and Soludo now as who is going to be maybe.
But I think that guy. On the other side of the Labour Party, that means Obi will still be running. If he says no to Kwankwaso, be a VP, he will still be running.
If Obi says no to Kwankwaso in that arrangement,
and he wants to run on his own, so
he wants to run on his own, and then realistically now, effectively, Soludo is on the ticket with Kwankwaso, right?
Right. Yeah.
Obi is a toast at that level. Why is it? Why is he a toast? Of course, the obedience. Of course, they will still want to make noise, but the northern folks, and look at the northern, focus on the north now. Leave Southeast now, right? Focus on Soludo on the ticket with Kwankwaso now. Imagine if let me say 60% of the votes from the Northwest, and then they don't want to vote for Soludo from Southeast. Let's assume that, and then 20% of the votes from Southeast, right, goes to Soludo. And then they have like 60% from Northwest. You can imagine the number. There's no way Obi will penetrate the North, any part of the North. And I just told you now, even the North Central, that he had sympathy. That has already been obliterated now. So where is Obi going to have the latitude? He cannot have the latitude.
Okay, I'm with you, but just stay on the Southeast for a second. That's where I really want to stay. Because you said he picks Soludo. But I'm saying that if Obi says no to him, that means he wants to run as a president. So how is it a 60-40 number? How does that shape out? Is it 60-40, 70-30, where Obi keeps 30%, or how does that work in South?
How that is going to shape out is that the real top-notch politicians in the Southeast, they will go with Soludo Kwankwaso tickets. Take that for a fact. Then the real headless mobs that they will go with their man.
Hey, but give us numbers now.
So the number in the Southeast, take it or leave it, it will still be maybe 60-40 between Soludo and Obi in that regard.
And who gets the 60? Who gets the 60?
Obi will probably get the 60. Will probably get the 60. Soludo will get the 40. Then with whatever.
So will I want to pick somebody like that if I'm Kwankwaso that need more numbers? Wouldn't I want to look somewhere else like South?
I will pick Soludo because Soludo will have sympathy from other parts of the country.
Okay, I get your point.
So you get what I'm saying. So Obi will just be restricted to his Fulefu headless malls.
Yeah, but who will even pick from the South is the thing. Wike is out of commission, and Rotimi Amechi is useless. So there's no other there's no politician in the South apart from.
No, don't say that, one man. Don't say that, one man. Okay, in the South for now, right? We can. I know Kwankwaso is very close to this ex-Bayelsa governor. What's his name?
Is it the yellow guy?
Seriaki Dixon.
Yeah,
but you know, when it comes to that level, one man, there are certain things they will look at, right? But what we actually shaping the idea of any South vice presidential candidate will be how strong the South is in APC. If South is they continue to be very strong,
they are getting stronger every day.
Every day, if they continue to be strong that woman, Kwankwaso will not look at South because you have the national, you have the Senate president, you have FCT minister, you have the minister of the two petroleum, the gas and oil, and then petroleum. You have the two of them. You have almost all the governors at 50-50 level with PDP and APC, one, right? And then you have the Niger Delta alone. The Niger Delta Commission is South, and is domiciled by South people. And then you still have,
are they being prepped for the VP slot for 31? The way they are moving right now.
Yeah, there's a possibility of that. There's a possibility of
they move like they are preparing to just take over that South.
What they are doing, let me tell you what they are. There's a possibility of a VP in South and a VP in Southeast. David Umai and somebody from South. So the two of them will slug it out. Whoever has the number, then. So that's the projection for now. But you know, politics is a long game. But you know, Tinubu is always playing a long political game, anyways.
Okay, can we make this one more interesting? So let's say they didn't shape out the way you talked about. That means Peter Obi is boxing. So, who do you think he picks as his VP next time around? Let's say
Peter Obi.
Yeah, because he can't pick that idiot again. He has to drop him off. That one is a dead
I can't really.
Nobody will. I mean, come on. The man has 6 million votes now, so surely he has.
No, by 6 million. No,
I know. But I'm saying that.
But what politicians are looking at. Let me tell you.
But I'm saying that does not.
Hold on. A bankable politician that anyone will want to work with any day, anytime will be somebody like Buhari. That come rain, come sunshine. There's a 12 million bankable votes for numbers for him somewhere, right. But Peter Obi 6 million votes, right? They are ambivalent, unrealistic, unreliable vote numbers, right? Because those numbers have been they've been busted already. Like I said, I just gave you the variables. In the North Central, it's not going to get the numbers in the North Central.
No, hold on. I'm with you. I'm saying that, like you said, I'm following your scenario. If that plays out, then Peter Obi needs somebody stronger than that in the North to counter the loss he's going to have in the Southeast from Soludo coming in, and Tinubu performing well. So I'm trying to figure out who is going to run with him. That plays out in the North.
You've already answered your question. Let me. You answered your question already, Babati, because now you are having two prominent northerners on the ticket. You have a Shetima, right, from the Northeast, that the North Central are already working with. Then you have Kwankwaso from the northwest. Then where is Obi going to tell me that prominent figure in the north?
I'm struggling. I don't know who is going.
So I know, but from this electoral cycle, Obi has now he can pick from the higher tiers of the northern politician. That
give us a name.
The North they don't play like that, man. They play to win. What you will see again is that they will give him another version of Dati in a different dimension. That's what you will see. Because the North, this is how they will play their game. They will play their game one leg in APC.
Who's that other prominent Shekarawa, that prominent Kano politician?
Those people will not like. That's what I'm saying, man. When
that was A level now.
It won't get A level.
It's A level too now.
It won't get A level or B level politician from the North. What you will see again is that they will make an arrangement again to give Obi a C-level rated politician, right, in a different version than what's his name, Dati. What they will do is somebody who have been tested and trusted, right, with electoral numbers. Unlike Dati that cannot even win his polling unit, this person will be different. It must have probably be somebody who have been a member of House of Rep or somebody that can count on numbers now. But that will be different in this version, because the way they will place eventually is that they know for a fact that Kwankwaso is not going to ever win Asiwaju, but they want to challenge Asiwaju with Kwankwaso, right, to further negotiate a Kwankwaso and Northwest base, right? for 2031 should in case Ashwaju decide on the ticket of a Shetima somebody. So they want to say, okay, Ashwaju, look at the numbers that Kwakwanso pulled in the last election. And then this is Shetima's, Shetima is going to be the president. So they will find a way to want to negotiate that. But regardless of that, right, like I just told you, going forward, if that is hypothetical, right? That if the Northwest come up with a candidate. So tell me now, tell me one figure that Peter Obi will raise from either Northwest, Northeast, or North Central.
I have
that will be a VP.
Can I ask you one last question, and I'll yield the mic? But thank you for actually engaging. One more question. Let's say you have Rabiu running, Peter Obi running, but this time around, Atiku says I'm not running. That opens up the PDP platform. How does that change the dynamics of the elections? Like, let's say Atiku backs down and say, you know what, I'm done with this. So it's now Tinubu, Rabiu, and Peter Obi. So you have the PDP votes up for grabs, or maybe so who goes back to the do they have to go back to the PDP to get those votes, or do they stay in their Labour and NNPP if Atiku does not run? Yeah,
let's play this game now. If Atiku is not running,
right,
there's every possibility more than 70% that Kwakwanso will be the flag bearer for PDP in this. Let's play that game now, right? So because Obi now, right, Obi will be trying to. There is a possibility that Kwakwanso will be a better selling candidate, right, nationally than Obi in PDP. So they will come to the southwest, south, or southeast to pick a formidable VP, right, for Kwakwanso on the PDP's label to face APC. So it's going to be PDP versus APC. Then Obi will play.
So Rabiu is in the PDP now. So no guy picking Soludo. So who can they pick within the PDP? Because they have a lot of people. Let's say that plays out. Who can they pick in the south?
In the southwest, they can. Don't be surprised. They go for somebody like Adeleke.
Dancing.
Yes.
What about the guy from Oyo State?
The guy from Oyo State is Tinubu's guy. So they wouldn't trust him in PDP, right? So because Adeleke, they have the sentiment, right? I'm just using that now from southwest. Let's focus on Adeleke. From southeast, let's focus on Soludo, right? From south, let's focus on somebody like maybe Delta State governor, because they will usually want to use Delta State because of the power of the pulse, right? So let's use those three candidates. Then if you want to actually go to where the numbers are, or probably where we can really counter the numbers, they want to go to the Ashwaju's region, being the president and the person on the ticket, right, to get somebody from southwest. So if they cannot get somebody like Adeleke, they need to get somebody who is so smart, because Adeleke is not smart. He's not brilliant. He's not. But the only thing he brings to the table, first, he brings the money. He brings that they have connection a lot. They are very connected, and they have the sympathy, right? So if Adeleke wouldn't feel that, then they have to go for somebody like a technocrat, a political technocrat, right? That has the political hegemony behind him, and he's a technocrat in the other way that can counter Tinubu seriously. From south, somebody like Yemi Oshibanjo, but politically sagacious than Yemi Oshibanjo, right?
Within the PDP?
Within the PDP. So if they can find somebody like that, to be a very big fight between PDP and APC. Obi will run as a third force, but nobody will see
him. Because he has no...
thank you, Lord the Law. But I have a suggestion. It's a stupid suggestion, no? Why don't we even save why don't we save the money that we want to use to run election in 2027? Make Akiwaju just continue to 2027.
You said it was stupid, but no question is stupid anyway. But we are just playing.
Akiwaju is going to win that election.
Thomas, this is a very interesting topic.
Save our money.
No, because Tinubu is well prepared for this, and I think based on what Imad is saying, Northwest and Southeast will be the X factors for 2027.
Yes, Babati, I sent something to one man maybe 2 days ago or yesterday. I don't know if one man saw it. One man, did you see it?
Yeah, let me check. What was it? What am I looking out for?
It's a power balance. It's a power balance generally in the.
Yes. When they were moving people around.
Yeah. So Asiwaju is doing something like a what do they call this thing? The one they say each region will control is is it the regional? Is it regionalization or something? No, I forgot what they call it now. But what this Asiwaju is doing is that is balancing power in certain sectors, in almost all the sector of the economy now. That's why you see for the very first time, Wike, a Christian, a Southerner, is the FCT minister. So Wike now, of course,
is it this one?
Yeah, let me see it. Did you post it already?
No.
Yes, this one.
Yeah.
This one right here. If people can really read it through, they will see
sorry, I removed it.
And is doing it through all the parastatals and agencies of government. When you look at this now, for instance, DSS has 37 state directors. 26, listen to this, 26 were northerners before Tinubu came on board. In May this year, as of today, we now have 19. Where is it? 19 northerners.
Sorry, let me remove that.
Okay.
No, sorry. You read it privately because
yeah, I don't even think I have it here again. I think
I can read it, but without putting it on the screen.
Yeah, you can. So what Asiwaju is doing now, right? There's a guy. It's called Peter Afunaya, very prominent guy in DSS.
Yeah, that's the DSS spokesperson.
Yeah, they've made him now not just a spokesperson. Now they've made him a head of a directorate, right, in DSS. And then maybe one man can explain this. Even NNPC now, I've already seen the list. They've already made the list. When you look at the first 20, is it the first 20? I've shared that with you before to one man. First 20 or the first 25, they are all northerners in NNPC. Have you guys seen that thing before? The first 25 from GMD to the first 25 on the list. Now they are separating everything: southeast, south-south, southwest, northeast, north central. Everybody, they are taking the share. So in FCT now, FCT they have like maybe 14 agencies. All the 14 agencies divided equally, and they are giving precedence now to the Buhari people, the native of ABJ, in every appointment, in every civil service enrollment and everything. So they are balancing the power so that this entitlement that goes to the Northwest, they are trying to break everything down so that everybody will have this share. So and then when you look at the Nigeria Police Force, the Inspector General of Police down to the Peter and all of them, and as we speak now, maybe 2 days ago, I have somebody that just went to Kano State or something like that. They have 500 new officers that they'll be promoting to several offices, all south-south, all equally. No state is having more number because of population. No, every state, even if your state's population is 200, you must have the same number as the state that has 2 million. The same 13 or 15. So it's making everything equal as we speak. So they are getting ready for 2027 steam ahead.
So like that political. Well, thank you for. Sorry to. I didn't mean to hijack one man.
One man can share that, and then the Southeast people who hate Asiwaju, they will see they will see where they are and the offices they've been able to occupy. Yes, they will see that.
They need to make this more public so people can see. This power.
Normal, you can share so that people can see it. You will see. All
right. The thing is, it's on the text, and I'm just mindful that your details don't pop through.
Yeah.
Yes.
People who don't find me, I mean.
Yeah, yes.
The obedient, your best friends in the obedience.
Just so you can see where I did. Come on, but Mari,
but I'm actually looking forward to the next cycle of the 2027. That would be a fun one. Battle. That would be. Well, yeah, that would be fun. But Atiku, I still want him to run because he
Atiku will run. Atiku will run.
Yeah, so
Atiku will run, but he will face a
because he plays in Tinubu's favor.
Atiku will not get the ticket of PDP.
Imbo.
PDP will PDP go chase. They go chase out come like
no. That means for that to happen, that means they want this guy will go back to the PDP then. Rabi will go back to PDP then. That would Abi.
We don't know.
Because if Atiku is denied that ticket, there's an opening in the PDP, and like Adilo was saying, Rabiu I think is their best choice right now, right?
We don't know. Rabiu is. We don't know.
We are just playing hypothetical.
Right, but do you have anybody else in the PDP that can take up that spot?
PDP they don't get PDP when they come they support opposition
party. Is pretty much APC at this time, masquerading as PDP.
You don't see
PDP is APC already. They even have I don't know this guy.
The chairman of PDP's Governors Forum, Bala Mohammed, he was everywhere traveling with Ashwaju to Saudi to everywhere, and they came out 3 days ago. Even when they were losing their governors. So at Appeal Court, they say we believe in the APC in the.
Is gone.
That is the signal to Atiku that we don't have time. Forget about look. Any Tadewa Lori allowance you just get lost.
Now why
Atiku political relevance is gone. Atiku political relevance is gone. He cannot get it. He cannot get it back. He destroyed that party. His greed, his selfishness, he destroyed that party. So, and for that party to get it back, they have to eliminate him and let him go. They have to kick him out.
Eliminating just can see the other way.
That was the first thought that came to my mind when they said eliminate. I thought I could let you hear now.
But you know what?
They have to kick him out of the party. They have to kick him out of the party.
But I should tell you guys one thing. One thing that is as sure and as clear as day is that I know for a fact Atiku will come out to run in 2027. Obi will come out to run in 2027. Obi could look himself say, "I mean, Obi will get 6 million 4 years ago with this." And now everything go happen.
So go and sit down, go and sit down.
All right. Ajale Koko still has the floor. And still a lot of things to talk about. So, Ajane Koko, Tinubu endorses Akeredolu, and Akeredolu's deputy now on bended knees were begging. And then Syrup writing to the World Bank to suspend loans to Nigerians, especially states. The students' loan scheme to kick off this January. This is what Gbadabe Amila is telling us. And then Yusuf Dati's university has been suspended from producing law students. So a lot of that. But Ajane Koko, let me hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. You still holding the floor. Ayo was the only person that brought his wallet to school today. So everybody make sure you come prepared tomorrow. So that's Ayo right there. And that's Ayo right there. And that's Ayo right there again. So thank you, Ayo. Thank you, Ayo. Thank you, everyone. Thomas, I'll hand over to you I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, one man, have a good rest. The student loan, we want to see how the government want to go about it. We cannot say for sure now if it's going to be successful or it's going to be a failure, because the conditionalities for somebody to be eligible for that loan are too tough, and we will just wait and see how they want to manage that student loan. Because some of the conditionalities, I don't know why it has to be so. You have to get a guarantor, somebody in the head of the civil service, somebody maybe from level 16 upward to stand as a guarantor for you, or somebody I can't remember. I mean, your parents cannot make more than maybe 5 million annually. So if we look at it, typical middle class Nigerians, that is it 5 million or 5? I can't even remember. But what I know is that some of the conditionalities are too harsh, particularly the one for somebody that have to be a guarantor for your loan. Who want to stand as a guarantor for anybody that is not your parent? Somebody outside your parent, and must be like level 16 officer and something like that. So, but we want to wait and see how they're going to manage it. By the end of the year, we'll be able to start. By the end of next year, rather, then we will, review it and know if they are on the right track or if they are heading towards a failure. But for now, I think it's not the right time to start predicting how the program will look like, whether it's going to be successful or failure. But we have to wait. At least let's give them 1 year. Next year, see how they're going to run it next year. That will begin to tell us if it's a program that is heading towards.
A quick question.
Yes.
Does the student loan extend to private universities or colleges?
What did you say?
Does the student loan extend to private universities?
No, I don't think so. I think it's only for public university.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only for public universities.
And
So
how much is the cap for each semester? Because the reason I ask that question, because they are only paying tuition, they're paying school fees, right? But if I'm that poor that I cannot afford to pay for my school fees, and in most cases, people leave their hometown or their states to attend universities, right? In most cases, right? But then I have to also look for money for food, for housing, for transportation. There are other monies that you need. So are they also accounting for that? Are they also going to help them with that, or are they just paying for the school fees only? That's what I don't know.
I think it's only for the school fees and the
Then
book.
that doesn't make any sense. It
Yeah.
makes sense now, because if I'm really that poor and I want to attend a university in a different city and I cannot pay for school fees, how can you pay for housing then? How can you pay for? So there are many streets. Wow, those are a bit.
Yeah, maybe they have.
Babati, even school fees is even
cheaper
small.
than housing and
Cheaper to what you want to spend. Like
Maybe
pocket
they
money,
maybe
housing,
they pay for
feeding.
housing. Other thing your book.
So can you? I'm like, I don't understand. Sorry, I'm
Yes.
And they don't call you afford the whole school. And come on now. I mean, doesn't.
Babati, and you know anywhere there is students living off campus, they always the house price is very expensive. They will charge them as students. They will not charge them as local. They will not charge them as local. They will charge them as students, as if they are plugging money from the tree.
You can't blame the landlord because all year long. So you must make you build like that 12 months within that time to my for Ambe. So I mean that's the reason why it's pricey sometimes. But that's back to my question. If you are paying for school fees, you need to also make some grants available. So I mean for food or build mass
pocket money. That's even much pocket money.
Or invest money in housing. Our hostels in here across those universities. They have a place to stay. That would be, but just to give them money, I don't understand.
You know, Nigerian way of doing things. Fire brigade, just to show off that we are doing things, but to really plan it well and effect it, in a more efficient way. They won't do it that way. But we don't know. Maybe they will let us know better on how the package look like. So let's just wait for them. I think they promise us next year. Let's see how they're gonna start it next year. Then we can.
But any level 16. And to put to Toshi how can you even know level 16 civil service?
Who wants guarantee? Say, can you go even yourself? Can you go and stand as a guarantor for somebody? Tó máa jápa nígbà tó bá ṣe kínní. Tó máa fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó bá ti gba ilé ìwé ẹ̀ tó máa fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́ tó máa jápa dànù. So that I don't know. Well,
do we have
Ajali Coco? That is what brought us to what we have been saying. Education is expensive.
It's not expensive.
Even though
it is. Well, if the government really want to do it, they should make it free for all universities.
Yeah, to that point, I was going to ask the question: do we have merit institutions
of Nigeria? They are about 1.5 million. They can't tell us they don't have money.
No, but to bring that question, what you can do is this: we have 765 local governments in Nigeria, right? What you should do is just build for each local government council in Nigeria, build 2 or 3 community colleges where people can take their first 2 years of studies. That one you can subsidize that one, right? Then if you want to now do you get your associate or whatever. Then if you want to now add your extra 2 years, then you can go to university. That reduces the pressure on those universities.
But that should be state government responsibility.
Give them incentive to build now.
Federal government should not.
But to get my point, that reduces the pressure on everybody wanting to jump to 4 years all the time. But I mean, America here, you have your first 2 years. I mean, I went to community for my first 2 years of premier. I went to community college. Then, if you do, you get your scholarship. You go in there, you transfer. So,
well, that's a great point. But I think Nigeria has a great opportunity right now to recalibrate its educational system. Quite frankly, because just like all the degrees that we get in school nowadays, they don't work anymore. I think that you just concentrate on few schools of engineering, medicine, and nursing.
If I say, they will say I'm an elitist. I've been saying that for a long time on this platform. If I say just focus on those high skill tech, they do, what do you mean? Oh, about social sciences? No.
Yeah, that's what you do, and convert most of these institutions to two-year colleges, and just revamp everything into more technical stuff. That's the way a school of computer science or coding would be great. Let them put money in that. That's equally in today's market as important as medicine in a lot of ways, because that's where a lot of the jobs are. But the rest of the schools, man, you can't be going to school for sociology and political science and all this thing and spend a bunch of money for that. It's
History,
not worth it anymore.
history and philosophy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's not waste of money.
No disrespect to my history major.
Every
Sorry.
functioning, those courses and professions are very relevant in every functioning society. It's just because we just have a society.
I'm saying right now, what do we need right now? What's the priority right now? We can always do that later. But for now, like
no, we can't have them. Everything to go pari passu. How do you want to cancel some and said, oh, you want to focus on?
I didn't say cancel. Just stop priority, man. So
no,
no, I tell you, because that's reality. We don't have unlimited funds. We don't. That's why we have to prioritize, just like households do. We don't have it, so we can't say let's fund every program. No, we can't do that. It's just not realistic. Not at all. I mean, don't tell me someone with sociology or psychology degree.
What do you mean? I mean, why are you guys talking like this? That we should. So people that are showing interest in that should be denied the opportunity to have scholarship or to.
No. Nobody's saying that. I'm saying that the priority is just given to you. Will still attend to them, of course. People can still study it. But more funding will just go towards the hard sciences because they are in hot demand globally right now. So you will still, of course, fund those departments for art, and don't get me wrong, but you just move more funds towards the engineering, medicine, and all the time. Those things, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, like even the high school students, straight from high school, let them go to a 2-year program in coding and computer science. They can go right in. They don't need all this extra nonsense of English and psychology. They don't need that. Let's put people ready for workforce. We spent so many years.
You know that I did there one annoying course in school. The fine art appreciation. That shit annoyed me. I'm like, why am I taking this annoying class for? Am I painting anything? Am I appreciating anything? Just cut that nonsense out. Just focus on what you're there for. Save time.
That focus. That's the problem. With the strike and all this delay in education in Nigeria, people spend 6-7 years to graduate. How is that productive to the economy? How is that productive for a psychology degree or sociology degree for 7 years? Your time. How's that productive?
Because you don't have
No. You are wrong. They spent 4 years, not 7 years.
No.
Plus the strike. Plus the strike and everything.
I'm talking about
from the strike. With the strike. With the strike.
And that affects everybody, all the students. So, but you see, I think, look, if we don't fund education generally heavily in that country, I think that country will not attain development that.
But the model has to change now. So that model has to change. You can't still have that old 63-4.
Exactly. We hear Remy here all the time. Remy on the show talk about even Finland. They spend all their resources on technical training and education.
Let me tell you. Do you know the worst? Even look, this nursing and all these things you are talking about, there was heavy funding for them before. It is during this politician era that they cut funding on all those schools. We used to have School of Nursing in Falomona. I don't know whether it's still there, but some people are telling me that it's no more there. I'm not sure, but some people are saying so. Why? What is responsible for that school not to function anymore? Why?
What happened is our private hospitals, they were giving them licenses to have their own nursing school.
No, it doesn't matter.
No, but
say that
no. I'm telling you what happened. They're not giving like secret hearts where ordinarily before they would create more nursing schools for people to go for almost free. But now, creating more, they're not allowing private that ordinarily if you are poor, you cannot.
That is where you will produce quack nursing.
They do top. They produce top good nurses in those schools.
It can't be as they used to be before.
But it's a private private, but okay, even
It
like
can't be as the way you look when you
the
see
clinical is not as
when
strong
you
as
see
the
government running
public one.
away from their responsibility. They don't want to heavily fund, education. That is why, that is the reason they were doing that, because they see that nursing program or nursing school require heavy funding
No, because people
for
are
them to maintain that standard.
and what happened was when people were leaving the country in the 90s, they're like, wait a minute, we are training all these nurses and they are going. That was when UK was the hot cake buying. The 90s, 97, 98, when people were not going to the UK, like, why are we training all these nurses but they are leaving for the UK? Okay, just go and pay for it in private school, buy could they long time buy at least I gotta train here. That was how that came about. The JACPA in the late 90s was what came about that those give to private college.
Look, let me tell you, if you don't provide job for your nursing, for your nurses,
the pay was very low. The pay was very low. When
the pay was very low. What do you expect? What do you expect?
Okay, Angelico, apart from education, tell me what other sector the Nigerian government funds fully.
Education, healthcare.
No. It said they don't fund education. My question is, apart from education that they don't fund fully, tell me another sector in Nigeria that the government funds, like, fully.
That the government fund fully?
Yeah.
Political pays.
Well,
that one is number one. My point is that political benefit. That one is heavily funded.
Exactly.
Babati.
The point here is that there's no sector in Nigeria, including the police or the
political benefit heavily funded.
Ajale Koko, ask me how much is my wife is collecting back in Nigeria before leaving Nigeria as a registered nurse.
Yeah, so for what?
40,000 naira. BSc.
And you'll be doing
Bangkok University, for that matter. 40,000 naira.
And expecting them that when they see opportunity abroad, they should not leave. Why wouldn't they leave?
40,000 naira. Oh my God. I know how much she's earning now compared to Nigeria. So people will continue to jackpot, my brother.
But
they'll continue.
Nigeria is just a country that is not a well-coordinated country. You see, we can fund that nursing program well in Nigeria, and then use them for an exchange program, sort of, with other country of the world to earn forests for the country. You understand what I'm saying? They can say, okay, you can come on, on a contract basis, come and hire Nigerian nurses. Nigeria will supply United States about, maybe in a year, they can supply them maybe 100,000.
What the fuck is on my computer?
100,000 nurses. And, those nurses, we agree that they are going, on behalf of the country. They will make their money. And for 3 years, they will be here. They will work for 3 years, make more money. Nigeria will make money, and they will return to Nigeria.
But do you know how much Cuba makes on that program that you just talked about?
That's it.
They make $7.7 billion every year doing that. $7.7 billion every year, and those guys will pay them from their paycheck.
From their paycheck.
Maybe because they will pay for your medical school, everything from A to Z in their country. But when you go to those countries, they'll say that maybe every month you'll be paying maybe 10% of your salary will be going to the Cuban government. 7.7 billion every year.
Nigeria can do the same thing, but it's a jamboree country, Daddy. It's unfortunate.
Ajale Koko. Oh, no. Our problem is we don't count health sector as nothing.
Let me even Thomas.
Yeah.
Because Muferi is upon me. I was going to raise something today because we were in a Zoom meeting today for the Egba people that meet Lini. Thomas of Obalale Kuko. Emma, where I want Chinese want to take over Adire.
Adire.
You know the famous market. And when want to compete more.
And you want protest. And you want protest lórí TV.
Kábíyèsí has to we must do something because
Adire, Atikente, Atigari. What are you talking about?
No, you know, for our own culture as an Egba person, you cannot let that thing die. People have been doing that for hundreds of years. It's controlled by women. It's all Adire store. They even have a market for Adire in Egba now. You cannot collapse.
That's the economy of Egba now.
No. You can't do that. We must find a way for them to ban Adire importation. And guess what? It's the fellow Nigerians that want to China to go and do that nonsense. Importing these things. In fact, they actually stole some of the designs from the local people. You know they have this pattern, whatever.
They're stealing intellectual property in America.
Yeah, and not even paying for it.
How much? Hey, listen. Yeah, I mean,
go ahead. Sorry.
And it's not as quality. That's useless.
Actually, that's my next question. Truthfully, do you think that the quality of the Adire produced in China matches?
But you know, Nigerians, they love that foreign taste for things, even if it's poor quality. Oh, man, what I want for wash it, don't craft it. Appreciate that.
No, Babati. It is not foreign this thing alone. It's because it's cheaper. It is cheaper.
Then tax them now. When they import it, tax them high at the port. It's okay.
Yeah, like Trump did, huh? Yeah.
You can't have bad people with that Adire now. Come on. I mean,
it's just I can't look. You see that
Ajande Goko. Let me see Babati. Do you want to continue to do it with this your hand? Do you upgrade yourself? So the China upgrade themselves, isn't it?
No, if you understand how it is made, it's more than just clothes. It's an art form. It's not about just machine and everything. It's an art form on itself. Designing going.
But you can't continue doing with ends. You can't produce in large quantity.
The Chinese own is not the real one. The Chinese will just look like it. It just look like it. It can't be like
cares about it? It looks like.
They just make it to look like.
It does not look like. It just say it's fake. It's fake Adire. So it's substandard fabric. So
Babati, it'd be nice to have an update. Really, I'd like to see the outcome of what Tinubu government is going to do to help the Adire industry in Nigeria. Quite frankly, if the outcome is positive.
KBC called the meeting, so if the KBC is involved, hopefully they can, because when I was even listening, Prince Daddy, it's even worse than the Adire. You know that they even import egusi soup and fried rice now.
I told you, and Gary too. I heard, and Gary.
How are you importing egusi tonight? I mean, what are we doing here? What is going on? How are you importing the egusi from China to Nigeria?
Don't eat that egusi. That egusi will poison you. You will destroy your stomach. Don't eat it.
Nigerians will eat it. What are you talking about? They'll eat it.
What of Gary from China? China is already coming in already. See, let me tell you, the way we are going, it looks to me that they will take over every
industry now.
Every means of production from us, from Africa. It's not only Nigeria. They will those China,
Did they plant? Sorry, did they plant cassava in China?
huh?
Did they plant cassava in China?
I don't know. I don't know.
You know, Thailand.
The Chinese will produce cassava in the lab, or they can do it. See, what we find so difficult, they'll find ways around it. Yeah, they're creative. They'll find ways around it. I mean, down there, they will.
But
And this,
in Ogun State, in Ogun State, sorry, igi cassava yen. Oh, need the farm. I'm telling you, you just
Baba Jale Oko. Let me tell you this. And that's why sometimes when I talk that some Nigerians or I live, beside my house, I have a plot of land. That plot of land was just there. No, it's just there. Nobody, we don't use it for anything. At the time, I used to call to come and just clear the place. I said, I'm just wasting money clearing this thing. I just saw one outside guy who is just in the guard beside my house. I said, can you do this thing? I give him money. The guy just cultivated the land and we took cassava there. Will you believe that the cassava that we harvested, I just called some guy, they harvested it. We transported it to a factory where they converted it to gari. They gave me 5 big sacks of gari. I distributed the gari. We had that gari for more than 1 year, Babati.
Wow.
There's no reason why anybody should be hungry in that country. When I was in Nigeria, I don't buy most things. I don't buy vegetables. I sell vegetables to people because the one I have in my company is more than enough for me. Sometimes I will call those people to come and take it. But but Nigeria, you can see now, how can we be importing gari? We have lands that are people. I have lands that can. In fact, I used to give an example of people that are working for me. I have more than 40 hectares of land that are just lying fallow and have people that are working for me. They don't make use of that land to even do farming. They will just be sleeping in my farm. And they have everything. They have manure. They have everything cheap. They have water. They can even use it to produce vegetables during dry season and sell. But why should we be importing gari? We're importing egusi. Imagine egusi. You remember Babati during the olden days? Everybody used to plant egusi around their houses because even goats cannot eat it.
I don't know, Simba. I wish I could have. You guys would have joined that meeting. But if you hear what they were discussing about, what we are losing, you'll be depressed.
Let me tell you about
I depressing, Baba. I depressing. You just
I near this address maker. They have taken demonstration to the governor, and the governor told them that he will take it to the president. So maybe this is another round of protests that you are talking about now. I watched it like a month ago when they took it to the governor. The governor is assuring that we take it to the president. We must do something because those people said their industry is dying fast. It's dying at the alarming rate they can never believe with the influx of Chinese adire into the country. They said people are not buying their adire again. I mean, we can't allow, a responsible government must not allow their industry to be killed by influx of some products from another country. No, you have to protect your industry.
Even if they ban it, let me tell you about that. We are so lawless that our because everybody in that country has a price, they will smuggle all those things in. Even if they place ban on it, on the importation. Our border is so porous that even the people that we have, this custom that are supposed to manage, they are not there to do anything. They are just there for their own pockets to just make money. Why do you think that people struggle to join custom? It's not because they want to work. because they know the kind of corruption in that thing that they will make it easily by collecting bribe.
Too much wahala for that country, man. Yo, I'm not to punch you.
And people, I want to sọ̀rọ̀ ní Zoom meeting yẹn. Tí wọ́n bá sọ history àdìrẹ ní Ẹ̀gbá. These are 4, 5, 6, 7 generation of àdìrẹ makers. So there have been this. I think that the family belongs to for generations.
I've been there several times now. I've been in that.
It's family-owned businesses.
It's a generational thing, not even family-owned. Generational thing.
And just to wipe them off, that's what they do all their life in their own line now. What are they supposed to do?
Just like the politicians, you know, when we talk about all these minerals around the country, the politicians, they know what is going on. Some of them do, obviously, and they connive with
Am I lying?
I mean, we have limestone and all this. We have
limestone. Well, forget about limestone.
I mean, like the major selling point is Ashona. That's the
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Did they have can we say lobbying organization for the Adire people? Or the textile industry. I guess they follow that textile, right?
You know, Nigerian test industry already fell off. Is it 87 industry fall off? That's how Oshiomole made his name now. So the Nigerian textile industry itself, Oti Lule. So there's no strong union. Are you there? I don't remember that we still have So there's no local union that can say, okay, we're coming together to do A, B, C, and D. They're on their own pretty much. So there's no. So the governor, I'm glad the KBC is who's a very close friend of Buhari, by the way. So, and I'm sure he's very cool with Tinubu. So they can only one question because you can't.
But they are directly selling in Nigeria. Are they Chinese that bring it in, or Nigerians import their direct into Nigeria?
No, àwọn Chinese yẹn wọ́n lórí àwọn aláìmọ̀kan ní Nigeria to get some of those designs.
No, Babati, don't say. No. I'm aláìmọ̀kan. People, Nigerians, are not being Nigerians. One more. There is just their own service interest.
Yes, they now went there for those designs. But our Chinese they now outsmarting one. And come okay, do this for me, blah 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 blah. She ento phone design, she couldn't copy it.
Oh, okay. Of course.
So, I mean, so he's going there to make cheaper stuff. Unknown to him, the guy in the backdrop is also like, oh, I can do more than this. So he will not order 100 or 1,000, only say 1 million. That's the same country.
Of course. I mean, the same thing even happened to the Westerners, actually. That's the Chinese model. It doesn't matter. From high tech to low tech, they will steal your invention or your design or your IP. That's what they do. And I don't blame them. I absolutely don't blame the Chinese at all. I don't blame them.
But why can't government then invest? Okay, and for Washington go buy you, and modify it. How can we keep the quality? This is what about invention and innovation, Prince Daddy? Where how can I keep the quality of what you're making with the hand, but at the same time mass produce? So I mean, mass producing Chinese, no. Where the quality still remains, you still have some manual labor involved, but there's some technical know-how to make it easier for you to produce.
Let me tell you. What we need in Africa, don't let me limit to Nigeria. We have to design our own form of democracy. This useless democracy that we are practicing, it won't take us anywhere. We need some kind of higher hand, some autocracy to make Africa work. All this thing that we are doing, everybody is just doing whatever they like that is escaping them. It will not work in that problem.
I like Echo.
Echo will let
Believe me. Ayọ̀wá ti pọ̀ jù. Ayọ̀wá ti pọ̀ jù. Believe me.
But how did you get to the point that we're not importing a goosey? Oh, shocking me. Like I'm sorry, I was just listening. I'm just like, I was like, well, I know we used to farm back in the days now. Back in the days, when I was living in back then, any open field, if it's not for football, it's for farm. It's automatic. If you have some bush somewhere, people just have farm.
If you remember, Abati, the egusi can grow anywhere. Goat doesn't eat it. You understand? People will just plant it at the beginning of rainy season. In fact, it's one of the first things that you harvest everywhere. But go to you just see following land, nobody is cultivating it. The only thing everybody is doing is to complain. Nobody is ready to work.
I went to Nigeria last time, Simba. I could not be that even people are not eating canned food. I know we had we had geisha back in those, but it was once in a while. But now they now have supermarket stores now. Things that what's in package, you know, what's in package. Like nobody wants to go to the market anymore. It's not what happened? You don't want to process. It has changed, man. People are not even. We used to value our foreign money fresh, you know, fresh. We used to value all those things.
Well, we don't value them. I mean, yeah, a lot of Americans, they spend a lot of money trying to buy organic, right, fresh produce, right. But back home, we're not eating canned food. I mean, it just shows how disconnected we are.
Cancer and blood pressure it has gone up, and diabetes has gone up. But why won't diabetes go up? Why won't cancer go up in your country? Yeah. You know, they're like they're shocked. You're encouraging Domino's Pizza in your country. You're encouraging Chicken Republic, all those nonsense in your country. And you say that your cancer has gone up. Why will it not go up?
See, that's the thing, though. See, sometimes I don't blame the people because the people, quite frankly, they don't know any better. Just like people everywhere, including the West. People know what they are told or what the government tells them. And that's why, just like we have parents, we need the government to oversee a lot of things. And if the government's not doing it, educating the people, the benefit of eating fresh food and these other things, the people wouldn't know. The people would just be victims, and they are victims right now. And as much as I like the Chinese people, they are territorial and predatory, the Chinese people. Don't mess around with them.
They come to you all smiles, all friendly, but they're killing you softly. They kill you softly and slowly.
Oh,
you think they're doing it with love, like they're killing you.
Oh yeah.
You know the president of this country that knows those people better than any other person is Trump. And when Trump was waging war against China, then rolling out economic policy against
the whole world was crying. Ajale Koko.
What do you call what do you call it? The Democrats were playing dirty politics back then, that a lot of people did not understand. So Chinese are not the kind of people you can give an inch to an inch of your land, your land at all. You don't give them an inch. They will expand very fast and take over everything from you. So you have to, have a very strong, agreement with them that if they should violate it, this is what will happen to them. And you have to monitor them very close. If you don't monitor them, they will outsmart you. And that is the way they operate. Look, every industry, they want to destroy it. And it's not that they are bringing alternative that is quality than what you have. It's some of the worst inferior something that they will bring. But the fact that they know that the world go for something cheaper, everybody loves cheap things, so they will mass produce this thing and they will give you at a very cheaper price something that will not stand the test of time against what you produces. I don't understand those people, man. They can, if you know how many industry they kill in America with their product.
But Ajali Kuku, why are we still patronizing them if they are producing bad things?
What are your choices? What are your choices?
No. What do you mean that we are still patronizing them?
We are still patronizing them. Ajali Kuku, half of 60% of everything in Australia is China.
As I agree with you, but
No,
Yeah,
Thomas,
it's China.
Thomas, I'm saying that at least in some of those countries, those companies are in Nigeria making those things. But in our own case, they don't even have those plants in Nigeria. They have it in China. So how is it benefiting in your own country? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
not even in our own country. It's from China. So at least bring it to wherever you're producing in our own country, or at least have our own people learn it, so they can.
Babati, look at where you are there. Can you count how many things China produce with the surroundings you are sitting now? Maybe the table, the spoon, you can count like 5, 6 in
no,
a time at a
hold on.
time.
You know what happened in America? You see, most of the companies are American companies.
Just using
What
Chinese
they do?
name, they are hiding behind
Yeah,
that China brand. It's American.
yes. They will take the factory to China
Because of cheap labor. Yeah.
and they bring the finishing product to America. That is what they do. But China, for their smartness, you cannot take anything out of their country without putting made in China. You must write made in China. That is their law. You must
They are
put made
smart.
in China.
Ajali Kokoda. If it is you, won't you be
They are
smart?
very smart. They are very, very smart people. And they corner America in so many ways. Before America knew what was happening, they've gone.
No. See, Coco, it's at the end of the day, it comes down to greed. It's only greed.
It's greed.
The
You are
same,
right. American
the
greed.
same thing
America
that's happened to us
very,
over
very
there.
greedy.
See, if you
Yes.
ask an average American, actually, they wouldn't mind paying, I don't know, 20% more for a product and buy made in America, actually. So,
But Prince, don't you know what we are doing and America are doing? We are empowering China. Because all these things, they will use it for their economic growth, isn't it?
Can I ask?
Of
Can
course.
I ask? Let me ask you a question. Daddy. Do you think if we go by that model of buying American, how long do you think Walmart will last before they fold up?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. Because
Because people want cheap stuff now.
No, because they programmed Americans. You have to, if you look at it in isolation, then you're like, oh, we can't sustain it. But because Walmart, for many years, even maybe up to now, they refuse to pay, the right wages. They don't provide medical insurance to their workers. So and they attract certain demographic of buyers, and that's the reason why that Walmart model seems to be working. But in reality, we don't need Walmart. A lot of things can be produced here in America and be priced accordingly. They're going to build critical mass in the industry, and the price will be, will not be as cheap as China, but the price will be decent for people to afford. The wages are going down with immigration, with illegal immigration, right? They have import from China coming in. Okay, and the people are not getting paid the right amount of wages, so they can afford it than to go to places like Walmart. Okay, there are other, there are other factors at play here. A lot of factors. I mean, I don't believe that, if you produce things here in America, that people can afford it. People can afford it. By the way, a lot of things that Walmart sells, anyway, a lot of things that are junk. People buy things sometimes they don't really need. People buy things they don't need. And American, they have this mentality, this consumer mentality of always buying and shopping. Okay, but if things are priced accordingly, good quality, they'll buy it. It's going to last them a year or two. They don't need a lot of things to buy. Let me tell you, by the way, even Walmart too is a facade. Sometimes things from Walmart are more expensive than going to your local stores, actually,
No, they mix
and even go to
they
and
mix
go
it
to.
up. No, it's like they mix it up. There's like an illusion of cheap.
Well, they have their price. What they call their price leaders. They have certain things they make cheap, but go check out the quality. The quality is not the same, and the quality and the quantity size in the package is not the same. People don't know that. You may find something like 50 cents or $1 more expensive elsewhere, but if you look at the actual packaging at Walmart, it's lesser quantity in the box or in the bag. So they have this illusion about being super cheap, but not really cheap. I'm telling you, Walmart is not cheaper than Target. Only few things they have, like lost leaders, some terrible things they sell that bring people in.
But Target is branded as a middle class store. That's their brand, like lower middle class kind of.
Target is more expensive than Walmart.
So Target is more like classy, like
Is it? I'm telling you, it's really not. I don't think it is.
No, Daddy, I'm saying the perception of it. Like if you go to
exactly perception. Yeah.
You will see a different demographic of Americans at night and well. if you know what I'm saying. So it's just the perception of stores like Macy's. If I say Macy's now, middle class, but if I say Ross, you know what I mean. So so it's perception of.
But I don't blame Chinese. They have a large population, right? They need to feed them. So their leaders know. Their leaders do whatever it takes for the Chinese to go out there around the world to go make something happen. They have a lot of people. I don't blame them. They have a lot of people, and they don't want a situation whereby these people start rioting or going crazy. It's going to be really bad. You're talking about 1.5 billion people.
We have bad leaders across the country. We have a lot of people too.
The car situation. You can't even buy from your forget the federal, for instance. Yes. I will interview an idiot from the Lagos State government on Arising. The guy said, "Yeah, the commissioner of planning. You have a major car manufacturer in your own state, and you don't even know that they exist. The commissioner of planning in your state, you don't plan.
I don't know.
I mean, like, what was this guy?
I mean, that is it. You can't believe hearing what you heard from that guy, And if Lagos State can, support that car manufacturing plant, I believe they will hit the limelight in a very big way.
Because you are Nkolongo now, Abi. You give them that if my governor is driving north, then I want to see what's going on. Okay, why
And it's more than that. So you can't say like some motors, for example. We can't say these auto manufacturers produce quality and we don't support them. We can't just support them. So I'm going to buy 1,000 cars from you. No. They need money. They need capital. They need investment. Make their business model more suitable. Something for them.
By the way, Prince Daddy, Sanwo-Olu commissioned this Chinese assembly plant of one foreign car in Lagos, I think a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
You said that
Chinese car.
That show GAC in Nigeria assembly. So you bought from them, but you ignored your own in the same state. It's a bunch of just annoying.
Can be very
well. So he's probably thinking they're going to create jobs, right? I think that's what he's looking at. Not jobs.
So not is not job, Abi. So not she So the thing is share, but not is what? What is that one?
I don't know I don't know the benefit. I'm just usually if you allow a manufacturer to come to your space, it's because they're going to create jobs and opportunities, right? That's what I'm thinking. Well, with not, I don't know. I don't know how many cars they produce or they plan to produce, but these people with the Chinese, they're probably going to tell them, "Oh, we're going to create 100,000 jobs and this and that." With not, I don't know the capacity.
It's the same with not.
not supply cars
Mr.
to African countries. Prince Daddy, they actually export cars from Nigeria.
So
Not us.
you can give them that opportunity to expand if you inject money into that company. If the Lagos State government say, okay, look, we are giving you 1 billion naira to supply us, or 5 billion naira to supply us 500 vehicles, also number of vehicle, including one for the governor that is going to be the best vehicle that we ever made for the Lagos State governor. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand. I kind of suggested the same thing like not too long. What about 5 billion naira to produce to give Lagos State cars, in batches for the next 5 years, starting 3 years from now? That gives NORD the opportunity to invest in their manufacturing plant and also build service stations. Build service stations across the state.
They produce buses, by the way, cheaper buses.
Is that right?
So, yeah, they do
That's
buses.
true. Are they not the same? Are they not the one producing armor vehicles?
Yeah, they do armor. They even supply. Is it Ukraine? They supply Ukraine during this war.
No, it's not now though. That one is another.
That one is the Jebu guy, Abi.
That one is the Jebu guy, the Peru guy.
So you even have LSK, the Siju Ade cars too in Ogun State that make cars. So you have these guys that they actually look at the armor tank guy now that supply
Let me tell you what is this Innocent and the obedient that are producing and promoting Innocent. This Abia State governor, he uses Innocent.
Corral.
No, Ora. I saw him driving one. It was even. No, just hold on. When you now look at the other vehicles that followed him, they are all Toyotas. You understand? I think he's just using that one for the optics.
He said that the House of Rep in the States that they were supposed to buy Innocent. They all said no.
Hey, this NORD cars look nice. They look really nice. Nice cars. Really? Are they original?
You saw the link that I posted, right? The NORD.
Yeah, I just click on the link.
Yeah.
Nice cars. Nice looking vehicles.
The NORD 5. NORD 5, you see the NORD 5, you see the buses. It makes nice cars. Wow. If you watch the interview now, you see Yoruba, and he said you can put his car against any.
Let me give you this. Is it possible for them to promote themselves? Let's say if they can have an agreement, maybe with insurance company and all these things, and make people to get these cars on mortgage. You understand what I'm saying? Because one of the major reasons why Nigerians cannot afford new vehicles because of the cost.
Yeah, but somebody must.
Here in Saudi Arabia, you will see ordinary technician riding Land Cruiser.
But Simba, I think.
You understand? If people can. If they can do it, if they have a way to, but that one also need a lot of investment because if you want to be
Simba, what you said, I propose it also for Innocent Motors. All they need, like for example, the reason why Ford Auto Company became the largest auto company in America for a long time is because they have their own financing. Okay, so a company like NORD can probably start doing that, but they can partner with a bank like Zenith Bank or these other banks and have an agreement for their buyers that if you go to NORD to buy a vehicle, you can be pre-qualified with a bank to buy the vehicle. So the transaction will be almost seamless. That's how they start. And if they get much bigger, then they can have their own bank or their own internal financing and expand from there. But they can start in a smaller way, a more structured way with a bank. If you go to a bank, I'm trying to buy a NORD car. They already have all the application, all the information on the computer system, and all they need probably to do is make a fee.
They have it already in Nigeria, Mr.
Prince Daddy.
Is that right?
You see, the problem we have in Nigeria is that our bank doesn't finance long-term projects like that. You know, usually in America, if you buy vehicle for monthly note, you can make your payment up to 60 months, maximum of
Yes.
60.
No,
Nigeria
it was
do that.
72 months, 84
Even
months, depending on the price
yeah,
of the vehicle.
depending on the price and depending on the what do you call the interest rate that you want to have on it. Nigerian banks do
60
not do that.
months. 60 months is 5
It's
years
5
now.
years.
Yes,
It's too
yes,
much now. It's too
5
much.
years.
It's too much. It's too much. Here in France, we do or either 3 to 4 years because of the value of the car will reduce, and no bank will want to go up to.
No, what do you mean
No,
by
no, no,
that?
so no, no.
What are you talking
Triumph. See, in Africa, just like even in America, people, well, not in Africa, right? They tend to keep their vehicles much longer. So that in France, where they do short-term loans, in Africa, they can probably do 10 years actually. 10 years will not be
Exactly.
not
Yes, 10
No.
years. 10
There's
years
a
will be
problem
good.
already now. We have
Because
a
the new
we
vehicle.
have a yes, no. Even though it's new vehicle is still vehicle. The moment you buy it, like now, I change my vehicle once in every year because of the long distance
No,
I drive.
see, I know it devalues. Hold on, I'm into the car industry. I've been there in the past. I know that the value of the vehicle diminishes. What do you call it? It depreciates, right? But
Yes.
again, if the vehicle is an asset for business, that's one thing they can write off the depreciation. But if it's the family vehicle, the personal vehicle, they're more likely to keep that vehicle for a long time, and the vehicles tend to hold the value in African space, in Nigeria. So they can sell if they want after 5 years, but they can keep it for
You,
5-10 years.
Prince Daddy, you see in Nigeria, they buy Tokumbo vehicle. Maybe that vehicle was already 15 years old.
Exactly.
The buyer will even use it for another 10 years and will still be able to sell it.
Exactly. So how much more a brand new car that's
Do you really want
reasonable
Nigeria
price?
to grow? Let me ask you people all these questions. Now, just a little bit. Do you want Nigeria to grow? That's the way we did something. First of all, we have to treat. We don't have a database in Nigeria for everybody to work
That's
with.
one of the major
If we have it, people will come now.
In fact, they will be taking it across the Benin Republic.
We don't have one. I think what you said, Tran. We don't have one.
Database. Sorry, I used my French.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Database. I'm sorry. So that was the number one problem. We didn't even have it for the Medicare. We didn't have it. So nobody want to give out their money that they will start looking for the person all over Nigeria. Because many people they borrow money and they run away from the country. You understand? Jackba. So it's not good. One thing is that even in Nigeria, they give money to buy cars. They only give government workers because of we call it because of the long term. Understand? The long term security of the job. Understand? That's what they do. They only give government workers. If you are not government worker, they can't lend you money. Even private institution, they look at you bizarre. Sorry, they look at you not solid. So that's what they do. That's what I know they do in Nigeria today. Any other thing, no. Even you want to buy a house, the moment you're a government worker, they will lend you money. We have it already, but they want to look how solid you are. Things like that. And again, they have to ask you for something more valuable than the money. They will ask you.
But Triumph, if you can transfer, if not to have a good partnership with the bank. See, the bank is a bank. They know how to vet their customers and get the right information to give them loans, right? But the goal here is for not to be able to move the unit as quickly as possible by getting that money from the bank. And the bank will be dealing with the customers. But the only thing here is that the bank and Nord, for example, will have a really streamlined structure for people to buy the vehicle. Because the bank already have all the information usually on their customers, and they know how to do it because that's their job.
Okay, Prince Daddy, would you like to give a credit to a illegal person in America? No, you won't try it now. In Nigeria, we because the banks look at it this way, the investors look at it this way. They look at everybody as a number. We are all numbers, because nobody wants to give somebody that is not found in the database and doesn't have a solid.
But that's what I'm saying, Mr. Trent. For example, if somebody banks with their bank for 5 years, they have their record, they have the bank transaction.
It's not enough. It's not enough, Prince Daddy. In Nigeria, it's not enough. I'm sorry, it's not enough. Even here in the Western world, you before the banks give you money, in the European pattern, they ask you first of all, even though you've been banking with them for the past 20 years, they will not give you the money. They want you to ask your if you don't have a life contract with where you work, they can't give you the money. They will never give you them. That's what they do here. I will tell you now.
Well,
I will tell
okay, Mr. Triumph, see, you're using your European model or French model, which is more rigid. Okay, but the model I'm proposing is a little bit more flexible. It's a little more flexible.
Why can't Nigeria do what Korea did for Kia when they first came?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. That'd be great.
So
but you know the problem. Let me tell you, the difference is this: Kia is indigenous. You understand? They are the one. They produce almost 100% of everything. But in Nigeria, all these companies that we are still talking about still imported almost 90% or more than 90% of what we are talking about.
Thank you, Simba.
So that
Thank
model,
you.
How can you say that Kia is indigenous? What makes them indigenous? It's a South Korean vehicle. What is indigenous?
That's what I'm saying is
they bring
they said it in South Korea.
It's a South Korean vehicle. They bring everything.
The same thing we are talking the same thing. Maybe you don't understand what we are talking about. South Korea produces Kia. Is their company. They produce everything. But all these companies that we are talking about in Nigeria, they are still related to China. They imported most of these vehicles from China. They just couple it in Nigeria. That's what we are talking about.
But see, is that true for Nord?
But they have some companies.
Yes, that's the same thing in Northern. I can bet you. We don't manufacture anything them. We assemble things in Nigeria.
No, there's some part of the car.
They have some components.
I've had some talk about some of their parts actually manufactured in Nigeria.
No, tell me, no. Let us be realistic here, Babati. What can we produce? What can we produce?
Let me tell you now. The part of the stereo part, they do make that's in Nigeria. It was some part of the cars
upholstery,
electronics,
the chassis,
is it a number or anyway somewhere that they actually designed the parts. Yeah,
way manufacture leather, even ordinary leather. If somebody is in his own company.
Just say what part. That's what I remember. But that was Innocent. No, I don't know about Nord, but I've heard Innocent say that they do manufacture some of their, even the steel. That they have a steel company in Nigeria. Like even some part of the steel that are made in Nigeria. Yes, I've heard him talk about it. Yeah, I've heard him talk about that. So.
Well, we have to start from somewhere. We have to start from somewhere.
That's
okay. See, let me tell you, because I used to, back then, the Hyundai vehicles and the Kia they sold in America were the worst kind of vehicles. I'm telling you. Back then, about 20 years ago or so, if you drove that stick shift, the manual, it's like putting a stick in the sand and shifting the gear. That was how terrible their cars were. I'm talking about Kia and Hyundai. But I'm telling you, over time, they improved on the quality. They did improve on the quality, obviously. And I'm telling you today that in today's market, Hyundai, Nissan, Toyota, they are on the same pedestal. They are. Hyundai is competing one-on-one with Hondas and Toyotas. They are. They're making good quality vehicles.
They are very
good quality vehicles
now.
Yes. So they started from somewhere. So yeah, okay, I understand Nord and Innocent Motors, maybe they import a lot of their parts, but that is why you plan. Now, if the government partnership with Nord, for example, say, okay, in the next 5 years or so, all 100% of your engine components should be manufactured here in Nigeria. That's a good start. Maybe the body, maybe 90% of the body, whatever, should be manufactured in Nigeria. Partnership, that's one thing we're not really good at. Partnership between the government, education, and businesses. That is the key to any economy. And we're not very good at that. I mean, Nord should be able to get students from automotive department in any university in Nigeria to come work from there right from school. Okay, this is a place you funnel students for employment. You invest in the money. There's so many things that can be done. We can't just complain that they haven't CDK or whatever they call it, the Coletta called it for the auto manufacturing. They have to start from somewhere. We have to start from
But
somewhere and grow from there.
that's true, Prince Daddy. Just saying there's a license. Nord Stream and Innocent, they purchased this license too for them to produce these cars. Because we cannot produce any car that we can't find their parts in the system in the world. You understand? There is a law and regulation for you just to produce anything now in Africa. And Africa have to compete, have to follow their rules also. But there's one thing that Nigeria have to do like China. We copy their system. But we copy this. I know what you said yesterday that you don't want that Ashoke to be started producing. One thing is that Nigeria should make a law because of China. I love the way they did the Europeans. You come open your company there in China. The moment all of them they went because of cheap labor, they went. But your neighbor will copy you. Their business they copy you. They come there. They ask you. You must answer them. If not, you will go to prison. That was their law. I remember. Many of those investors now they are not running back to Europe, coming back to Europe. All of them, almost all of them, 80% now, back to Europe because they were not happy. They copied their system. They copied them. If Nigeria two government can do the same thing, let us look at it. You can come and do it for cheap labor and every other thing, but we have the right to copy it. If you don't want to also copy it out of the country, why Tesla do not want to go to China? Because they did the same thing. They want to do the same law for you, for them to know the secret why it has a long time battery. You understand? So there's something we have to do in Nigeria. It is a good idea for them to come. That's what I was telling the other guy in the comment section. It is a good idea. Now we copy them. My business, what I do today, I copy you, I copycat Nimo Nimojeo, and I benefit from it. I benefit from a lot because of one thing. When you complain, nothing will move in Nigeria. Just copy it. Make a law that you can copy. We produce it because competition and the price will be cheaper. You can see that's why in Europe we have many cheaper things now. Like now we have the high cost for the rich, the middle class, and the first and for the poor also. So we need people like them too in Nigeria now. At least I know people in Africa are complaining that what about our local? They have to improve, innovate. Innovation. Without it, Africa is not going nowhere. We need people like them to give us a kick in our butts and we start moving forward. So that is what I accept it. I'm 1,000% with them. Thank you.
What did you say you accept now? Say you accepted what?
For China or Japan, all of them to come. It will make Africa to wake up. I bet it with you. It will make Africa to wake up. It will make Nigerians. We are all intelligent in Nigeria. We are all intelligent because one thing that we want something to push us to do it. And without anybody like that to come, I don't think if Nigeria is going to wake up. We will produce those jobs. Don't worry. We'll produce those jobs. I still have hope in Nigeria. Till I know Nigeria is going to wake up. We just want somebody to come and disturb us. We will see the unity of the country. We will start producing. We'll start producing everything. Let them come to Lagos. Let them come to anywhere they want to come. Like now, innocent cars they say it's cheaper. It's not cheaper. The common man cannot buy them all. The average man cannot buy them all. So if we have competitors like that, they come, the price will come down. Everybody wants to sell now. If you don't sell, you cannot pay your workers now. To create jobs everywhere now. So that is it, Mr. Jalokoko. So Baba BT, don't worry. I know that it is the tradition.
There are some areas we cannot compete with those people because of their technological advancement over us.
You can use it now. They copied America now. They copied France now. They copied Germany. Even they copied even the tomatoes, tin tomatoes. They copied the Italian. Italy. We copied them too, Mr. Jalikoko. Just make a law in Nigeria.
Let me tell
make a
you.
law.
Look, even the innocent motor and all this motor we are talking about, they are getting everything from China. So how do you want to compete with your manufacturer, person that manufacture for you to assemble and sell?
Yes.
So what we are saying is that, we have innocent motor already, or particularly in an industry where we know that they have comparative advantage over us. We should be able to protect our own industry. Otherwise, they will dominate us, saturate our market, and kill our own industry.
Don't
So we
worry,
have to
Babati. You are looking at it in
for
another.
our
Look
own.
at it in a positive perspective.
No,
We are.
there is
We
no
don't only
positive.
want. We don't only want. We
Look,
don't only want.
if you have that technological know-how like them, then you can compete. Just
It's
as
not
you
that
have,
expensive, man, Mr.
just as you
Jaluko. It's not
have.
expensive. It's not expensive. It's not expensive.
What are
You
you
know,
talking
when
about?
you
What
look
is
at
expensive? Yeah, you don't have the capacity to manufacture something. You say you want to compete with person that have the
we
capacity.
have it in
What
Nigeria
are
now.
you
We have
talking about?
everything. Jaluko, I don't
You
know
don't
how would
have
I put it.
anything. What are you talking about? Okay,
The government
you
will
don't have
wake up
anything.
now. What do you say Nigeria don't have anything? We have raw
engine
materials.
block? You
We have
can't
raw
make engine
materials.
block.
Understand?
Nigeria
We can
cannot
still
make
create.
engine block.
That's why I say that it will make us wake up. We have
Why are
a
you going
stable
to wake up?
country.
When are you going to
Nigeria
wake up?
still must. They will all wake up.
You have to develop your own industry first. That is
No.
where you can compete. Where you cannot compete, you don't go into the game against the person that have that
I said,
capacity over you. I mean,
Mr.
better
Jaluko,
than you.
I said something earlier. Nigeria government should just make a law that we can copy, and all their materials will be written in English. When you want to invest in China, everything is written in what? In Chinese. We make a law, everything will be written in Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo. Then people there will look at it. We match the same thing. And you go and meet the government. Government will give you money to create the same thing. Copycat, you just only change the name. I bet you. Only thing that it is going to bring a rival market in the way in the industry. So they do it. They say somebody in Nigeria create and break parts. That's good, but the government will have to give him a way for him to acquire this license that he can compete with with other vehicles. The moment you have the license, you can create a way in Nigerian market too. So Mr. Jaluko, everything is possible. Just the government just to make a law. Just to make a law. Like now, me, your brother, Nigeria. When I was doing my business in a city in France, not to France, I refused to open something for them. They say, why is that? Because there were many people around me. They were firing, or they were just sacking that's a good word, I think, sacking their workers because they cannot cope and they are losing money. They can't keep it now. The government called me, gave me condition. I said no. They told me to move out from the sector. I obeyed now. I obeyed, or if not, I pay 50,000 euro fine every year. I obeyed and I went out. They can do the same law too now. They can do the same law. Mr. Jaluko, it's just Nigerian government just to make a law. Anything you bring must be written in the language, in the dialogue. They did it. We copy you. I use three systems to do. I use the Chinese system, the American system, and the German system in my business. I don't use French system because if not, they will know my weak point. I give them alternative market. So Mr. Jaluko, just look the other way around. There's benefits in it. We don't have to complain. We work with them. We copy them. I did the iService for good 1 year before I opened my own company. I was looking at them. They were talking to me. I have a plan and I copied everything. I used my phone. I was taking pictures. This one is within 1 year. I was taking pictures of those products. Then I duplicate everything. I won't lie. I duplicate everything. We copy it. If you see Chinese, they don't do. They call them the tourists in the world. It's a lie. They are going just to duplicate. They take pictures and they want to produce the same thing. They want to produce. They will come there. They will take pictures. The same design. The same everything. They don't have in their country. And they fabric it.
I understand what you are saying. You're saying we should get the blueprint of everything that they want to manufacture in Nigeria. We must get the blueprint. Yes, that is what we should be doing. But the problem with us as a country is that we don't even have the industrial capacity to even, copy even their own blueprint. If you even get it, if you don't have that industrial base at all, that is the problem with that country they call Nigeria. You don't have that industrial base at all. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, but we can start
Yes.
working on it now. Like now, if now,
But
hmm,
China,
I told
there's nothing you want to come and manufacture in their country that you not give them the
access.
the blueprint of it. They must
So we
have
can
it.
do the same thing now.
Baba Jaleo, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why did America move to China?
Why did what?
America moved their factory to China.
Oh, it's for cheap labor now. You know,
That's
they are very greedy. American billionaires. It's for cheap labor now. They
So
believe.
the technology was taken to them by virtue of cheap labor and the population that they have.
It's cheap labor now. They move it so that they can.
And that's what I'm saying, that the American now took their technology to them.
Oh,
and
yeah.
when they got there, they were able to copy
The
what.
copy. Yes.
Okay. If you look at most of other countries that we have mentioned today, if you look at South Korea, it's the same America that assisted South Korea, if you remember.
Yes.
Japan, it was the same America.
Mm-hmm.
Even Europe.
Yes.
Now, apart from, because I still think that we Africans, we still lack capacity.
Completely.
But
the capacity,
because we are coming from a position of disadvantage. We don't have the capacity, and everything is against us. Everything.
But we can leverage.
I think we don't
can
have
use leverage now.
leadership
President
that
Ban,
are
we can use
patriotic
leverage.
to develop the country. I think that is the problem.
We can leverage. We can leverage, Mr. Simba.
It's all about leadership. Leadership that are.
That's true, but we can leverage everything.
Sorry, real quick. Simba, did you hear what Babati said about the Adire in Egbaland?
I had it yesterday. He told me the same thing. Hashtag.
What do you want to bring out from that?
No, with the Chinese, you see, they can go high tech or low tech. It doesn't matter. Okay, they are more than ready to take over your country or the industry at any level. There's no technology involved in Adire, but see what they've taken over the market. Okay,
but Prince Daddy, these people, even before America started moving their industrial companies to China, China was not, they were not dumb. They were not like us. If you look at the Chinese history, they are very good in technology. You understand? So it wasn't difficult for them. By the time they see something, they can easily catch up. We are nowhere. And if I just look at it, I think it's maybe the way we look, because we are black, our brain is also black.
No, Mr. Simba.
Hello, everybody.
No, Simba.
No. Did I say our brain is black? You said it's Simba?
No, I just use that analogy because let me tell you, the way we behave, let me tell you, as black. Let me just look at it. Anywhere you see black in the world, the only thing that's synonymous with us is poverty. Look at the blacks in Africa, blacks in Caribbean, black in Asia. We're all the same. So to me,
in Australia
it's
too.
not about
Aboriginal too
leader.
here.
It's not about leadership. To me, it's not about, something is wrong with us. But the only thing that because let me tell you, if you have a group of people that lack capacity, then where do you think the leaders, are they imported or they are not? They are not different from the normal population.
Simba, can I contribute?
But
Good morning.
Simba,
Good morning, everybody.
I don't want to say it's the problem of black. I don't want to attach that how do I describe it? Is it incapacity, or what do I do? Or what do I say? I don't want to attach this to uh, the reason that because we are black. I still want to maintain that is bad leadership, that have no plan in the first place. They have no mission.
About Jalekoko, let me give you this. Let me give you examples.
Country.
We have countries where we have blacks and the so-called people of color or white. But if you still look at the black community in those countries, they are not doing well. Why are the whites doing well and the blacks are not doing well? And they are under the same condition.
We have a country in Africa called
mindset
of Rwanda.
Simba, because other tribes or people they cooperate. They work together.
You see,
there's power in many.
Rwanda president is.
I beg you, what is in Rwanda? Don't give that one. Baba Jeleko Kubule and Loye. Kilo one, you Rwanda.
I want to respond to you.
Yeah, let's hear from new voices. Yeah, Remy. Yeah, come in.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very good discussion. I overheard the other time that
Remy, before you go on, let me just back you a bit. Aboriginal here, they are blacks. They are the same thing. They're even worse than us. Yeah, continue.
Okay, so I overheard about Ajani saying that Nigeria does not have an industrial base. That is incorrect. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, no problem.
Nigeria do have a lot of industrial base.
Industrial base. Oh yeah.
Okay, I will tell you why. We do have. We do.
Tell me.
We do have. In most of the states in Nigeria, especially we talk about Ibadan, we have a lot of what do you call it? We have a lot of, I don't know what to call it now, but there's a lot of industries situated in that area, and they are very big.
No, Remy, we are not talking about serving industry. What it means is not about having pocket of industry in some places. We are talking about capacity. All these things that you are talking about.
I'm coming there because you guys.
I want jamu industry. Remy first song.
What I want to
talking
say,
of a real technological capacity.
Not if you are talking about real technological compared
not
to
jam production, because it's a biscuit and
no, we are not. I'm not even talking about where
pancake.
I'm not talking about that. I will give you an example about Jali. My father used to work with CFAO, and when he started his own business, what he does is just to buy vehicles from Korea and also from France. And then we go to Dunlop. We also go to Exide Battery in Ibadan to buy all these things. They are new. They are being produced or manufactured in Nigeria. And I want to even throw a question to the platform today. I know that during Babangida regime, he commissioned the Oshogbo rolling machine mill or Oshogbo steel machine 2 or something like that. These are big industrial complexes. Where are they today? I think when you talk about the Chinese,
they never work for one day.
Yeah,
machine 2 in the they never work for one day.
About the Chinese does not have industrial base as what you thought. What they do is very simple. If Nigerian can copy that model, it will be good. A friend of mine flew in from Maryland, and we went to a city not very far to Shanghai. The city is a small city in Zhejiang province. What do we want to do? We want to buy a lot of football, soccer ball, and we are interested in buying a lot of things for the Christmas, like Banga, all those things that they used to, because it's a big business in Dumota. So when we went around, what I discovered first is that most of the factory are small factory. Some are using like 2-bedroom for their, and what do they have? They have small machine. And a lot of them in that particular city, a town, I will not call it city. So most of the people there, they are small businessmen that the land they use to produce whatever they are producing is as small as 2-bedroom flat. So when we talk to them and I ask them, can you meet our demand? We want to buy football that will contain 20-feet container. They say we can do it in 3 days. Our shark says it's a lie. This is your small showroom. Say this is not the way we work. Once you give us order, it guarantees that they're going to produce a mass. Then Anna said, do you have the certification to export this ball outside? He said that is not a problem. The government already created a regulatory body or some exporting body that will help them. So they just need to take all this ball in a container to this body. We are going to also, it took us to the government regulatory body that is going to help them export this product outside. What does these people do? They make sure that they produce to the standard of quality that they want. When it comes to Africa, they don't really care too much because our people don't check for standard and quality. But when it goes to America and the rest, they make sure that they produce to the exact quality and standard that Europeans or America want. So that's what they are doing. And over the years, they were able to master this and they started to produce. It's totally copy, 100% copy, including vehicles. Honda, Mercedes-Benz, VW, they copy everything and they give them their own name. Our problem, I think, is this. We have to solve the issue of electricity first. Solve the issue of electricity, and I kept on saying it. We have to force our people to work. We have to force people to go to technical college. If you are just talking about democracy, trying to use a soft hand, because you guys forgot one thing. China is a communist state with some degree of freedom. The government have the
Remy, sorry, before you go further quickly. So how were they able to meet the capacity for the containers? And also, when the balls...
Exactly what they do, so as I told you, for example, let me use a small town. Let's say Oyo town. In Oyo town, everybody know Oyo town, not the whole Oyo State, Oyo town. Everybody in that Oyo town, they are producing ball. Everybody have a small factory of 2-bedroom flat, and you can see 20 of them. So what they told us is that we should not worry about that. They all come together and they will produce it under 3 days for us. And Mela, they done it. And we ship it. And before it even arrives in Dumota, the person, the Yoruba guy that they already gave us the money. And we are in business. That is it. So no wala at all, nothing.
So they had a good partnership or cooperative.
Yes.
But one of the question is that were the balls shipped inflated or deflated?
I think it was ship deflated. It was not in it was ship deflated because it's in a package. They even package very well, and we even give it our own name so that distinct from other people. So, and we are in business. So what they do is this. They maximize each city or town at cost advantage. For example, like Abana, they are known to produce shoes. The government enforced the bank to give them a soft loan at a reduced interest loan. And then the people in Aba must also conform with the rules and regulatory body that they set down. They are not saying you should not go to work. They are not saying you should not buy machines. And remember, China is also producing machines. They also have a big industry for manufacturing different form of industrial machines and machinery. So they do also have. So they have everything. They make sure that they use their people to put them to work, whether by force or by anything. You just have to go out to work. There is no the benefit in China is zero to nothing. They give their old people every month about $10 or $50. Old people, if you are not working. So, and if you say, okay, I'm a teenager, I don't want to work, nobody gives you nothing. So you just have to go outside to work. I think the problem we are having is electricity, then tribal is also there, then the corruption is there. Religion, I'm sorry, Prince Daddy, it's also a big factor.
Remy, all these things that we are talking, we said even in other claims where they have all these things, where there is no ethnicity, where they have electricity. Okay, let me give you an example. We know that the Aborigines, they are the indigenous people of Australia. How are they faring? The South African blacks.
I don't totally want to agree with you.
No, just wait now. You have the right to disapprove, but I still believe there's something wrong with our DNA. The black South Africans.
You might be partially right about that, but I don't.
The black South Africa, how are they faring in South Africa?
I don't agree with you. I will tell you.
So it's not about electricity. It's not about anything.
Hold on, guys. Can I ask this? Simba, speak for yourself. Can you tell us what is the kilogram per day anyway? What is it? Is it so awkward about the KDG because you are incomplete? Kilo missing there.
We might have a problem also, but at the same time, it does not mean that we cannot work together. I know that.
Can't work together. Remy, you have shown for decades, for centuries, that you can't work together. So that one is too late. So, but what I want to know from Simba is there some data somewhere that you can provide me or study?
I think no, it's not what I'm doing. It's just an anecdotal type of thing. But you cannot.
I've no. But no, that one. No. That one.
No, let me
hold on now. That one is based on social, the environment. Those. Well, it wasn't some kind of it wasn't anything wrong with the. How am I gonna put it? I'm losing my thing. Go ahead.
DNA or what or do?
I'll come back in a minute. Let me get my phone.
Okay, what I will respond to you, Simba. I think to me, we might have problem. Every race have their own defective or negative attitude they emanate. But if you really look at it very well, Nigeria post-independence, I'm talking about the early 60s, we don't have that kind of trouble. At least people were put to work and people appreciate their effort. People appreciate each other's effort. But when you now just oppose it to today, you will see that we have a lot of problem. A simple election, which is just to me, is a game. We are going to have a winner or a loser, whether by troop means or by whatever means. Every election all over the world, if you really look at it very critically, there will be a way that is being manipulated or not manipulated. So I don't totally agree that we have problem about putting things together. If our people can go to other climes and they perform very well, like now, look at
what are they performing well? What do you mean by they are performing well? They are just they just log into the existing system that make it look as if they are doing well. Why can't we do it in our own space? Why do we need to go to
that is what we are saying. We have problem, but at the same time, we are not really.
Yeah, but we don't want to agree that we have problem now. We have this euphoria that
nobody will tell you that we don't have problem. But you telling us that we
no, that's what Babati is trying to tell me now.
They have problem too now. They have problem too, Mr. Simba. One thing I would just say, I remember.
Go ahead.
As I was saying earlier, I remember when France used to send me for an error to go and do this. It looked like a spy, not really a spy. I'm not a spy. Understand? I go there, I take pictures, and I come back. And if we say we should bring Nigerians now, sending them to European or Asia to do the same thing, but all of them with jackpot, they won't want to go back home now with the same ideas now. You understand? Like then when China send their
and because they will start giving excuses that there's no good road at home. Okay, let me tell you now. If you ask about Remy, just give me 1 minute.
Right.
If you ask all the Nigerian diaspora, especially those ones, all these Babajele Kuku, Babati, everything, ask them whatever they have learned. Are they ready to? They will be giving you reason. Nigeria now they cannot survive in that country. You cannot do this. There's no good. There's too hot. Electricity. The roads are bad. If you are sick, you are going to die. You understand? They start giving you reason because they are comfort. Black because you are lazy. We're always looking for comfort. We don't want stress. Once we get the comfort, we are too too satisfied with little things, mundane things.
Let
So they are comfortable, they are ready to die with what the level they are now, they are ready to die with it. They are because they think they have arrived, they are okay. You understand? And that is the black man mentality. They are not looking at what legacy can they leave for the people. No. Since they are already there, they feel that they are okay, they can afford 2 square meters, they can buy house or mortgage, they can buy their cars or everything on mortgage. They are satisfied.
Okay,
Simba,
Mr. Simba.
let me respond to you. Do you know what China did? Sorry, Mr. Crown. Let me chip in. Do you know what China did? If they send you abroad to go and understudy or spy or whatever, and you refuse to come back, they will put your family in jail. The people
that is what I want to say. I agree with you.
And then now, post-COVID, they locked down their country again. Do you know why? They locked down their country. They refused people from traveling abroad. After the COVID, they locked them again for another extra 2 years because I see people there. They locked them down again for 2 years again. Now they are regulating their traveling. If you don't have any serious thing to go abroad, they won't let you go. But just recently, they opened it totally now that you can go for tourism or something like that. Even if you're working for government, that is the most thing I like about that country. If you're a civil servant, there is no way you can be traveling like water abroad. If you travel, what they do, they will look for the leader of that parastatal or government body. They will send him to jail. Why are the people traveling everywhere under you? That means you are stealing government money. Most of their civil servants, they don't travel most time. If you want to travel within China. There is still enough tourism, local tourism you can go. So that is another way they develop their local tourism. You see, they love their country and they are very patriotic. An average of us, we are not patriotic. Everything about ourselves is to blame the leadership. And I always tell you guys, our leaders also come from us, from the followership. You continue to blame your leadership. What about you, followership? We are the same. Are they not followership so many years ago before they became leaders? So let's be, but you'll be continuing to blame leaders. What about the mindset of the other citizens? What do they have in their mind? An average Nigerian does not want to work, especially those people living in the city. They want to blow overnight, and they want to find any ways to blow overnight. And those of them that are really working, as we are talking today, some Nigerians they did not leave Nigeria. They are into poultry, they are into various small businesses, and they are making ends meet. But those of them that have all these certificates in the world, they will be telling you, me, be a poultry, be a farmer, be a this. I will never do that in my, and they'll continue to criticize to death, and their life will never improve. So we don't, and when we go abroad, everybody of us here that we go abroad, there's so many jobs we have done that we cannot even touch in Nigeria, but we make ends meet, and Rome was not there. So to be frank, it's a lot of work to be done. I mean, it's a lot of work.
Don't lose hope. Don't lose hope. Don't lose. We are not lazy. I can bet it with you.
No, I'm not losing hope.
We need motivation. We need motivations. We need motivation. Like now, Mr. Simba. If now somebody built a very good hospital in Nigeria, and they wanted to, because you're head of your HOD now, and you are good in it, will you like to come back to Nigeria and control the company? Somebody give you a hospital to lead. Will you like to do it? And how much will be your price?
Mr. Trao, me, I'm in Nigeria. Everything that I have is in Nigeria. I'm just here in spirit, not in, you understand? It's just everything I have is Nigeria, but believe me, and that's why I don't like people talking down about my country.
Babati will not come back now. I know Babati will not come back. I know he will not come back because the way he talks, I know Laila, he won't come back. He only come when he's in retirement. But like how much will it? No, one thing just.
And what do you say, Adewale?
You won't let people interject. Everyone is just talking. What is going on? Let other people interject.
Adewale. Yeah, talk. You can talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want the people that will be yelling and shouting like. Anyway, I think there is a paradigm shift. Talks about economy. of America. That's why it seems America is producing a
But
mass.
Adewale, why are you changing your name like chameleon?
I just fell in love with this name. That's why I'm using it. He was
Go
once
on.
a minister of information and I think orientation or something I saw during IBB. So that's why I picked it.
Water of Onagoro. What is the name of that man?
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's actually Walter, not Walter. Walter. I like him. Anyway, so I think that shift pushes America. America has gone beyond industrial revolutions and all that. They are now they becomes the golden standard where every other country now benchmark their economy, to and now we have to compare. Even a dollar is I mean petroleum crude oil product is even sells in dollars. So that's to tell you how powerful American economy is. So they could afford to move production to, you know, Asia or any other country like that because production of those product in America will have cost America or average America will not be able to afford it because of taxation. So and also move it close to where there's resources to produce them in mass. And also lately they've also been going to Bangladesh, China, India, and all that, which is helps those countries as well. Somebody mentioned that the technologies to produce all this thing has been moved to the Asia country. Yes, it was protected to the point that even the Chinese of all these people will not be able to, steal the technology. The same thing with the iPhone. Uh, they produce, some fake ones and all that, but not as the original. So they've gone that shift, that paradigm shift in the economy of America came at a time where it's also becoming a problem for the authority because the more jobs is shipped abroad, the more you left, people to be without job. And innovations create jobs, and all this is considered to be, um, menial jobs. Now there's a attention focus on technology and internet, um, cyber securities and all that. So American economy is not just evolving; it has become the golden standard that every other nation now benchmark theirs against. And Nigeria has not even gone beyond. It has not even gone through industrial revolution. We haven't even produced anything. So I talk about the economy that is based on technology. I heard that Tinubu signed uh, a bill to enable what do you call them, the military to produce their own weapon. I wonder what kind of weapon they will be producing. Is it Shakabula or which one are they? I wonder which of the
At
weapon
least they will start from something.
from what? The AK-47?
You can start producing bullet first. Even the bullet, we can start producing.
No, they have been doing that one even before now.
Adewale, I'm sorry to interject you.
If the bandits and Boko Haram can produce their AK-47, so what stop our military from producing?
Adewale, I'm sorry to interject you. You said America is still protecting their technology. What aspect are they even protecting now? China already have a ship, what do you call it? That big ship that can carry a lot of big plague. They already have two. And they are very good about AI technology. So what are they protecting again?
Remy, most of the new technology that are being released to the market now have been produced 2 decades ago, tested by the military, protected and secured. But they just felt that the time wasn't right before they start.
Can you put a name to that kind of technology you are talking about? So that
okay, now that the world has become a global village where countries share ideas and all that, there was this technology. It's a robotic technology. I believe it's also in existence in Europe.
Mhm.
China, I want to believe so because they're trying their best lately. It seems American policing system was going to utilize it a lot.
So if you are talking this way, I can agree with you, but China take it one league.
Sorry, is Thomas here? Thomas, are you around?
Maybe somebody want to come in.
Yeah, Mr. Jellicoe
Evangelical
wants to come in.
is asking why he put him backstage.
So as I was talking, China already taking a niche ahead. And I will tell you one thing you guys don't know. Zoom is from China. The TikTok you are using is from China. A lot of robotic and AI technology. Most of them,
China,
But they don't want Facebook and Instagram in their country.
yeah,
You
they
can
will
see.
block it because China they block Instagram, they block Facebook in China. They have their own
They
local
block
Facebook.
all the social
America is
They
not
have
that
their own
bad.
local Facebook. They have their own Instagram. Yeah.
I mean, America is not that dumb to the extent that they will allow this thing to flood their market or flood the country. No, they are strategic in allowing whatever is coming from China. And some of those things, lately, every government, I'm talking about state government, have decided to ban TikTok, including the federal government in America have decided to ban TikTok. I don't even know who will be so audacious enough to download TikTok on any government system. There's no way. We're not even allow it.
I will
So,
still give it to America as
but the thing
most,
is that
as
when
the
it
most
comes to
powerful
technology,
country.
Remy, when it
Yeah.
comes to technology, China is good in imitation. They still, as a matter of fact, during my
No,
master's, I came across.
Adewale, please, I want you to stop it at that. Forget China is good in imitation. You know what? I don't want to. I know you live in America for a long time. Please, anytime you want to go on another vacation, just take a trip to that country. Forget about all this.
Remy, Adewale watches too much CNN. See, China is past
They're
that.
already above
Hold
all
on.
those things.
They passed that stage of imitation. They are the leading country when it comes to AI technology. Okay, they
Who
passed that stage.
controls? Yeah, who controls the market they are trying to? What they have can only be useful in Asia, and it seems African is embracing
And,
them.
what is the market
I tell
size
you
of
this,
Asia? What is the market size?
and I tell you now. Well, hardly before now, they weren't
See,
that
I think, if I'm not
interesting much in
mistaken, the
Europe.
Chinese are the number one consumer.
Prince Daddy,
The Chinese are the number one
people
consumers in the
like
world right now.
Prince Daddy, don't mind that they were, people like Adewale, they are already carried away by that America. They think that everything
No,
is
I know.
America.
See,
What is the sheer
Simba,
size of China and even India alone?
Simba,
They constitute 1/3 of the world population or more.
before you take it a little bit nudge, before you take it that long, is when you're not privy to any information that you think, well, China is equal or they are operating at the same level.
Nobody is equaling China to
I
America.
want to even shock Adewale today.
You
Do
know, wait
Adewale,
now,
sorry,
wait,
quickly,
beyond.
you have your say. I want to shock you. You know what? Before I left China have started using electronic vehicle a lot. But when I came here, to my surprise, all the long chassis buses they are using for their our BRT in Nigeria, they call it VR here, is from Futon. And Futon is a big company in China, and I think it's in Jiangsu. They are using all those electric buses here. So, I advise.
Let me remind you of something. In the 60s, the what do you call them? Soviet Union. They were the first to arrive at the what do you call it, in the space, right? And they took that position because America was dilly-dallying and foot dragging. And the moment somebody they got there before them, it became a race, and they try as much as possible to have that edge above Soviet Union. And America decided to be audacious enough to land on the moon. Till today, and I repeat, till today, nobody has put human being on the moon other than America. American has not even they have not been able to break that
You are
that
right,
that
but
successful. Hold
you
on,
are
hold
right.
on, I'm coming.
No, before you go
It's
ahead,
it,
you are
it's
right. 3
saying
years
it's
ago, China also do the same thing, although they did not set people does not step on the moon. They were able to use their technology to advance.
Adewale, why you have changed our
no
discussion?
no
We are
no.
talking about Africa. We are talking about Nigeria.
No, what I
How can we move Africa, Nigeria forward? You are comparing China and then you people continue like this for another 1 hour, 2
no,
hours.
when
No,
I
I don't understand.
came, the discussion was, talking about the China, how China has moved.
Jeremy, Jeremy is a China man, so he
well,
always bring us to
apparently,
China. He always take us to China.
I'm also here to brag about what the country of my host country, are be able to do and what they are capable of. But it seems America
We
is
are
kind of,
talking about African problem.
yeah,
Can you
but
speak also? Okay, why do we have problem in Africa? Why we have problem in Nigeria?
if
So
I have
we
to
should be
speak
talking
about
about that.
if I am to speak about the African issue concerning technology, productivities, and all that, I think we cannot jump. Just like a baby, we cannot jump. We have to take it one step, after another. There's a time for crawling. There's a time for baby step, and the time for leaping, and there's time for walking like like a real human being. We're embracing technology when we have not even.
Actually, you don't think that we already have a cerebral palsy?
No, we don't have all those things. I think
For how
what
long? For how long are we going to sit? For how long are we going to
we are
crawl?
not.
Eh?
It's not. Somebody
We are
mentioned.
not even doing anything.
No, somebody mentioned. Hold on, once, Simba. You can't cheat nature. I mean, you're a medicine man. You're in a science. You just have to apply some things. Even you yourself now, if you hear, "Hey, where in they?" You first of all look over your shoulder, like what is going on, and people are running. You will run, won't you? Even without even knowing what is chasing people, right? That is who we are. We don't take risk. We're not a risk taker. We are very calculative in that, for where. So once we are known for that in every sector, every standard of our lives, we apply those measure because we don't want to do things. I mean, who would die? Who want to lay their lives down for others? When America put people on the moon, they didn't believe those people would come back alive. They already signed their own insurance that should in case they disappear, and they already know they may not come back. It's 50-50. But who among us as black people are ready to do that? So, and when we have that, we will continue to. But if we decide to take risk and do something audacious by trying to do things that have never been
So, Adewale, what do you think is responsible for that? If you don't know, you are just.
I don't know if
It's
that's the way God created us. I don't know. But I think, don't get me wrong, black people are making, breaking ground. What is this? Prince Daddy, you remember this? Your former Secretary of Housing, the one that talks like a gentleman, that was contesting with your cousin Trump. Prince Daddy, I forgot his name. He's a doctor. He
you
was
call
known.
Trump.
Was
You
a
call
neurological
Trump
doctor.
cousin of Prince Daddy.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson, it was a neurological doctor, medical doctor,
Adewale,
renowned one. Uh-huh.
did I hear you call Trump cousin of
I mean,
Prince
uh,
Daddy?
that Prince Daddy is his Trump cousin. They are first cousins. Anyway, Ben Carson, he ended up becoming secretary. It was celebrated.
Adewale, please don't go there to be used 3 or 4 hours to be talking about Trump and the rest now.
You're right. You're right, Remy. Just tell Prince Daddy not to get into it with me. Anyway, Trump is going to jail. So, by the way, we've had black people that were doing exploit and doing great things, but how many of them? And I think the system is also skewed against us.
Let me tell you,
Time
Adewale,
black man is trying to
they are
speak.
doing but they are doing it on a white man platform.
Yeah, because the white man dictates how it's going to be. Do you know how many scientific exploration have been suppressed? Look, this thing is calculative. If you are trying to do something that will distort my market and makes me, becoming poor, I will make sure I do everything to discredit whatever you are trying to bring up. It's as simple as ABC. Look at what happened during the
That's why I
COVID
said we can leverage,
China,
Mr. Dewale.
China
Leverage.
was exchanging information with United States and also with Europe. And at the point they stopped sharing those information because they're trying to find a solution, cure to this menace. And at the point they were sharing information, but apparently there was American was making some, breakthrough. It still sit well with some of their counterpart abroad. All right. And there was a break, there was a gap in the extent of those information. I think at that time the news media in America was hammering on it, and also the Prince Daddy's family, student Republican, was saying that they need to account on how come where did the COVID come from. There were a lot of rumors and conspiracy theories coming out that China was responsible, this and that.
You're
But then
deviating,
there was
man.
also
You're
another one.
deviating,
No,
Mr.
I'm not
Dewale.
deviating.
You're
I'm just saying that
deviating.
suppression, because it is the order of the day. The white people.
Let me tell you, Adewale, I have a friend. This guy, I think he attended technical school, went to Polytechnic, and this guy was very good in technology. In fact, this guy used to manufacture his own inverter and then a stabilizer in Nigeria.
Back now.
Thomas has gone to play. I don't know what that's how he behave every time.
Mr. Thomas is here. Mr. Thomas is here.
charge.
I can see his face, his hand. He can put a jelly coke on now. Mr. Jelly Coke back.
So what I'm saying, that guy, he was developing all this thing and he was improving on it. At a time, the guy just abandoned everything, and he started making importation from China, and that's what he does up to today. He abandoned, so he's not even making use of his knowledge again. The only thing that he's doing now, just doing importation. That's all.
We like comfort in Nigeria. We like comfort.
It will also be a threat to his life as well. If they're trying to.
No, it's not saying nobody is threatening him. Forget about that. He was doing it in Nigeria. It was not in China. It was in Nigeria.
Maybe he ran out of funding.
Somebody that can have money to go and be do importation, billions of naira. Which funding does he run? He made the money from the one he was doing. He started by doing his own local manufacturing this thing. He was my friend. I used some of his products when he started. Local inverter, local stabilizer.
You remember this phone? Oh, what is this phone from Korea? What is his name again? That they arrested their director, the CEO.
Weibo. Is it Weibo?
Weibo. Yeah. How Huawei or something like that. Huawei. You remember that phone?
Huawei.
Right?
It's Huawei.
Huawei. Okay, yeah. That pronunciation is kind of hard. But you see, you know what happens in that case?
Sorry, guys. It's called Huawei, not Huawei.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I'm not used to the language.
But you know that story behind that one, right? Because of the Apple and Samsung, they were playing politics and they wanted to make sure that no other person comes in as a third party to play to get into that big platform with them. That's why they were witch hunting every single one, including the CEO that was placed on house arrest. You guys remember that story, right? Today, who hears about Huawei again?
Yeah, I know about that story, but
so anytime a black man,
the daughter of that Huawei was detained in Canada for almost 2.5 years.
Yes.
But you know what happened? You know what that company did? Now the Chinese can make their own chip, and now as from today. So don't be surprised. You are going to see that Huawei phone back. That phone is very good, even better than iPhone.
Because anytime somebody is trying to make a groundbreaking or breakthrough,
Hey, but Adewale, okay, what if you want to let us go back even before they came to Africa to come and colonize us? At what level are we that time?
Go back now.
Adewale, do you understand? Are you listening to me?
Maybe it's not listening.
Simba,
Thomas
before you
is,
go,
Thomas is
Simba,
not there. He has gone to. He has
No,
maybe he has
Thomas
gone
is
for
there
one
now.
thing or the other.
I see him. I can see his hand now. His hand is moving. Look at his hand. He's even showing us his finger.
you should bring Ajali Koko in now. He can hear you.
No, it looks like it. Can we just like now? If I have the opportunity
So,
in Nigeria
Mr.
today,
Triumph, I have a
yeah,
good news to share. I don't know. I just read it now. Dangote is going to save 6 million barrels of crude in December.
leave Dangote alone. Leave Dangote
No.
alone. Nothing with
I
politician.
this is good news for Nigeria, and
It's
going to
not good news. He's not going to sell it cheaper for Nigeria. Let us be frank. Let's say the truth. Look at Algeria. Algeria. Is it Algeria or Algeria? I'm using French. I don't know which language am I speaking. Algeria. Do you know that their diesel and their petrol is even compete with water they drink the same price? Is it not the same thing? Is it not one thing? There's that they're extracting with the people. I don't want to say anything too much about Dangote. I don't trust him.
I just want to tell you that.
Sorry. He's there for his own pocket and for his own.
As a businessman, at least you build a refinery. You don't want him to make profit, or what are you trying to say?
No, if they give me the opportunity, I will spoil many things in Nigeria. I will.
You guys
break
remember a man called Dr. Abalaka? Your cousin, Simba.
Abalaka that claimed that he has HIV
cure.
Cure to HIV that time.
I deliberately called him your cousin because this man, when he came out, people said he was trying to hog the limelight, right? And it was condemned. In fact, none of the research or whatever it even came, nobody wanted to hear it because it seems everything was like a hogwash, right? But what if the man actually had a cure? And because HIV medications, cancer and all that has become a commercial stuff now, and they decided, you know what, this man has to be silenced. What if? But when he came forward, he was shouted and he was only ridiculed by his own people in Nigeria.
That's
right?
true.
I don't
I
know if
heard
the man
about
is
it.
still alive now.
He's still alive.
When
He's still alive.
somebody said, "Oh, I could do this," then show us, because Africa is another thing. Africa doesn't show. Black people doesn't show others. They're not. They don't trust others to show what they've done.
We are not united, Mr. Dewade. We are not united. Even here in Europe, we are not united.
It's experience, because if you get your hand burnt one time, you wouldn't want to put yourself out there vulnerable.
I understand. I understand. Look at the Jews, the Jews and the Arabs. They are united, but we, the blacks, are not united.
The man is still alive, Simba.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's still alive.
Yes, he's still alive now.
I used to follow him on the internet just to know whether he's actually
Look at Babati. Babati believes in leaves and herbs and all that, alternative medicines and all that, right? I don't know if you, Simba, does, but you guys are medically trained, well trained, right? But somebody else still believe that this thing has, some potency in the roots and the leaves. Now, if a white man asks you that and you say, well, you believe in this, you first took a second look at you like you must be out of your mind, correct? If you guys know what Thomason Lata, you know, when they do attack that will enter your body and you won't find it on the X-ray or anything or scan or whatever. You guys remember Simba?
Yes, I know that one. I know. Yes, I'm aware.
Explain or somebody that's on to Solata. How can a medical doctor explain that? And yet,
it's not, you can only explain it based on scientific this thing. We always have explanation for anything scientifically when it comes to medicine.
Yeah.
Because I think I mentioned there was a time I was in the hospital. I was on night duty in Ijebu, and they brought this man. This man developed stroke suddenly. He died that night, but the wife came to me and was telling me that it was Mago, because the man was in that activity when the event happened. They say it's Mago, but when they came to the hospital, I measured the BP of that man. It was 280 over 180 millimeters of mercury. You understand? So I could explain it that it was stroke, but they will say it's Morgan. So that is another thing. So even that attack, when you say they throw somebody attack or whatever they use, so you will see that the thing will look like a wound
You understand? On the body of short person, you'll be having pains and all those things. So we can call it cellulitis, we can call it any name medically. So we will not agree that okay, supernatural or whatever or spiritual in nature. So those are the problem there.
And that is the problem, because when you have situation like that and it's unexplainable, and even when you're trying to explain, but it seems your point is not getting across, it becomes a stumbling block. So some of the scientific that should have becomes a very groundbreaking one globally are being relegated to nothing. So I think
Adewale, why did they have the power to over us, even right from day one, right from creation? They have this advantage over us. If we develop in our own space and maybe we are at the same level, they won't be able to come and conquer us. They won't be able to be dictating whatever they are doing to us.
As at the time
So that means they are at ab initio, they were at advantage, technologically wise, even brain wise, in everything. They were far above us. But the Prince Daddy used to tell us that we don't know we are sitting on petroleum. They are the one that discovered petroleum. They are the one that discovered that okay, we have so many minerals that are useful. We are just sitting on it. We don't even know the importance.
Yeah.
So why are we like that? Why did God create us like dumb? When you say somebody, the group of people are dumb.
I mean, the African country or any black people country.
Any black people, anywhere.
You know that Nigeria is also sitting on huge quantity of lithium, that kind of natural resources for the use of battery or something like that. And Tesla owner, he wanted to cut a deal with Nigerian government so that he can import those things and then manufacture his battery in America. But the response from Nigeria was good. They told him, you can come and establish a Tesla plant in Nigeria first. Come and do that. And when you do that, then we know we are talking. That is the way to
go. Why are we waiting for them to come and develop our natural? Right. Why can't we do it on our own if we have the brain?
I'm just trying to say that I don't know. Look at Nigeria now. I think
I'm beginning to, if it's possible for me to be transracial and I want to change my race. I'm no longer a black man.
You know what? I want Tinubu to all those.
It's not about Tinubu. Forget leave Tinubu out of this business. His problem.
What I want to say is this. It's going to give a marching order to all, fund more research, put them in one house or put them in several houses in Nigeria, lock them inside. Go and think out of the box. I think you call yourself a professor in the university. You are be carrying on your head.
Remy, have you seen people calling themselves engineer up and down? Tell me what one.
No, don't talk about an engineer. They just want to work in the office. I've never seen an engineer that I think is only going to work in the office. You're an engineer, you're supposed to be a technical person. Go out on the field and work.
In fact, the roadside mechanic are more qualified than their own professor in engineering.
You are right. You know, when I want to build a structure in Nigeria, they introduced one engineer to me. And when he gave me all the analysis and his own pay per day, I quickly tell myself, I'm just a struggling man. How come I pay you this kind of money? Immediately they get me a local man. The local man is collecting probably 10% of what this engineer wants to, and his own money is per month. So, and at the end of the day, this local man did a wonderful job, more than this engineer. You can see our people, ego, pride. You never even have the experience. You are quoting money like you want just to make me to death. I think it's high time that we should lock all our professors, lock them inside, especially all those who don't know what is strike.
Are they really professors? Are they really professors?
Think out of the box and find solution to our problem. Yeah, so many of them, they were in the universities for 30, 40 years, nothing. And if they want to go for their sabbatical, they will see them all over the world.
Remy, go to India, go and look at the black population in India. They are the most backward.
Go to all these Asian countries, in Indonesia, every other place you go. Go to Australia, go even South Africa where they have a mixed population. Look at it's just to me, I don't know. I don't know. It's just we're just I think we are creating there's no hope.
No hope, you said.
We can't hear you anymore. Simba.
One thing that
Thomas, let Achale Coco in now.
Oh, Simbi, Achale Coco, Simbi. It's not here. No. He's here, but I can't bring him in because he's Achale Coco. If you are hearing me, go out and come back in. Your audio is not connecting, so I can't bring you in. If I bring you, you can't even talk. I will kick you out. You can come out, come back. Yeah. I will send the
like now, one thing just for me, I just we should just advance. I understand what Remy was saying earlier, Mr. Simba also. Is the I don't know why, but we Africans we do one thing, we only know how to dance in the public. Just dance, TikTok and dancing and do party. But that's not life. We have to go higher, further. That's what even
Content creator.
And what is it? And the children they say, what do you do for living? Content creator. I say, kilele you. I just sometimes I just shake my head.
Influencer. Bobrisky.
Adewale, I don't know if you have seen this video. They put the video side by side. You will see Nigeria praying and they show China producing. Have you saw that video before?
I've seen something like that before.
Yes. Nigeria is praying. Africans are praying in Jesus' name. Then the China are producing. They will put the video side by side. I always laugh. These people.
They're making fun of
us. Oh my God. But Africa, we are always praying. But the rest of the world, they are working. Why won't we we'll be backward now? Why won't we be backward? Mr. Triumph, when I was in Nigeria, I thought I was hardworking. My brother, I thought I was hardworking when I was in Nigeria. I'm a strong man, I'm hardworking. When I get to Obodo Ibo, now I know, say, I'm hardworking now. All the one we are doing in Nigeria, we are just joking. We can't move anywhere. My brother, we cannot move anywhere. Do you think we are working in Nigeria? Is that work we are doing in Nigeria?
We have to work on their mindset, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, we have to
Let me tell you, Thomas, an average Nigeria work for like maybe 2 or 3 hours in a day. That's all.
That is it. The one that work most, we work 8 hours. 8 hours be 9 hours. They are
Which 8 hours? Which 8 hours? They will use more than 2/3 of that hour to play, to gist.
I work if you're in a government.
No, you if you are working with private sector, especially banking, you work in a bank, they will not allow you to rest. But mostly government worker in Nigeria, they do nothing.
We are not productive, my brother. We are not going anywhere. Forget. We have women capacity, we have intelligence capacity, all this nonsense we always say we have.
It's a lie. We don't have any capacity. We lack every capacity. We lack it.
Even if you see how Oyibo they work, I say we just say Oyibo they are lazy people. Oyibo they work. I don't know that when you guys are living, Oyibo here they work. They work. They are very hard working. But Africa, we don't do 5 hours shift. Our 5 hours work. We don't go home. Put our leg on the table, take newspaper, watch AIT. Now, oh God, you want manna to fall from heaven. Manna no they fall from heaven anymore. You have to work.
I used to say, I said, Nigerians, with the money, you say the money is so small. That's what you work for. That's what you work for. You work for, is that, yes. You can't work 2 hours and be expecting to earn for 8 hours now.
No.
When you look, what is the productivity? What is the productivity? Somebody will have a file, just one file on his table. I will not even treat that file for 1 week. So people comes to work to come and work African magic.
African magic, Yoruba.
They work part 1 and 2. In fact, I know there was a time in my hospital, what they used to do is that because the doctors, they hand call duty and all those things, the other administrative staff now, they will now say they are doing overtime. So some of them, they will just stay in the office and then be working after African magic. They didn't do anything, no. How can you say you do overtime when it's not as if there's any work that you are doing? And they will sign, say they have done overtime. We are deceiving ourselves, let me tell you. And all this useless form of democracy that Babagaye will come and talk of freedom of this freedom. We don't need freedom. If we don't cancel all those useless freedom, we are not going anywhere. Did they have freedom in Singapore? Would they have that in Thailand? Did they have that freedom in China? We claiming freedom in the midst of poverty.
Now it's not daunting on everybody. Obasanjo was telling that Western democracy was not good for Nigeria.
Remy, can we let us hear what Prince Daddy want to say, Jerry?
Okay.
Well, actually, to start with Remy's point, if we have constant electricity, 24-hour electricity, we can easily double our production in that country. We just double its production without even doing much. Okay. Yeah, we can double our production.
Okay, let me tell you this. Prince Daddy. I will give you an example. Forget about Nigeria, because you can always give 1,001 reason why we say okay, because this thing you are just making it to look like a Nigerian thing. I know of Ghana. For the past maybe almost 10 years now, Ghana have been having constant supply of electricity. What do they produce? Look at the economy of of Ghana. South Africa, you can't tell me that they have problem with electricity. Egypt, you can't say they have problem with. We always look for excuses. All these things that you are mentioning is an excuse. We
need carrot and stick. We cannot follow the American or the British model.
Exactly.
You can't pamper Nigerians. So if you want good thing for that Nigeria, the generation must sacrifice for jet unborn. If we are not ready to sacrifice, forget it. Do you think the generation of Chinese that suffer
we don't have that orientation. That's not our DNA. We don't do that.
Yeah. I think first we must solve the problem of that tribalism, that you must tell our brother from the Southeast, we are in it for everybody. Forget about all this your blah 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 blah.
Simbad, I mean, Remy.
Yeah.
During the last election, did you hear Abubakar contesting in Bayelsa or Imo State, or Adetunji or Oluremi in Imo State?
It's not possible because they are not from that place.
Exactly. So when somebody says, "Well, Lagos is no man's land," and it begins to wonder,
you not even try it. You will not even try it.
I think the reason why that one pans out is because the Lagos State presidential election went to, and they thought that we have arrived, so we can take over Lagos, without knowing that most Yoruba people did not go out that day because of one factor or the other factor, and because of Yoruba liberalism. I think it's now that if we really want that country to work, I think that president we must change most of our law too.
Yeah,
it's not the carrot and stick. All those pampering, I don't want to do this. You will be forced to do it by force.
But
when should we have arable of land, thousands of land uncultivated, and we have
Remy Adewale. Sorry for cutting you. I've been listening all the way because I just finished work. I've been listening all the way. The demolition of houses in Lagos. Can you imagine some people are still relating it to if they want Igbo out of Lagos? When are we going to get out of this tribal?
The mindset of most of these traders, they are majority traders. They thought they are the richest in Nigeria. They're just deceiving themselves. I can name one person in Yoruba land who is the chairman of a lot of companies in Nigeria, about Judeco. I've walked beside his house before in the government reserve area in Ibadan. That man is very, very wealthy, and it does not show off. So many Yorubas like that, and so many Hausa people like that. Me and you selling things what the total package of water is not up to 100 million. And these people are billionaires 20 years, 15 years ago. And their children continue to attain good position. They don't boast. And they taught the whole Nigeria. They always think that most things in Lagos belong to them.
I was a guy who put a video on a Twitter today. That guy showed the reason why those buildings were demolished. He actually flown a drone on those areas.
No, that guy is an evil guy.
Yeah, they were able to as an insult that they are.
He's an estate. He also is one of these estate.
I even sent it to one man. I was like,
yes, I watched it also.
Is it possible?
And it was showing how those canals were just being narrowed in some places and all those things.
Doesn't make any sense, but
one thing is that Prince Daddy said something that day when we had this heated argument. But when one man's son, one man's son on this platform is Ekene. By the time he started crying, I don't know. He will come with his cry and every time. And he said that the Igbo should move.
Let me say it, Yoruba. One man, Monkoto She, O Kon Shumo. You see, yeah, now. Kakon, Kakon, Loko Yawo.
I accused one prince, one man one time that he liked to hear Prince Daddy talk. He would rather let Prince Daddy talk for Prince Daddy.
What are you talking about?
I know for a fact. You stay on this show for 8 hours. One man would not call you, but Prince Daddy, man, let's hear it. What is he usually use all this adjective to call people? It's like, Prince Daddy, the herald daddy.
You guys, if you talk about my boss, I will kick you out now. Anybody that talk bad thing about one man, I'm going to put you at the background.
We are not saying it behind him now. We are not saying it behind him now.
No.
He's listening to us.
There's something. He's listening. And I like the way when there's a trouble, he will call Ajali Koko. Ajali Koko. Ajali Koko. So Ajali Koko is the one that will solve the problem.
And every time he's trying to read something, he always say, he says, sir, who is it, sir? Even if a woman wrote something, he says, sir, who is it, sir, now? And say, all right.
I also want to ask, is there any, sir? I've read this news you are talking about.
And that is why, and that is why sometimes Bishop will raise his voice because he knows that one man most of the time.
I think one man and Bishop are like cat and mouse. It's like Bishop is already on that fire to fight with one man because for Bishop, we always side Ajale Koko. And when Ajale Koko says something, we should rest assured that when Bishop comes, he's going to counter him immediately. He's so interested, right?
There is no how Bishop and one man will talk, they will not argue. They will almost fight each other.
Because if you tell a woman,
sometimes, sometimes I'll be texting one man on WhatsApp. One man, calm down, calm down.
And the woman said, Bishop.
Ajale Koko, Remy, I've been listening to Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko, Ajale Koko, I know you are hearing me. Why are you talking about Peter Obi saying they gave him a award and then is the Kinekon? I was listening to you guys when Simba was arguing with you. He brought out 10 million votes of Buhari that he has consistent for 3 consecutive times. Then you say nobody has never asked that thing before. Ajale Koko, come on. I know you always like to study some Peter Obi sometime, but no. Peter Obi is just an opportunity. Opportunist that the one born on Jamanque. It's just an opportunist. Ajale
He
Koko,
was
you
given a
telling
man,
me
the politician of the year.
because of this, let me tell you the vote Peter Obi got. That's 6 million. The Emilocons of the Southeast that think this is the time for Southeast. Yorubas that think this is the time for Southeast. And some anti-establishment of Buhari, they hate Buhari and PDP and APC. That is the vote Peter Obi got.
Religion not pẹ̀lú.
Votes Ajale Koko. That 66 million that's the vote he got. How many people can say from the Southeast they vote for Ashiwaju?
Thomas, people forgot one
Nobody
thing.
voted for their own.
All those 6 people all around the country, wherever they are, they voted for him.
They voted for Peter Obi.
They voted for Peter Obi, whether in the north, in the west, they
in
all
the Yoruba in the south, in the east, in the west.
Did not anywhere they find themselves, they voted for our own people. Some of what they are calling themselves NSAS, influenza, like all this.
No, we always, you know, we always present ourselves as if we are Libra. Don't let us do this. They will be as if they are the best in the world. They are nice, good people.
Why did they change their style in the governorship in Lagos? Why did they change their style at the governorship of Lagos?
Thomas, you are from Osun.
I'm from Oyo.
No, Thomas is from Oyo now.
Can you believe that the people of Osun, because of hatred, though, they voted against Tinubu? Just because of
you know what? I'm from Osun. Let me tell you, I asked my people because I have even in my family. That's what I asked them. I said, "Why did you people voted for PDP?" They because they don't want Oyetola. Because Oyetola's case, it was still in court that time. So the way they were thinking in Osun is that if Tinubu should win, he can use his influence to actually make the thing was still in the Supreme Court there.
Someone dancing governor one thing, someone
Joka Kirina.
6 billion bàbá yẹn kó jẹ láàrin ọdún láti fi ramala àti gbẹ̀gìrì àti gbogbo ẹ̀ fáwọn ará oníṣẹ́ ó sọ pé òun lọ sí Europe àti Asia òun lọ fún Pakistan. Ó ti kó wọn
àwọn tó ń gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ní ilé mọ̀mọ́dù. Àwọn náà jọ Délé Mọ̀mọ́dù lọ́jọ́ náà wọ̀ sí state.
Owó wọ̀ tí ó tó tán wọ́n sìn ojú wọn ti wálẹ̀.
Alágbe ni Délé Mọ̀mọ́dù alágbe.
Ojú wọn ti wálẹ̀ lọ́sùn. Ó ti ń jẹ wọ́n sálárì kò tún sanwó oṣù. Ojú wọn ti ń wálẹ̀.
But what's wrong with that Délé Mọ̀mọ́dù? Gbogbo ibi tówó bá ti wà báyìí ló ti máa rí Délé Mọ̀mọ́dù. Oh my God.
Ó lè nínà ó lè yẹn kọ́ opportunity náà ó kàn fi yẹn bá àwọn èèyàn mọ́lẹ̀ náà tó ṣe kù láńgbé.
Owó ìnà 419.
Àwọn alátẹnujẹ gidi ni máa ń
alátẹnujẹ gbáà.
Wàá rí pẹ̀lú kílò lẹ́yìn. Wàá rí pẹ̀lú Sàràkí.
I know somebody who they've worked together. They work in Classic together. That knows him very well. He was actually, this man was a cartoonist. We work here together in America. It was a very good. Anyway, so he talks about the day I mentioned himself, but I'm not dying alone. You have to she would. I've known him from the day of Sunday Concord and all that. He's always about praising people and all that. That's all he knows how to do. I said, it's a journalist. We should kind journalist. So you serious journalists will be doing photojournalism. You're not been trained as a photographer.
Photo àríyá, photo àwọn àríyá káàkiri náà ló fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ ń gba elevation.
As a PR, that's what it's good at.
Ovation is already down now. Who
get money to buy it again? When you have social media, where you can check all those things now.
My brother, the picture I snapped on my S23 Ultra is even better than the picture on Ovation page. Smartphone, don't you who is going to Ovation anymore now? The guy
any style you want to check, you can check it online. You don't need anything. You need the person to. That's why
No.
photographers,
Ajaleboko, you are hearing me. I want you to answer me. You unmute before you mute yourself back. I want you to explain. Simba, I nearly threw my phone out of the window. What is Ajaleboko talking about? Peter Obi, the influencer. He was just praising him. Blah, 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 blah. So I hear you argue with him that no. That is the vote Peter Obi got. If it's not for Southeast, remove Southeast out of Peter Obi. And you are talking of party Ajaleboko. If Peter Obi went to Kowa party, the Southeast will follow him. If Peter Obi didn't have any party, they will still vote for him. You know this now.
Even as an independent candidate, they vote for him.
They will still vote for him because they've been shouting our local.
Ọgbọ́n Yorùbá àgbàlagbà fi tú wa jẹ́ ńgbà míì. Wọ́n máa dáǹsì sí émi lẹ́yìn, wọ́n á dáǹsì sí bí lọ́la, wọ́n á dẹ̀ wà ní mídù ní sí ńgbà míì. Ìgbà míì gan
tó bá wá yá wọn máa blackmail wọn á máa pè wá lọ́lọ́tẹ̀. Wọn lọ́lọ́tẹ̀ ni wọn lọ́lọ́tẹ̀ ni
wọn kì í fẹ́ ṣe nìkankan. Wọ́n máa ń sọ àwọn àgbàlagbà tó máa ń fẹ́ wà láàrin yẹn. Ọgbọ́n Yorùbá nìyẹn.
Torí bàbá Ajaleboko pé kó pè politics ni.
Kí ló dé ẹ kúrò lórí one man bá Ajaleboko ló kà báyẹn torí Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yìn gáàsì yìí.
Ajaleboko bá pè politics á bú Adélabú lọ because
No, Ajaleboko once a politician. He participated in politics.
Papa politician ni bàbá yìí náà á dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn á sweet á tún gbé sọ́dọ̀ mi á tún gbé síwájú ìgbà mi mọ̀ pé bàbá yìí ló wà gan-an ṣé wọ́n rẹ̀ gẹ́lẹ́ ni làásù bí yẹn àti ọjọ́ mi ṣe ìlúgbó ni ẹni àgbà Yorùbá náà wọn ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ò ní bọ́tà
ẹ wo ẹ̀yin ká ẹ̀gbẹ́ ti bàbá ń bàbá lọ́rùn lẹ́jẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ má pa bàbá ń bàbá ilẹ̀ ti ṣú l'Amẹ́ríkà ẹ jẹ́ bàbá ó sùn ẹ jẹ́ má jẹ́ kí bàbá máa dírìmù yín ẹ jẹ́ má jẹ́ kí bàbá ń bàbá máa dírìmù yín o ẹ má máa lé bàbá kiri lójú oorun.
wá padà ìwọ wo ni yóò rò pé wọn gbọ́ ni tó bá ti di lọ́la ń sìn á ní èèyàn lẹ́tẹ̀
Do you think Peter Obi is a Labour person? Peter Obi can't do Labour Party. He just used Labour Party. If Peter Obi went to Kowa Court, Kowa Party, you remember those party, mushroom party that have only maybe 300 members. Southeast will follow him. They will follow him. They will follow him because we know. I'm not deliberating that it's not the turn of Southeast. Why not? Why can't they become president? I'm not object to that, but that are
you know why I don't even know. It was 2 days ago. Baba Ajaleboko was saying that what will be introduced to this our last election that was bad, that Gen Z. Now it now came today, wanted to use that one as a positive for him again. That's what I don't understand. There is nothing positive that anybody introduced in this election that is actually good for our democracy. Believe me, nothing. The division will become more divided.
Baba, mention 5 things. Mention 5 things that Peter Obi has brought. I hear you saying, yeah, Baba, why are you dancing around? You haven't answered the question. No. Only what I saw is maybe awakening of the Southeast people that they should put themselves in Nigerian politics. They should forget about this Biafran thing. That's the only thing I can point out. That it gingers some Southeasterner to come and vote. That's what I can see. Nothing else. Nothing else. Because I can't find anything else. What did he do? He got 66 million votes. Did he win the election? We said he's not going to win.
You guys, do you think that we should call this Oyinbo back to come and colonize us again?
No. But Simba,
because when they left us, we didn't move an inch. Maybe we should call them back.
I agree with you, Simba. We should call them back.
You know, I was watching Dr. Damage's show yesterday, and thank God that Kulata too was watching. And somebody was praising Abacha, and I said, "Are these people serious? Like Abacha did not steal money; that he was doing okay. Was the best president. Economy was doing fine during his tenure." And I was like, I must be. He said that I was dead and resurrected, or
And you just come back tonight.
possibly, like what the heck? I said,
Adewale, maybe you went into hibernation during that period.
the speaker was 2 years old then. Maybe
No,
the speaker was 2 years. It doesn't look.
but all is why they are saying that. You remember, Obedient, they were shouting that the military should take over. So that's them now.
Could Simba be echoing the same Obedient?
Mr. Pansat Onigbololo.
Hello, Niger.
Let me
he's around you. He's always on the comment section.
You know what I did in the comment section? I banned him for 1,000 seconds or something. I don't even know why.
Do you know what he said in the morning? He said Tinubu didn't win the election, and he make all the Yoruba look stupid. Can you imagine Pansat? Baba need that till psychiatrist hospital.
Even Dr. Damages, I don't want to.
Tinubu win cut off at the rational mind.
But I don't know. I laughed tired this evening. I was reading how come a people sack virtually every lawmaker in Plateau State.
Zamfara State, torí pé wọ́n ní problem ní pre-election, wọ́n put us one together. Wọ́n lose the governorship, wọ́n lose gbogbo senator, wọ́n lose gbogbo rep, wọ́n lose gbogbo national. Àwọn èèyàn sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìgbà yẹn 4 years ago. Zamfara State, it happened to APC also. So nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí Plateau náà nìyẹn.
I was rolling on the floor. I was, what is going on?
Nǹkan tó máa jẹ́ kí Kano governor yẹn náà kó náà lose nìyẹn, because he's not a member of NNPP. Before Anet closed down Porter, so nǹkan tó máa fi lose nìyẹn. So Plateau not the same problem tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Zamfara 4 or 5 years ago. Òun náà ló ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Plateau. So nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé àwọn judiciary yẹn ń ṣòjòrò. Ìyẹn kí n kó àwọn party yẹn lọ́gbọ́n, put your house in order. Ẹ máa bára yín jà, ẹ gbéra yín lọ court, ẹ ṣe gbogbo ẹ wá ṣe màgòmágó, at the end of the day result ẹ̀ lẹ́rìí yẹn sì. So tí Kano yẹn is gone, Plateau náà is gone. Máa wọlé dààmú rẹ̀.
But some people will think maybe Tinubu is using his veto power.
Ṣe president wà lóríṣiríṣi, ṣe báwọn èèyàn tí ò wò objectively nìyẹn tó ń wò from one political side and another side. Bọ́ọ̀ yìí máa sọ nìyẹn. Tó bá wo ti Zamfara, the same problem náà ló ṣẹlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú.
English, Remi, please, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
The Zamfara 2019 was like that also. I agree with
Remi. It was like that.
APC lost everything.
Every senator and rep. How do you want that to feel?
Let me tell you, the problem we have in Nigeria is that if it is opposition that wins this thing now, like this, they will praise the judiciary. There won't be any high on judiciary. But once it is the ruling party, everybody will be suspecting foul play. That's the way we behave.
Simba, if it's opposition that won, it will not even make news. It will not make news.
No. It won't make news, exactly.
It will make news now. It will make news.
Did you hear anything about Bayelsa election?
I don't even know that.
Exactly. But you only hear about Imo and Kogi because it was the ruling party that won.
The contestant in Bayelsa already having dinner together, having good time. What's Diri and what's his name?
And Dixon.
Tell me pray or something. They already having
Silva. Silva.
Yeah.
Yeah. They already are having handshake, visiting each other and all that. Somebody's
It
so
was only a former president that wanted to create some kind of. He said if Diri didn't win the election, would have relocated his mother from
Other
Bayelsa to Abuja.
I don't think sometimes sorry for I don't
I
want
was just
to
wondering why they don't have in Imo and Bayelsa, Sadiq and Abubakar and Olatunji contesting for governorship election. I would have loved to have such people contest, just like the way it was during the presidential election in February, so that at least we now understand that we are integrating and we are one. But no, it won't happen. Lagos is no man's land.
it's not happen.
They showed that guy at Sleep TV on day before yesterday, saying Lagos State paid for Sanwo-Olu's
Election court petition or whatever.
Bring the paper that shows that the Lagos State paid for his legal fees. Bring it forward.
No, let me tell you, Adewale, just say anything against the government, it will fly. Just say anything, as ridiculous as it may sound, it will fly. That is the situation we are now.
The state government sent 2 commissioners to our Sleep TV to debunk it. And yet, this sleepy guy that looks like a drug is still saying, no, they paid for the 200 million legal fees. That someone should
but
resign.
Adewale, if you are talking like that, bring evidence.
Don't mind it now.
The award that we are talking about that they gave Obi, they also gave your friend also. He also won award though.
Cool.
Your
Labi.
No, Rufina.
No, Labi.
And so it shows you the organizer, where the organizer. When you look at certain things, you know that when they now gather.
I will look at name first. The names will tells me if that this person is having a
no. Simba, you forget. I don't know. Maybe you were here now when some stupid polls coming out before the election. They were saying Peter Obi is going to win. At the long run, we go and check the organizer of the poll. Chinere, Chingozi, Chinaza. Everybody, the organizers, they are Igbos. So why would they say Peter Obi is going to win? I'm not putting to people then that imagine somebody, there's an organization, they did the same thing for Tinubu. They said Tinubu is going to win the election. And you go and check all the names. They are Sunday, Kayode, Ope, Adewale. So
when we even started doing opinion poll in Nigeria, is it all these things are just when do we start doing opinion poll? Does it really matter?
They do it occasionally. They do it occasionally. They do.
I don't even think they really get it right anytime. No. I don't think. I think on YouTube we are the one of the persons that said Tinubu is going to.
Let me tell you, if you have been following the election in Nigeria, let me tell you, the people that decide the election in Nigeria, they are not the people that you listen to on TV, low. Let me tell you, this at least I know of Ilori. All these old women, they can stay in the polling unit from morning till night.
Nice.
It's just an instruction. Yes, they will stay under the sun there, and it's an instruction. This is what you are going to do. They are so loyal. You understand? And all of us will be inside our room watching television. We'll be catching cruise. We'll be listening to AIT, Arise TV, Channel TV on television. Meanwhile, they are the one deciding your fate.
Update. We won't even
update.
We're looking for update.
We had an election last month. No, this is November. We're still in November. Sorry. We had an election a few weeks ago. I voted. After I finished voting, it was I stayed behind. There was an officer there, a volunteer officer who works for the Department of State. That I asked about the exit poll and he was volunteered to, to share the exit poll with me, and saying that, because there was a particular referendum that was put on the poll, and with that, and it passed. So during Trump election 15, I believe, the poll were wrong. Poll that says
It's Hillary Clinton.
yeah,
Hillary.
that we should win the election. They were all
Yeah,
wrong.
I remember. Yeah.
To find out that Trump, win the election.
No, but she won. Hillary Clinton won that election
No, the poll
by majority vote.
No, there's a way election is done in.
No, I know college. It's college that they use. I don't know what I'm saying. But poll doesn't take college into consideration.
It does. It does. They
Are you sure?
State by state.
Is it not raw vote, raw opinion that they take during opinion poll?
No,
it is not based on the electoral college.
It does. It does. The pollsters know how to do their tallies, just like they know which states to ask questions. So eventually, that's how they know if the candidate will win. So it's not as if they are just doing a general.
Sinbad is right in a lot of ways. It is right. Yeah, Hillary Clinton won the popular votes, but you see, that first Trump election, a lot of people did not answer the poll. They didn't answer the poll truthfully.
They don't. The pollsters don't do poll talking about.
Yeah.
The pollsters don't do.
Yes. Which apartment, please?
Popular votes. They consider a lot of factors when to determine the.
No one.
If a candidate will win or not.
Sorry. Who is the nurse in charge, please? Who is the nurse in charge? Who is the
Hey, can you meet yourself?
Agency. That's right. Yeah.
Thomas.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You are disturbing also. I will send you to backstage.
Please do that.
Oh, okay, you can go ahead.
Sorry. I'm very sorry.
So the pollsters don't do one line polling. They consider a lot of factors.
No. Adewale, I'm doing the both together. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, go on.
So the pollster conduct, just like when you are doing a research, you have your questionnaires already been formulated, and you are asking questions. And those questions are not in linear form, it's broad. So they do that knowing that it's a possibility of omission if it's possible. So the transmission is supposed to capture those states that are very, very crucial to be able to ascertain their figure right. And some of those states swing at the damn minute, and it has been proven time to time that polling in America is no longer the only thing that they look at. Before the politician will spend money on pollsters and keep them busy and milk them. Now they realize that when you mention it's like, but they still need it. They still need it to be able to know, which state to pump money in and which state to buy advert and all that. So,
but Adewale, does that not look fraudulent?
No, it's not fraudulent. Sometimes it does happen. You look at the margin of error, then you're able to pinpoint where you make a mistake.
Yeah.
So
you but sometimes it's your US. It doesn't. I don't understand it sometimes. Somebody will
a story can change the outcome of election in a day. One single story. It's about. Could you remember when between Obama and Romney? I think it was 2009. So there was an incident. Everybody thought the second time, because second time is always hard. They will measure and judge your performance of your first time. So for every president in America, it's always be hard. So it was almost like 50-50 for Obama to Romney. And then something happens towards on the eve of election. Let me put it maybe a few days or a week to the election. An audio was released, and I believe it was deliberate in the sense that they wanted to control the narrative towards the election because they have the campaign timetable that they have to adhere to strictly. So the audio was released, and what was in the other audio? The audio depicts that Romney was telling a donor, because this was like an organized dinner for a donor or something to raise money for campaign, that he does not care about a certain percentage of those people contributing to Social Security. It's more or less like he would do away with it. So
something that can finish him.
Yeah, it was a bombshell. So for those who understand American.
No, actually, it's not only in America; it's everywhere. 48 hours is a long time to change anything in an election. But just 48 hours.
So you can imagine a pollster already.
If you remember what happened in 2003, Saraki, not this Saraki, the father, he was in PDP. No, it was in it's Saraki, the father of this Bukola, Baba Saraki.
Is it not the one for the question?
Okay, he was in ANPP.
It's not called Sharibawan, it's called Oloye.
Oloye. Sharibawan is Isiaka Adeleke that died. No, Sharibawan is Isiaka Adeleke. It's Isiaka Adeleke of Osun State.
Yes.
So Baba Saraki was in ANPP. In fact, he was one that brought Lawa that time, former military governor of Ogun State. He was the governor then. But that 2003, that was when he brought his son, Bukola. And Bukola was in PDP. Presidential election. A day before the election, that was when Baba said, oh, no, that they should vote for PDP and not NPP. And everybody in Kwara and Kogi, that was how everybody voted for PDP. Just less than for 24 hours to an election.
24 hours
and
in Taba.
Believe me.
Wow. All those Baba, they are just like, it's just like Baba did the Ibadan too. Those ones, oh my God. With rigging, with influential, with money, with Baba we say, hey, that's all Kiri. And you can't blame him. He won't go to anywhere.
Have you listened to his interview on how they removed Ladoja at that time?
My brother, I'm a bad guy now. Why are you talking like this?
And when we are talking about this 2023 election as one of the best, people like Baba Jaleko or some other people will be casting.
No. Remy, the two best elections we have organized in that country was that of 1992 election and this 2023. Let me give you the reason. Yes, if you go back to 1979, not 1979, 1983, Shagari won by 12 million votes. Imagine 1983, and Awolowo got around 7 million votes. Then the other ones, they share their own. Look at the number of votes. Then 1983, Shagari won the election by 12 million plus. Now, look at what happened in 1992. I think, what's his name? Abiola. He won by just around 10 million votes. And then Tofa was getting something close.
yes, around 7 million votes. Look at if you can have an election in 1983, then about how many years later? 10 years later, we are now having less number of people because of option A4 they used that time.
Option A4, yeah,
And
option A4.
yes,
Mhm.
option A4, you line up behind your candidate. And
Yes,
we have somebody now won with just 10 million votes. And the total vote cast that time was even less than that of 1983. Then why are we complaining about what happened in 2023?
And besides, Simba, people are already not feeling. They didn't want to vote because they be canceling the date for the election. So those factors contributed to the fair.
How many votes did Obasanjo also won in 1999?
Around 24 million now. Around 24 million. Go and check it now. About 24 million.
That is when that Ojoro really started.
24, almost 24 million votes.
No,
and when you look at
Remy,
oh my God.
Remy, they just write number there. Which votes? They just write number for Obasanjo. They just write number for him.
If you listen to Obasanjo talk and you remember all those years, that guy will remove anybody he does not like, he does not care. Go shout to death. They will write people, they will write everything. Is it not the same?
Obasanjo even claiming saints. Obasanjo is not a saint. Obasanjo is not a saint.
He said that our democracy, the Western democracy, is not for Africa. It's not for Africa.
It's not.
Yeah. No. Obasanjo is not a saint. Yeah. It's just, but we Yoruba respect the amount.
Just knowing that.
No, I knew that.
Is it just knowing that today? When you governed for 8 years, they didn't know that Western.
No. He just woke up from his dream. Baba just woke up from his dream. That's it.
Can you imagine 1999? Obafemi, Olusegun Obasanjo scored 18 million votes 1999, and Falaye that came second had 11 million. If you had that, it's almost 40 million.
Almost, yeah.
29 million. 29 million. It's even more than the total vote cast.
Close to 30 million. Yeah, approximately 30 million.
It's all those ones, they are handwritten results now. And the same Obasanjo now that I've now been saying one election is not credible.
No. You know when it's our turn, when it is done, there's nothing wrong. You know,
the person that contested the worst election in Nigeria is this same Obasanjo.
It's the same Obasanjo. Is this the same Obasanjo?
That election, the worst. It is the same this Baba, and this Baba will now. Some people will be. Oh my God! Don't talk about.
Come and see now. You see, in 2003, Obasanjo got 24 million votes. Can you imagine? 24 million votes. As if at
that time, goat, sheep, cow, all of them voted.
Everybody voted. And Buhari got 12 million votes. So if you add 12 plus 24, that's about 36 million.
But why did all those numbers disappear now? Why did all those numbers just disappear now? PVC.
It will be disappearing.
Cannot be counted anymore. Underage cannot be counted.
That was the reason why they postponed census, because it seems technology is catching up on those lies. The Buhari had to cancel the day that was picked for census, so it's now left for Tinubu now to pick any date to conduct the census, and they must do it if they are really serious about economic planning, whatever it is. They still have to. They don't have a choice. They must. They must.
And that issue, they should just forget it. Okay.
Do you know what happens in 2000? I think the last census was 2007, if I'm not mistaken, or 2003. Between 2003 and 2007, that was when the last census was conducted. Lagos State conducted a parallel census alongside the national census. everywhere the national census goes, and the Lagos state officials also go with them. They were together, and that because they were sure that the population of Lagos state was more than what was recorded in Kano, recorded what was recorded in any part of the western northwest. So at the end of the day, he was able to Tinubu was able to portray the reason why he decided to create those local council that Obasanjo decided to fight him on, because he believed that it was a cheating. You can't have that humongous population in Lagos and now creating a local government closer to these people. So it was a good idea to have conducted that parallel census with the national
Well, talking
census.
about census, Adewale, how come we can't use Google Maps to conduct our census?
No, you can't do that. Even here in America, you can't do that. You still have to do the point by point in which you visit people and count. You know,
Well, I know. I'm saying, how come we say you're going to save us a lot of money, a lot of time and resources? How come
no,
we
you
can't
can't
use
use
Google Maps?
Google, not
Why
everybody
not?
subscribes. No. Even here in
No,
America, people don't
Oh,
use.
no, okay. Let me explain. I didn't explain. What I mean is that an aerial shot of the people from outside, from space.
No, you can't do that. Would that capture people people that are inside the house? No.
That's
Remember, people
Adewale,
move.
I'm just giving a framework. It can be expanded. What I
No,
mean, for
you can't.
example,
You cannot
hold
do
on.
that.
What if we say people come out at a certain time and they take a caption of the people and they
Come
can
on,
estimate
President.
it
Is
sounds
anybody
strange and crazy. It
on
sounds
this
strange
panel
and
believe
crazy.
they
It's
can use
doable. It is doable.
Google to conduct census? Anybody on this panel?
No,
You can't
in
do that.
Nigeria, it's not possible.
So
Okay,
be
not
ascertain the
not
accuracy.
necessarily Google. What I mean is that like an aerial satellite
You can't do that. You still have to
capture.
have human interaction when it comes to counting,
Why?
because
Because
that is the most
let me tell you,
reliable.
Adewale, listen. Even in America, in advanced countries, the margin of error in census, in conducting census is pretty high. How much more in a
It's
developing
not high.
nation?
It's not high. It's not. For every household
Well,
you visited, the name of the property owner is
no,
registered
it's
in that county.
easier in the West. It's easier in the West. I'm
Wait
talking
now.
about
Wait
Africa.
now.
I'm
So
talking about
that
Africa,
no,
Nigeria.
even in America, they didn't use all those technology you're talking about.
I
There's
know.
no
I know.
technology that is as reliable as when you have a point contact.
No,
Contact
I'm
is the
telling you.
only
No.
reliable way you can have. You see, in the past in Nigeria, I've seen census being conducted in Nigeria when people are mentioning the names of their children living in Lagos. However, that person has been counted in Lagos. But here we are in America, they'll send you a form, or when they visit you, you have a form that you fill because of the people
Well,
migrating.
you just presented one of the problems or one of the challenges that we have or we may have. What I'm saying
Yeah,
though, we
but
can't.
the thing is this: census has its pros and cons. Whenever you are counting individuals, let's give an example. The what do you call this camp? Refugee camp, or all those displaced
IDPs or whatever.
IDPs. When you are
Uh,
doing counting, want to ascertain the number of those people seeking refugees in those camps, you can't do an area shot. You can't even put drone up there to capture because you won't get accuracy. It's all about guessing. Now, when you count, I've worked in the prison before. In some counties,
listen,
oh,
that
hold on,
technology has improved. That technology has
hold on.
improved
You
greatly.
see, no matter how, but I tell you this: any country that want to do that will be, spent, and the way the system here when it comes to the law that give authority to the state. Each state conduct their own census, so their own all that uh, in their own ways. But you see, to reduce the cost, you still have to have human beings that will eliminate some of those errors that could easily be happened if you use technology to do that. So the point contact is mandatory by law when you're conducting census.
I'm not questioning any of that. I agree with you, but I'm telling you, based on everything that all the challenges that we face in Nigeria, I'm telling you that an aerial view satellite caption is a better estimate of our population. I'm telling you, because they do pretty good.
Hey,
For
but
example,
Daddy, can you capture human beings via satellite?
Absolutely.
You can,
Listen,
but
the U.S. has
but
they have systems that can pinpoint an individual walking on the street all
You
the
know,
way in Saudi
what
Arabia from here.
they use satellite in Nigeria, but the only thing they use satellites for is to capture the number of houses. You
Okay.
understand? And what they
What
used
can
to
we go to the
do,
human level?
I don't think, because in Nigeria you see people traveling for census. Most people who live in Lagos, they will go to their village for them to go and be counted in their village.
Yeah, that's for other things. They
Because
don't.
we attributed so many things to census that, okay, if you are living in Lagos, meanwhile you are benefiting from the resources in Lagos, you are using the infrastructure in Lagos, meanwhile you go to your village where you are not even benefiting anything to go and register there, so that the population will be for your state or for that your village. If it is possible to capture human being by satellite and to be accurate, I think most countries will be doing that. But I've never seen any country that relies solely on that.
But I'm telling you, I think that technology is a better estimate for us.
no,
That
there is
that
actually
paperwork we do
technology to do
than we
that,
do.
Simba, but you can only deploy it to a limited space where the numbers that you are going to capture are not going to be that in a multitude form. For example, at the airport, there's a system that has been introduced to do facial profiling that can capture faces, identify them based on information on their international passport.
No.
And
Adewale, what I'm talking
no,
about here is
I'm
really
just saying that
statistics.
they're sorry.
You just capture an area and you can estimate how many people are there. It's
You
very
don't
easy. It's not that
estimate.
complicated.
Estimation is what led us to where we are today. You cannot
No.
estimate.
I think we did a poor job before. I don't think we had a good system at all. It's not like the way they do it in the West. I don't think so.
Okay, you would have. Okay, I don't live in China. Simba has lived in China. I mean, not Simba. Is Remy still here? Okay, Remy still here. Remy has lived in China. Has he ever witnessed census being conducted? And Trump, Mr. Trump, have you witnessed census being conducted in France? And how did they conduct it?
They use the.
Let me go first. Okay, go ahead. In China, they don't normally conduct census. What they do is that they have a good database, just like everywhere in the West. They have a number. They call it the ID card number, and they are very strict with it. So once a child is born, everything will be recorded. And when he's of age, they will give him, even before age of 10, they will give an ID number to him or her. So there's no way you can cheat.
How do they account for those foreigners that enter the country illegally?
It's very easy. So once you come to the country, if you are an illegal something, nobody will give you a job. And even the Chinese people, they will call the police and tell them that this foreigner, he does not have work, and they'll come and pick you up. They will first send you to jail. And if your people come up with the money or the ticket, they will send you back to your country. But for those who are working, they give them resident permit. And your employer must come with the right document so that they give you a resident permit. With your resident permit, you have a number. So you can be traced. And you cannot use resident permit of Lagos to go and work in Oyo. It's not acceptable.
It's the same here, Saja. In fact, even before you enter Saudi Arabia, they've already captured you.
So it's not like I got resident permit in Oyo, though I cannot go to Kano and work. No, you have to cancel that one of Oyo, and Kano will not give you another one.
Got you. Mr. Trump, how do they do census in France?
It's very easy. No, one thing is that you people know that the Western world used China to test their technology. Are you people aware of it? You understand how to dominate the world? Like in France today, the moment they give birth to a baby, your documents have been noted. You understand? It is in their base. They'll give you a passport, ID card, so you can move around with your child. And yet, everybody they have 70% of everybody because they are also illegal people here too. Now, you understand that they are no more in their base. Understand? But they kept it aside, be deported. How do I say? Is it good English? To be sent back to their country. So that's it. They have a base. Because I remember when I was going to UK, I saw that they were just bringing people out of the.
They don't contact you guys to say we want to find out, count you and the numbers of your household and all that.
you know that they don't do that just for security purpose. You understand? But they can take the estimate because of they use the number just to show that they have puissance. Puissance is what they have power. Understand? Like Nigeria today, we're talking about Nigeria mostly. I don't believe that we are up to 200 million. Understand? But they use it just to scare the other African countries. Understand? Just the plus you are, the more people you are, the more stronger you are. You understand? So
Well, the havoc that they will cause them is more than what they are trying to project. When you don't have a factual number that actually at least close imagine to the number of people that you are going to provide services for, that is a requisite for disaster. And I'm kind of shocked that you guys talked about, your host country, not really conducting census, but relied on the database that already been in existence. And the reason why census is conducted is not just to account for the citizen, but to also count those who are either illegal or staying in the short time in that country. They'll be able to provide, those infrastructure to that would cater for them, in the long run, and for them to be able to have a good, proper planning, benchmarking, so that they can build on that. But it seems the host country are doing it the way that suits them. If it works out for them, that's great. But a proper census counting involves, the law of America or Nigerian law also stipulate how this is going to work. It must be, followed to the T. And the last time there was an issue where Trump was trying to inject or put in the questionnaire for the people, trying to, establish their nationalism. So that they will be able to identify which country you come from, which country you don't come from. And that contravened the law that established the census process in America. And it was kicked against, and it didn't even pass Senate reading in the House. It was kicked out because it's completely against the law. So also in Nigeria, the federal government have the authority to postpone, to pick a date to conduct it, but to completely not conducting it is they'll be running foul of the law. So in that case, they try as much as possible to do the mago that they could do as groundwork, so that they will be able to come up with number. It seems IRF has really exposed some of these things that we used to do in the past. So whatever it is now, they have no option than to embrace new technology in terms of counting. Yes, they're still going to use human being to count, but there will be a second reliable data collation that will enable federal government to be able to establish the accuracy of the numbers.
But Adwale,
Yes.
I have a solution.
don't you think that we need some form of identification for people to be counted? If you don't have any form of identity, then you should not be counted as in Nigeria.
Well, the reason why identification would not, the law actually says that count every human being that is living in that country, whether legal or not legal. So
but you know that census involve more than ordinary number.
I know a lot of other information but the information is not that broad.
Because you want to know the proper Nigerian, want to know the number of non-Nigerians and so many and so forth.
I'm not so sure about the law that established that in Nigeria, but I know that for a fact here in America, it was a bone of contention sometimes ago, and they kicked against it when.
You know why I'm saying this? Because we would not want a situation whereby people will be counted in so many places.
Yeah, you see, in Nigeria, it has become an issue because we now use it to determine the allocation that will go to each state. One, 2, we now use it to determine how the distribution of infrastructure and projects will be established. And 3, politicians trying to use it to their advantage to be able to rig election, knowing fully there are certain numbers of people in that geographical area. So it has become a tool or a weapon in the hands of people that are not supposed to even have anything to do with it in the first place. But like you said, if identification number will be the best way to ascertain who will count it, what about those nationals that are in Nigeria that are not doesn't have any form of identification that we can actually establish, but the law says that we must count them. We must account for them.
Okay, you mean non-Nigerians?
Those who are illegal, for example, the Republic of Benin, the Malians, the Cameroonians.
So they don't have international passport.
I mean, those people that share borders with Nigeria that easily comes to Nigeria.
They are not part of us now. So you can't the aliens also.
But they live in Nigeria.
Alien, Mr. Simba, alien. It's not good to call you alien.
Enter their country and comes in anytime they want. Nobody asks them questions. What if they also? I mean, they needed to be counted. If they're working here, they needed to be counted. So, in that situation, what would you say about that? Must we force them to go get their ID number?
Yes, that's the problem.
It's not an immigration issue. So if it is not immigration,
but all those people that are living illegally, would they even make themselves available for counting in the first place?
Because they know that there will be no repercussion if they make themselves available. So and they must be counted.
Well, so where are they going to claim? Where are they going to? So they would they will not be able to disclose
the questionnaire. I don't know about the Nigerian law, like I said, but I also believe that the questionnaire that will be used, right, is limited in scope of what they wanted to capture, and identifying them.
I have an idea. I have an idea what is there. They will ask you is your name, which will include your family name, where your origin, your name of your town, where you are from, your state, and everything. Sex is also religion is also captured.
Those basic.
Do you understand? Nationality is also captured.
Oh, in the Nigerian census questionnaire.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That is good then. But then,
okay, finish what you want to say, Mr.
Whether you establish them or not, you still have to provide for them. You still have to treat them if they are sick. You still have to provide food for them.
Because me, I'm thinking that okay, there are certain things that they have to put in place before they conduct that census. Very easy. You can go to Nigeria and in the Nigerian what is it called now? NIMSI, Identity Card Management Agency. They also is not only national identity card that they do. They also register birth and death. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can have a form of, because that one also comes with a number, so that you have something authentic, so that people will not, if you have duplication of number, you know that, okay, this person has been registered twice. But in the situation whereby you don't have any form of either thumb printing or something like that to actually sanitize the census, so that if I'm living in Lagos, if I go to my village, I can go and do census in my village, as well as also contribute to Lagos population. And nobody will know whether I've double register or something like that. To me, it will make a nonsense of the whole thing.
It's a point. You have a point there.
But
because if you look at what happened during this last election, I'm very sure that most people will travel back to their region to go and have the census done.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Mr. Simon. But there is a solution. There is a solution. There is a solution. For me, I spoke to my friends in Nigeria, but they chased me out that I'm too strict. Understand? I said that if for us to know the real number of Nigerians living in Nigeria, I'm not talking about the diaspora. Understand? Even the Nigerian embassy did not even have all the total number. Understand? It's just for us to chip everybody. Chip everybody. So you cannot have double chip now. You cannot cheat with it. You chip everybody in Nigeria, and you get the real number. And you know, and you even reduce this kidnapping. Everything's connected to the satellite. You chipped everybody.
Mr. Triumph, no chipping at that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're going to. You say it's the devil. That's what my friends were calling me Antichrist. I'm not an Antichrist, but we can get solution through it. Understand? You can see Mr. But please, Daddy, I will chip everybody. I said it last 4 years. They drove me out. That's why I just kept quiet. Let them be suffering. Yeah?
What do you have against chipping?
I don't know. Ask Prince Daddy.
He's not talking again. Prince Daddy, you are not talking.
Prince Daddy, say something now. I know he doesn't want to talk that. I know where he's going to. I understand. For
Prince
me,
Daddy is one man's friend.
No. One thing no, but because of in the Bible, they say that they will use that chip to say you cannot buy and sell. It has already started already. But I have pastors as friends, big time pastors as friends, Imam too as friends in Nigeria. When I said this chipping, the guy, nobody wants to talk to me anymore again. They say why?
You know, Mr. Shaw, you know when the first time you mentioned this thing on this platform, my wife, because that was what I used to. Anytime I hear that some people are kidnapped, I used to wonder that there should be something that somebody can have on you, so that they will know your location for easy rescue.
Solution. I have three solutions.
If it is available, I can put it on all my family members. Believe me.
It is available though. They have a tag. There's this Apple tag that you can put in your pocket. It will
that one can be removed now. That one they will strip you naked now.
I wouldn't. Well,
like now, what I do for my clients, you understand? People that work I use a facial. If you enter my where I work, you can. I know which time you come, which time you go out, how many poses you do, and I know the kind of places you go. Many big time companies, they use this facial, but you people don't know. So they manipulate you guys. The more you are moving in their stores for what you want, they keep it at the back. You start picking things that you don't need. Understand? I know that MP President will not agree with me. Even my uncles, they drove me out. They told me that am I a devil? I said no, I'm not a devil. It's just like now, just to end this problem in Nigeria. It's very easy. I have three solutions. I spoke with my friend. I have a meeting tomorrow in Paris for drones. A drone, just a drone. He told me the price, and those drones have little drones in them. Then I have to. Are we off from the line? From the I can't say something.
No. I say online.
No, I can't say something too much before they will call me devil. There are many solutions. I won't say it, but when we are off the public chat, I will tell you things. I will tell you things, private things. There are solutions. There are solutions because I worked with French government. I was a former legionnaire in France here. Do you know the French Foreign Legion? I worked with them for 10 years. No, 9 years. Then I resigned. I don't want to join them.
What is a legionnaire?
French Foreign Legion. French Foreign Legion. Those of they're the one that intervened for this Mali stuff like that everywhere. I worked for them. You understand? I did my job. It was fun. That's why they gave me the how will I put it? The national. That's why I'm French. Before I got married, it's not my wife that gave me the papers. I used to make it plain for them that I went and got it because they did something before they put anything in the public space. Understand? They test it on military people there. Even in America, the same thing too. They test everything in the military people there. So everything is set already. They called one. It's just something they call Concerto. We worked with. It's just a application. You cannot hide thief or anything except the person that upload it every morning, and that was my duty when I was in the research women. Understand? human resources error, Ash error. So I don't know the movie. I'm used to French. You understand? I learned so many things with them. That's why I was saying people earlier that even my boss, when I'm going to this office, he used to tell me I should keep my phone outside. I take pictures, I take pictures everywhere I go. Not me or things. Like tomorrow I'm going for a food technology in Paris. Food technology in Paris. And that would be great in Nigeria also. Understand? One thing that the world is going global. The world is going global. The world is going global. So there are many solutions. There are many solutions to do today in life, but I would like to talk to Prince Daddy in a private chat, in private chat, not today.
You are
Private chat.
going
to lecture in something.
To my city. That's my adopted city.
Yeah, I'm going to Paris. I have a tomorrow, and again I have three things to go out, and again I have an appointment the month of January again for Paris for medical. Understand? Because of everything is going to Nigeria. That's what I told my family here. Understand? I have to be careful the way I talk in the public chat. My wife listen to this station. She listen as I cannot say anything too much. You understand? I don't want problem later. So when we're in the private chat in the back, I can see things. You understand? Because I know that she listened to everything the whole day. She plays everything. When I came in, she
maybe your wife
time.
is even a spy.
And I'm the one because she was asking me that did I have anything at home that I'm gonna say that I worked. I'm not a spy, but I do clearance. I'm not a spy because I remember when they were the problem in Boko Haram, they wanted me to go. Also, I spoke to them that I said some things privately to my superior, and I gave them advice. I said that the problem in Nigeria are Nigerians. So you just kept because they use it for money. That you people are wasting your time. So my boss told me to stay behind. Told me to stay behind. And I said that's why I said that if tomorrow there is problem in Africa, they will call me and go. They will call me. They will call me. I still have the paper, but I don't have the right to give Nigeria advice. If not, they will call me terrorist. You understand? They will call me terrorist. And I understand I signed 2 documents before leaving. So I have to respect it. I don't have to be this guy, the Messinel. I don't have the right. Understand? So I learned so many things before. I used the way the service I was giving my boss, giving everybody. That's why I used it to open my own business today. That's what I used to work today. You understand? So there are many things to do. If I want to do the census in Nigeria, I'll tell the government to give it to the private sector, not in Nigeria. A foreign private sector, and you people get the real numbers of Nigeria. I bet it with you. I bet it with you. It will cause problem. Even Nigeria want to separate, but I don't want Nigeria to separate because of it. Because we know that they set it because of it. There's something I read in geography that when you are close to water, there are more population there. You understand where I'm going to? You understand? But in Nigeria, it is the opposite way. That's not true. That's not true. So it will cause problem. If they conduct a census in Nigeria today, it will cause so many problems in Nigeria. They will not allow it. And I don't want anything to do my man. I don't want anybody to take him out. That's my president Tinubu. I don't want anything bad to happen to him because of I don't trust people be with money in Nigeria. They can be bought with money. I'm sorry, they can be bought with money. People that works with him, they can be bought with money. So instead of that, to think about everybody's interest, because I know that today Tinubu is thinking of everybody's interest. He's trying to do his best. One thing there's a rules and regulation he has to obey also. Contract is contract. So we on that, but he's doing the job. That's the most important thing for me. To remove those how will I put it? All those kidnap bandits. I bet you within 3 months. Everything is calm, but there's no more bandits. It is less now. You don't hear it in the public sector now, in the media, not like before now. We have every state. Why? Won't you ask this question? Why? Nigerians, we know. You can't tell me that they don't know. I was hearing that a chief from a state, from a village in Nigeria, I won't call the place, that how come he doesn't know what is going on? He knows. You understand? One day you cut off their supply. I did many tests. I remember what the French they did to me now. When I open my mouth, because I have a few money in my account. They block my account. They block it 3 times. Mr. Simba, Mr. Dewole, I started begging.
Mhm.
I beg. I kept quiet. They knew my will.
Oh, wow.
I learned many things from them. That's why this digitalization. We help Nigeria very well. We help, but there's a positive and a negative side of it. The negative side of it that if you're not with the government, they can understand. So that's it. This is a kidnapping. We end with me 1 year. I'm not doing campaign here. 1 year, everything will end. I know the people to you know the pin guys. You go and meet them. You block them. And I heard that some organization in Nigeria today that that they do money laundering. Politicians pass through them to take money out of the country, and sometimes they keep it there. Oh my God! But I believe Nigeria will be great. No, we start from the basics. We catch all of them one by one, and anybody involved, I'll give you 6 months to come and repent. If you don't want to change, you come, you say it, then we documented them. You are not going to jail. I will take a Prince Daddy system, put prison everywhere, create prison in every state, private on state, and you will see. And the moment you want to get a post, one thing is that they come, they swear with they don't do anything. Understand? We are here in the diaspora. I know that we the diaspora we can make Nigeria great, man. I saw the plan of the drone. I will tell my associate to give me this plan. I will put it on the private chat for you guys to see. I will beg him tomorrow just to give me a copy, just to give it. You see the way it is programmed. But the problem is a bit greedy. They want to work with the petroleum people. I say work with Nigerian government is better now. They want to work with the petrol just to protect only the petroleum space. It's not good now. Petroleum company. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. And it's bringing this facial something that when you come, you cannot go to the premises. They will shoot you down. But those drones, there's something, there's a bullet there. They call it sleeping bullet. When they shoot at you, you will doze off. You will sleep. The police will come and pick you up there because the guy showed me the plan. You will work with the federal government. You work with the police. But the person controlling it is not from Nigeria. The guy told me that he doesn't want them to be compromised in the services. I said, it's to create job for Nigeria. He said, no, there's the one they can go, they work with the police. So there's solution. Prince Daddy, there are many solutions in Nigeria. There are many, but the Christians and the Muslims will not allow it. I'm sorry, religion will not allow it in Nigeria. In religion, in the way I worked, no religion there. If you're a Christian or Muslim, you do it in your room. Oh my God. You can see no religion there. Everybody has his own. You do it in your own room, your space, and your office. But everybody is atheist in that place. Everybody is atheist. And you are loyal to the flag. I learned it now. That means that in Nigeria, people in Nigeria don't. That means when we are not up to 8 Nigerian there. I'm the second to the head of Nigerian. That was when I was working there. Because the guy I was working was because I'm a right man to the big boss over there now. So the guy used to tell me that they fight for our people, fight for our people. When Nigeria come, I'll make space for them to get recruited. But the moment they get recruited, they start misbehaving. The moment they got the documents, they run away. They desert. Desertion. So you can see there's problem everywhere. For me, if I can bring like hundreds Nigeria a year to Europe, by the grace of God, can just bring them. I train them, then they go back to Nigeria to develop the country. Will be great, but who wants to do it? Nobody wants to sacrifice for the country, and everybody's thinking of their pocket and their family. What do you think about that, Mr. Simba?
Well, hello.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you think? Because of all Nigerians are thinking of their own personal interest, not for the national interest.
That's why we're emphasizing that for long. And that's why we lack collective intelligence. That's why individually, when we do things individually, we succeed. But when it comes to collective this thing, you can't say anything. You can't work together. And it's not only in our country, even we demonstrated outside the country. You see the Indians, you see the Chinese, everybody come together, they promote business. You see Nigerians only so, and that's why we applaud individual achievement, success, and collectively we are still languishing in poverty. So, and if you cannot do things collectively, there's no way you can move forward. So, it's one of those things that encourage corruption in our country. Selfish interest. You always look at you and your own family alone. What belongs to millions of people, you alone will take it, so that you know that okay, you are out of poverty and you leave millions languishing in that poverty. So it's a major problem, and it's one of those things that is actually affecting our development. So I don't know what you can do to actually solve it. So it's a major problem.
We'll be fine.
I believe Nigeria will be. I believe Nigeria will be great. I believe Nigeria will be great. Understand? I just believe that Nigeria will be great. But I know it will take time. It will take time. Just some people.
Which year? Which year?
Oh, Mr. Tomo, you've come again. You've come again. Starting from this year now. Baba is there now. Of course, now. Baba is there now. My man.
For that, in my generation, I just connote it to my generation. In my generation, I don't even have stipulated time. But that's because since I was born, they've been telling us Nigeria will be great. Nigeria will be great. I'm in my 40s now.
This is the time, Mr. J.
Let me tell you, Nigeria has never been good. No, that's it, Adewale. If you remember that time, even when we were growing up, if you ask your parents, what did they used to say that time? Otherwise, if you want to be sincere with yourself, what did they used to say? They will say, yeah? They usually say that things were bad. They will say the things were bad.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and the same thing, and that's why we always look back and say, Jonathan time was better than Buhari time. But when you understand, so it's a relative thing. It has never been good. That's just it. So if somebody comes on this platform and say, in the 60s and the 70s, it's a retrospective thing. We are just comparing. People that lived that time were still complaining.
Really?
They were still complaining. So,
Mr. Tomo, I bet it with you. These 8 years of these 2 10 of Tinubu, but I see it will be best.
I love and I applaud your optimism. Yeah, Mr. Trump. I love it. I just love it.
No, I remember when the company I worked with before I become their competitor today. Understand? I worked with my company. I become their competitor. I taught them what to do because they were going to bankruptcy. They were making 70,000 euro a month. They were going to bankruptcy. I told them that within 2 years, I gave them 2 years that the country will be making millions. They told me noisemaker. Before I left them, they were making up to 2.5 million every month. What was the problem? It was somebody that pushed, and they were all complaining, that they work too much. I say, but you people, your salary has been doubled. They say yes. Even the customers, I spoke with everybody. I went to the client. I told them, let us work together. They were looking at me. I was the only black person there. The other blacks were doing security and cleaner. They said that I leave this. What am I saying? But before I left, they gave me a package. But they wasn't happy because I want to be I'm their competitor now. Understand? Because of Nigeria, we don't carry last. That's what I told them. And again, they are other African, not Nigerian. Because of even the lady black African lady that we put, the person wanted to toast me now. I said, rest in your place. Rest in your place. You can see they started finding interest, even though she's beautiful. I said, no, you will put you here to work. You work when you and that is it. You understand? For me, I have a way of working. It's just that when you find the right people around you, you just right people, and that's what Tinubu is doing, and putting the right people, delegating. When you don't perform, you are fired. He said it openly. Once he did that, when I just only choose people around me, that was it. Mr. Simba, you remember early this month, I told you that to make Nigeria great, we need almost 15,000 people. Square root of 2 billion is almost 15,000. That Nigeria will be great. That's what we need. I just, President, I bet it with you, just to get the right people around you. One thing is that they will sacrifice. I did it. I learned it when I was working for the government here. Now I saw it when they saw that I worked with them fine. They brought me to the Arash. They seized me. Then they kept me there for 8 years. Then I resigned. I was the big shot. I was telling my boss what to do. And everybody comes to my room every night. Started begging. You, my boss in the office was asking me because they were paying me more than my boss in the office because I rendered most of sometimes I wait in the office till 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. When I got married, they called me back. I was going for my honeymoon. They called me back after 1 week, 3 weeks honeymoon. They called me back. I went back. Do you know what was my certificate then? Integrity and the moral. In Nigeria, we have to start working on their moral. I know that they are listening. I know that the government listening to this station a lot. They are listening to us, and that's why I don't want to start giving them solutions. They have to pay for my service now. If I give you solution, you pay, you pay, you pay, you pay. So that is it. So that is the way to do things in Nigeria. I bet it Nigeria will be number 1 in Africa, number 1 in the world. What Nigeria need today is just we have 5 trillion. We do the $5 trillion. We make Nigeria the same level with America. But what I did actually, I double it, $10 trillion. Everybody will go back home. We go back home. All these guys, do you know that many Nigerians that are sleeping on the street? They're begging, crying. Do you know that anytime I'm driving, my wife noticed it. I was just strolling. Moment I just passed a certain place, there are only blacks. I hide. I'm in my car. I hide. My wife, why are you hiding now? I said, no. That they'll be looking at me strange. I just hide. I have to my wife. I know what I do. Sometimes, not that I'm doing. My friend, one of my advisors, told me I should stop doing that. That he doesn't want me to self-sabotage my belief. Understand? Then I understand it. He told me that everything is choice in life. I choose to be what I want to be today. We work in their minds in Nigeria, work in their minds from the schools. My children ask me a lot of questions. So sometimes I look at them, I see that my father, if I ask question, he will hit me. Who born you? You can see. You can
Hey
see.
guys, I want to sign out.
Okay. It's
So
almost
you can.
it's almost 11 in your time. Okay.
It's almost 12 now. 12, sir.
Okay, you have 2 hours ahead of us. Okay, no problem. I believe Nigeria will be great.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Inshallah, the Arab people will say Inshallah.
Nigeria will be great. In Thomas' time, Thomas will see it in this generation before it goes now. We are going to our promised land.
Okay, later now. Bye bye.
Okay,
All
tomorrow.
right, me too. I need to sign out.
Okay, Mr. Dewale. Okay, take care. Bye bye. Okay,
Nice talking to you
Thomas.
guys. Bye-bye.
Mr. Thomas, I'm signing out too, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas. Hello, Mr. Thomas. Babati Osi, I think he's in his clinic. Okay, take care, everybody. Thank you. I had a very good time today. Bye.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know,
we look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.